Someone's hanging out with Dad today.
Yes, he is.
was an Olin monk who soared the
So gonna be kind of periodically mute.
with wisdom on his face. Until one day, while stretching wings, a goblin dared to scoff. And Tyrothus declared with flair, "I'll punch your ears right off." The bravely bold Tyrothus soared forth to the fray. He fought with fists of fury, then flapped and flew away. Next came Chains, a tabaxi true, who stalked the shadows deep, with claws as sharp as daggers and eyes that never sleep. She skulked through dens of villainy with nary a second glance, unless, of course, they offered her a chance to steal their pants. But bravely bold, Chains crept forth with feline grace. She snuck up on the baddies and vanished without a trace. Now Throom was a wizard elf who loved to study lore, with spells that made foes crumble or occasionally snore. He cast a mighty fireball to make his enemies fall flat, but once forgot the words and made a very angry cat. Too bravely bold, threw rage firm in the fight, until his spell misfired and set his robe alight. Then came Thorn, the halfling brute, who carried quite a scowl, with a barbarian's battle cry that made his foes cry foul. He swung his axe with fury, his rage was something dire, but once he stubbed his little toe and swore for half an hour. His bold raged on, axe in hand. He crushed his foes with gusto while muttering about sand. Chad the Kalashtar sorcerer, whose mind was rather strange, could summon spells from other realms with power to rearrange. He spoke with ancient spirits and wielded psychic might, but often got distracted by things that weren't quite right. Too bravely bold, Chad stood firm and cast his spells, and frightened off the baddies with tales of astral hells. Finally, Aramis the rogue, a wood elf sleek and sly, he'd vanish in the shadows and make purses fly. With daggers quick and cunning, he'd strike from out of sight, but one time tripped on his own cloak and fled into the night. Too bravely bold, Aramis slipped into the dark. He'd fight with deadly silence unless it was too stark. And so this band of heroes, through legend they are known, with tales of daring bravery and mishaps of their own. They battled goblins, dragons too, and fought with hearts so grand. Though sometimes things got hairy, always made a stand, a stand. Bravely they marched forth to claim fame and renown, until
All right, so we're on. All right. So I guess Justin's going to be resting back at the
Use the
tavern
battering.
and recuperating from the last fight.
He headed off back home on his own. Well, our temporary home
You're
of the
home away
shed
from home. Yeah, the closest thing that
that
you
no
have
one
to
speaks of.
home. What do the rest of you do?
Well, like I said, according to the notes I had, we just finished up with the fight, and the rest of us were making plans to either go to the investigate the barracks, interrogate the bandit, or make a note to find them all. Those were our three options when we left off.
Find the what?
Find a make a note to implicate the captain to see which guard was the mole.
Oh yeah, the mole.
I say, I think we all said we were going to take the captive back first, interrogate him, and then go.
That
So-
sounds like a good enough plan to Chad.
Yeah, that works.
We can even let
Yeah.
Chase talk to them.
Yeah.
Where are you taking him to?
The dirtiest, dankiest part of the sewer to make sure he gets infections.
Pretty sure you're all infected.
He won't. I mean, there was some sewage burn going on. Although the DM was nice enough to not make us make Constitution saving throws for infections
This time.
this time. Um,
You know, we could set him up as. We could also blame the person we just captured for the sewer fires.
I would like that plan.
that could be why we found him. That could be exactly the
You
reason we found and
remember-
captured him.
You remember they said they have like magical rewinding, observing things.
Magic can get it wrong.
And
I'm a
magic's
barbarian.
not
I don't know
perfect
magic.
Science.
I neither know nor trust magic. Also, how much did you guys
No.
get told that you were going to get for that quest that you did?
500 gold.
Why does that not feel right?
I didn't make a note of it.
Does anyone actually remember?
Nope.
What's
I feel like
question?
it's probably 25 gold apiece. And then upon successful completion, we get favor with the guard.
I remember
Yeah, it was one of the things I
correctly,
forgot to write down with all my notes.
I believe it was supposed to be 200 gold.
Okay.
Not arguing that one. All right. Of course, you'll have to go back and collect on that first to get that. But, what are you guys doing? What you
So I know we sent the one guard. At least I'm pretty certain we sent the one guard off with the one we saved because Chad spared the dying on him during the fight. We're like, hey, take this person with you. Get them back to for help. So we're kind of alone with this person in the sewers.
So let's take the person into that kind of blocked off portion of the sewer that the ambush happened in to do our interrogation.
Well,
Yeah,
that's-
Chad will.
But that's the thing. If you took the survivor, if the guard took the survivor, then there's no one left to interrogate.
No, the surviving guard.
Okay, right. Gotcha.
Because the one got knocked out and Chad laid on hands him. Or not laid on hands, saved the dying. Or spared the dying on him. Keep him from bleeding out after he got hit by a crossbow in like the first second of this patrol.
And then the
I
other
thought it
guard
was that.
didn't.
Yeah, the other guard took him, and then I thought we were alone with the bandit. And we're like, hey,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll get him back.
Yeah, no, that sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I thought we
Sorry.
were alone here
Oh.
in the sewers.
I was reading the message on Facebook.
So yeah, we could start interrogating him in that damp, dark corner that's secluded right there where the mage started.
Fair enough. Who's going to do it?
Chains.
Chains. Chad will ensure he doesn't die if needed, but mostly be watching out in case someone comes back looking for the party.
I'll stand at that intersection so no one's going to get past me.
Because there's nothing down south of us on this map that we're already seeing there, Mike, right? And then really far south.
No.
Yeah, Chad will be like standing here, making sure that no one comes around the corner to see what's about to happen with Chains in this the bandit.
Thorn will be right next to you as backup.
So you're gonna play good cat, good cop, bad kitty.
Chad's going to try to persuade people to not go and look after the screams.
Well, we are
You
in
could
the
be good
sewer.
cop.
No,
Yeah, but patrols come down here. No, Chains could be bad cop.
I think
Rothis can be good cop.
So which one's still alive? This one?
I think the one with the prone face.
yeah,
Like that one.
that's the one I knocked out.
so. I say bring this
It
one
was on the ledge.
back here.
Yeah, it's the one. It's the one on the ledge because I knocked them out. I did not leave.
Oh, that's
the
why you're
damage
saying we
to
should bring him back
when he-
here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
and then we'll be up front to prevent people from coming back and seeing the war crimes.
So I'm going to go ahead and drag the limp body over to this area.
All right.
I can't move it, so you have to.
Well, yeah, no, I was moving the whole map. I'm on the wrong thing.
Now, is there any standing water in this area, or is it all just standing water like the rest of it?
If there had been any standing water, it would have gone up with the fire a couple days ago.
Well, there goes one of my ideas to wake him up.
I thought you were gonna waterboard him.
I was going to put it. I was going to hold his head under the water for a second. Whatever
I'll
constitutes
say
water.
waterboard him.
Well, we
You
don't
just
have
waterboard
water.
him.
Does prestidigitation let me make water?
I mean, we could always just use the bathroom into a little bucket and just pour that on top of him.
Thing is, you'll probably enjoy that. You know, I am a sexy kitty.
You are really making some assumptions about this poor guy.
He looks like a furry.
So do you.
So I'm going to go ahead and slap him awake.
I wish I could remember how you guys had taken him down. Really
Was
broke
that?
things up.
Non-lethal punches. What I think.
Sure. All right. We'll say
because
your slap hits him, and it's a little. You even have a little bit of claw in there. And he ends up scratched in the face as well. But he does wake up, and he seems very concerned.
Say that again.
He seems very concerned.
I look at him. Morning, sunshine. Tell us where your masters are.
My master? What are you talking about?
I sit there and start flexing my claws in his face. Don't play stupid there, young one. And I start running a claw down from his face, down his chest, going lower. Tell me what we want to hear.
I'm going to regret asking this, but how deep are you digging the claw in?
Well, at
And
first
and, and
he's
mind
gonna be
you,
singing a little higher notes.
and mind you, I'm
Oh no, the
already
thing is,
saying,
I'm not actually digging my claw into his skin. I'm kind of doing this, Mike. Mike, look at me.
I'm looking.
The face rub.
Yeah,
Okay,
basically, but with the claw extended so he can feel it, but not
so
actually hurting him yet.
so you're just seducing the guy. Okay, I got you.
Well, I'm making sure he can see the claws extended
Yeah, no, I got you.
as I'm tracing it down lower and lower. Then I stop right about his waistline.
Like, okay, listen, I'm just I'm just one of the people that goes through and collects some of the stuff. Not even that high of a rank. I just I'm like a low man on the totem pole. I don't know what you want from me.
Well, tell us where you take him.
We take
Where
him
you're
into
going to take
the
me?
we now mind you, this wasn't the guy that was trying to take you into slavery this time. That was a different group.
Was it?
Yeah, that was when you first burned the sewers.
Oh well, I still blame him for
We,
that.
Fair enough.
we did it a second time.
No, but I'm assuming there will be a second time.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair point.
He he says we just take him into the main encampments and either sell there or sell to whoever we end up finding in this area. Either way, we either come from the warehouses or we go into the main city area.
I look at Rothus. What else do we need from him?
Where do they recruit you from?
Where do they recruit? I think you don't
Where are
understand
you
something
recruited
about
from?
this organization that I belong to. First off, we get recruited, as you say, from anywhere. You know, people come up to you on the streets. Most of us actually go up to someone in robes like I'm wearing and ask to join. To be honest with you, I'm not sure anyone
Okay.
knows exactly how the whole place is or how the whole organization is structured. All I really know is my immediate supervisor, and he's not the guy that recruited me,
Well,
so to speak.
we'd like to know
Well,
the recruiter and the guy that supervised you.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've seen my recruiter since I first joined. But if you want to talk to the person who supervised me, well, good luck with that. If I were to bring you to him, as soon as I did so, uh, first I would be killed and then you immediately after.
Well, where do you take them? Where would you meet this supervisor?
I mean, we're not exactly what you would consider a hidden secret organization. We're like any other organization. We just work more from the sewers instead of the guild halls.
Okay, so you could show us where at least you know of in the sewers. Obviously, it's not this place.
Well, no, this is just where we go to meet some of our contacts, which I believe you killed. But I can take you to the main city area if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah,
The steps, if you will.
we can all go on a trip.
It's if I don't know how familiar you are with this area, but it's an area called the Veiled Steps. It has everything, you know. You have the
Pretend
shops,
we
you
don't
have
know anything about it.
uh-huh. Okay, well, it is essentially a central location where a lot of our organization works from. It's kind of a big circle, and the steps just kind of keep going down until there's like this central area down at the bottom, and that central area
Okay.
is kind of like I don't know what you would call it, like not a coliseum. It's much too small to be considered a coliseum, but it's like a staging area. Sometimes it's there for performances, or anyway, not the point. The point is, around it there are multiple rings of shops and vendors, depending on exactly what you're looking for. The outer ring is, of course, the biggest one with the general magic shops, armory, that kind of thing. And the further in you go, the more specialized some of the shops become.
Okay. It'd be so lovely for you to get us there.
Um, Especially Jamal, but anyone who really wants to, but mostly Jamal, roll an intelligence check.
Well, this is going to end up badly. Surprisingly, I'm surprised.
I'm surprised too. Chains, you're able to deduce from what he's saying it's the same area that you guys had visited whenever you had burnt the place up to begin with.
The funny thing is, my intelligence is at a -1, and I still rolled it.
That's terrible. Well, at least you were able to recall something. It was apparently a very significant event for you and really stuck to you.
Oh, when you burn down the sewers, I'm pretty sure it's significant.
Apparently, it seems to be. Yeah, yeah.
It was not me. It was the kidnappers.
Mm-hmm.
They
Keep
want
telling you
my
something.
sweet honey again.
Anyway, you're the only one that recognizes that. You're welcome to tell others or not. Up to you. I don't care. I'm just letting you
Yeah,
know.
I'm gonna let everyone know.
Okay.
But it's so much better when he shows us. Or we have to
I
kill him.
will. I'm sure gonna kill him.
I mean, but
This
we
just
want
makes
to at
him
least give him,
go back.
give him a
Make
chance
it
to
happen.
prove that he's right before we kill him.
You guys do
I mean, this
remember
just
that
makes it gonna be.
several of these guys in the past, when you've captured them, have ended up taking cyanide pills, right?
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I'm gonna go into his mouth and try to pull out whatever fucking he has.
Pretty sure if he was going to, he would have done so already by now. You go digging into his mouth, wondering, and he looks very confused at you and doesn't offer any resistance, but you also find nothing.
I mean, you could have just broke all his teeth and that would have worked too.
I was just going to say yank all of his
True.
teeth out.
Yeah, I mean,
Go full war crime.
we're torturing him. It is just a unique interrogation. That's all.
Interesting. It looks
I mean, I wanted to castrate him.
like my entire connection.
And
Turn
we
it into a
told him in
eunuch.
his face that he's probably going to die.
Yeah.
But at least we did not lie to him.
I mean,
I mean, Chad could
you
always spare the
are
dying on him.
people of honor, I suppose.
I mean,
We
we
have
told
some.
the truth.
We have some moral code. It's just not what most people consider a good moral code.
By most people, you mean any people?
Ah, the details.
We never said we were heroes.
No, no.
We're
Adventurers was the
adventurers.
term used. Yeah, not heroes.
Exactly. So I guess we'll go to these steps. Do we want to bring him with us or do we want to give him a nice sleep?
I'll leave it to the
I mean,
consensus of the party.
he could Could alert them that we're coming if we just let him go. We probably
Oh, I
should
didn't
turn
say
him
let him
into the
go. That was
guards.
letting him go was not an option.
It would never.
Oh,
I
we
say,
were going to
It's
not
a matter of
let him
when.
sleep. We were going to
I
remove him
say,
from the search history of life. That's what you were implying.
take his teeth,
Yeah.
take his tongue. He can't talk, and it serves as a great warning.
But he could do an
Break his
Not
hands
interpretive
so
dance,
we
so we
can't
should
write.
just take off his arms and legs too.
Just break them.
Wait for Mike to
We,
reach over for that other glass.
I only
Yeah,
brought
all
one
you have
glass
to
today.
be honest, all you have to do is break 3 fingers. You don't have to break the whole. Just break 3 fingers.
Okay. Out of curiosity, does he hear you guys saying that, having this conversation?
probably.
Yes.
Sure.
Because
Well,
if
I'll tell
He's
you this right
so,
in
yelling from
front of him.
around the corner.
he replies back with, "I've told you everything. I don't know what you need, what more you want from me."
No, psychological warfare is fun.
A war crime, but yes.
I mean, potato.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's war crime is another person's checklist item.
We're being Canadian right now.
Canadian and Poland having a strategic meeting on what their to-do list is. Who gets which item?
Well,
Oh,
so those are the problems. If we let him go or we leave him to the guards, he might tell the guard. Does he know who the guard is?
Is that what
That's
you're
a question
asking
you guys
me?
haven't asked him yet.
huh.
It
Very
is.
good question.
All right.
So,
Oh,
do you know the mole is in the guards?
The guards? Oh, I know what you're asking
I don't know if he's lying or not. He's always telling the truth to me
me. He seems very sincere at all points in time.
at all times. That is why this is not my forte to interrogate.
Right.
Well,
Chad is who's potentially listening in.
He says,
May or may not be able to tell if he's told us
I
everything.
you can tell he's not told you. Well, let me correct that. Chad and Chains can tell that he hasn't said everything, but of what he has said, he has seemed sincere and a little bit frightened.
Chad will mind link to Rothis and be like, "There's still more. He knows more.
Give
We
me
should
a
talk more about torture and maybe even do
give me a
some of the
wisdom check.
tortures."
No, no, no.
I get advantage on
I
Chains
that.
look at
and
Rothis.
Chad give me a wisdom check.
I get advantage on it. So, ooh, nat 20.
Jesus. All right. Um, Chad, at least you know. Oh yeah, you're a real threat, little bird man. Um, Chad, at least you know that just from the way you see him talking and how much he's spilling and the fact that he has not seemed like some of the others that you've encountered, this is definitely a very low tier kind of person. Um, you get the impression that you have fought against people that are higher ranked than this guy is.
Chad will relay that through mind link to Chains and Rothis, who are doing the interrogation.
Fair
It's like,
enough.
hey, he's probably not that high on the tree, but I don't think he's told us everything yet. Maybe one finger. Just go ahead and snap it off.
I do it.
Oh,
What do you guys want to know? Okay, you want to know about the guards? I don't know about the. Here's what I know about the guards. I know some of the guards are a part of the organization. That's what I know. They don't tend
Many.
to advertise it, but I know some of the guards are a part of our organization.
How many?
How many?
Approximately.
I have no idea.
Approximately, percentage wise. Half of them.
I I I I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I told you a percentage, I'd be completely making up a number. I have absolutely no clue. I have no dealings with that. That's not my lane. There's other peoples that organize that kind of thing. I have nothing to do with that.
I'm gonna
Chad
yell
would
around the
finally get
corner.
and say, we should probably ask for him to describe who might know that
Oh, I'm gonna.
information.
I also want to yell out. Was one of the guards that we were with today part of the organization?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know who is and who isn't. Those guards that you were with, that I saw here, I've seen them before. They patrol these sewers pretty regularly, but I've never had interaction with them. I've never worked with them on any of our stuff. I couldn't tell you
Well,
if
then
they
give us
are
a
or
name
aren't.
of who would.
You need
Give
you
us a
need
name of who would. No.
you need a name of who would. Give me a second.
Who would know?
Place to do this, but I'm going to do it here. So here's what I know. The organization, we obviously, those of us that wear the robes, we recognize each other very easily, but not everyone wears the robes. In fact, I'd say probably 10% of the organization probably actually wears robes. But again, that's a drastic guess. I have really no idea how many people are really involved in the organization. What I can tell you is I know a guy. My guy's we call him Slip, but his name's like Darren. Yeah, we call him Darren. Darren Morvan. I want to say Darren Morvain, something like that. Anyway, he's the guy I deal with. He handles a lot of the black market stuff, and I sell to him, and he tells me where to go, where I need to deal with stuff. He actually just kind of opened. He has one of the black market shops down at the steps.
Which shop?
You know him personally?
I know he's my handler. He's the guy I report to.
Ah,
Which shop is it?
What shop is the shops? I mean, the shops and the steps don't have names like they do above ground. You just kind of know, you know? It's one of the black market shops. It's not the inner circle. So there's like three circles, right? You got the outer circle, the inner circle, and the mid circle. He's a mid circle kind of guy. But I mean, you go down there, you talk to anyone, majority of the people either are a part of the organization or they have some kind of dealings with. I mean, not 100%. Some people work for some of the other thieves guilds, the assassins guilds, that kind of thing. But most of the people down at the steps, they at least have some kind of dealing with the organization.
Well, I guess this guy's usefulness is done.
Well,
I
I mean,
mean, I believe so.
I can take you there. I can introduce you to Slip.
I looked at Rothis. What do you think?
What guarantee do we have that when we take you there, you're not going to try to alert someone else? I don't have much confidence in that, considering you held back until I broke your finger. If we were such good friends and you were not going to sell us out, you would have told us everything at first, right? So what guarantees? I'm gonna pick up his hand and hold his hand. The one I broke the finger, I'm gonna hold up the other hand of the same hand. What guarantees? And I'm using the hand to actually point to him. So that broke finger.
Did Jamal break out for either of you guys as well, or is that just me? It may just be my connection.
A little bit. He said
He said
he was
he's
asking how
holding the
to.
hand.
Right. He's holding
Go
the
ahead.
hand, pointing the finger at him. Yeah. Look, man,
Don't trust him to not.
I'm not saying you need to trust me or nothing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, in fact, if you escort me in at sword point into the steps, there's a pretty good chance that a lot of the people in there are probably going to respond not very kindly. But
So what I'm hearing is
but
you're a liability.
no, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying at all, man. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you bring me in, if you're traveling with me instead of holding me a captive, it could be a little bit different. Maybe you're just some customers that I'm bringing in to slip to help out or buy whatever he's looking for.
Take us to your house.
My house?
Yeah, yeah, your house.
I
Are we going to threaten his
Like
family
where you
if he
sleep.
has one? He's only
No.
You sell us out. We will come here and we will burn down your house and murder your village,
He says I live on
which
the
is
sun
the
wall.
one house.
I got a small little apartment in the sun wall. I can take you there if you want.
Sure.
I mean, okay. Do you? So, are you lifting him up? What are you doing?
Yeah, might as
I guess we'll
well.
lift them up.
I say, if we go to the steps, I might be able to actually get like a someone to look at this broken finger for me.
Oh, you want someone to look at that broken? You want me to help you forget about that pain in your finger?
No.
Oh
I'm
God!
fine. I'm fine.
No, Rothis. I'll help him. I'll help him forget it. I kind of start unsheathing one of my swords.
No, my finger feels a lot better now. It's okay. I'm not. It's not a problem.
Well,
I need to go back and look at your character sheets and see what alignments you guys are.
All right, I can tell you. I think I'm chaotic neutral.
Okay, that would fit. That makes sense.
See, I play them all.
That's fine.
let's check.
Now, someone else letting me do this is a whole nother story.
Chad's something good. I don't remember.
Well, the adult
Which
has left the room, so. And no, I don't mean Justin, who literally left the room. I mean Justin, who was never in the room to begin with.
Yeah, he's our moral compass, I guess.
Yeah,
Well,
he is.
No,
I
well,
mean, he's a pillar of good choices.
It's very
moral
fair.
moral compass is really a stretch there. That's definitely not what I would say. But
No, 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 no.
You know what?
He's a pillar of the slave trade.
an individual who at least understands how what you should do, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, chaotic good. That's what Chad's alignment is.
As you watch this, you may need to start to question how good you are.
Hey, we're helping people in the long run. We're just not following the rules. Which
Hey,
is, as far as I understand, is what chaotic good's supposed to
I
do.
mean, you got a point.
Helping the
Yeah,
most
and
that
people
is
by any
right.
means necessary.
technically, both Chad and I are
Overall sense
not
of good.
actually witnessing
See,
any of this.
now that's not to say Chad will ultimately stop him from dying if that should happen. But there
We
might
just
need to
prolong
be
it.
some broken fingers along the way. That way we can uncover the cult and figure out who the guards are that are murdering innocent patrolling guards. Think of that man that got hit with a crossbow for just doing his job.
You mean his job of killing people?
He was
Semantic.
walking in the sewer and he was keeping them from spreading what Chad might only understand as dangerous, life-threatening drugs through the sewers to the rest of the city.
Right. Right.
Again, but also Chad's not seeing this.
Apparently, Chad is, since he's able to interact and explain what the guy is saying to the rest of the party.
I
Chad
mean,
can hear it.
we can hear it.
Uh-huh.
We're not that far. If you didn't say he screamed. Oh,
I
my finger's broken. They're breaking my finger.
I'll be honest, I missed where he had broken the finger altogether, but that's neither here nor there.
He took it in stride, surprisingly, and didn't
Yeah,
say a
yeah,
word.
he was very calm about it.
Buttercup. See, and had he not been so receptive of taking us, I was going to break another one anyway.
Wow. See, that may be the question, the morally questionable part where he's very receptive and he's helping you out, and you're like, yeah, we're still gonna go ahead and fuck with this guy.
I mean, because I just recently saw it on Facebook again. If he would have said, I don't know, I would have told him, say, I don't know what, one more time.
In fact, this guy
One more
might be
time, say, I don't know what.
the most helpful cult member you found up to date.
He has. Maybe we can turn him and then I can pay for his medical expenses.
I mean, Chad could do cure wound on his finger and heal him, but he
You
doesn't
could.
need to know that yet.
I mean, technically, so could I.
Technically,
But
I
he does.
could
I
break it
mean,
again.
technically, we could still always stage it as we're escorting him back to his handler after he was brutally mugged by the
Brutally
guards.
mugged, fingers broken by those horrible, horrible guards.
It was
Now,
the
tell us
guards.
where the drugs are.
Well, my plan is to do out of our, my plan is this handler.
Oh, the handler was going to do worse.
Exactly.
The handler's hurting so many random guards just doing their patrols in the sewers, and that Chad does not know that they have killed anyone. Chad just knows that they keep the sewer safe.
Thorn's just here for the ride. I was just hired.
I'm just doing things in my own interpretation of the law.
I just realized nothing I was saying was being heard.
Nope.
So just so I'm clear, Chad, you're saying you're against the idea of of people killing other people.
At times, if it accomplishes a
Trying
good
to
end.
bait you.
We
Trying to bait you.
we
Go
we
ahead.
we are looking at the map full of dead people, right?
They were trying to murder us at the time, therefore it was justified self-defense.
Were they murdering you, or were they? Because none of them murdered anyone. However, they
Chad had the
all did
understanding
get
that there
murdered.
was the guard got knocked out and they could have murdered him. Chad doesn't know what their intentions were. Chad just acted.
I'm just
Hey,
saying, there's
And
only one
righteous
group of people
self-defense
here that have a reputation of murdering people, and so far it's not the cult.
question.
that we know
Is,
of.
Su-
They've tried to
is
murder
the sewer
Chad.
considered?
For the record, Chad hasn't murdered anyone either.
The only thing Chad's killed was a shaman goblin with a boulder that he picked up off the ground using magic. And then was subsequently captured by said goblin camp and
Hey,
not treated well.
stupid question. Is the sewer still considered part of the city?
Yes.
Technically.
Should we be concerned that we just killed all these people? And the fact of the
They were
guard,
attacking us.
they were attacking us, but weren't we told not to murder when we first got to the city?
I'm glad
We
someone
were
Within the
knows.
walls.
told
We
we
were
could use self-defense. Self-defense.
No,
We were told not to go out and just.
no. If I remember correctly, and this was a while ago, it was even in self-defense because we made an entire stink about it of there was to be no killing. The guards were
we
not
tried
expected to kill.
we tried the guards are expected to not kill, but things happen.
So
We
just for the
tried our
record,
best. There's still one alive.
just to make sure, you kept one alive, indicating that you can take them down without killing them, and yet there's still 5 bodies laying there. Just so I'm clear.
Heat of the moment, fog of
The
war.
way that
honor
we
of
can preface
guard.
this
Fog
is
of
the
war,
one
no
guy who
second
does
strike
not.
happened.
It's the one guy who does not have weapons that took the guy down without killing them. Doesn't mean that I can take down all of them.
So
Who
the next
says?
question
Who's to
is:
say they didn't?
do we burn
Good.
the bodies, or do we drag it out of the sewer and put them outside the sewer?
That might be a little far for Chad.
Okay.
Self-defense was one thing. Burning the bodies, unless it's for a funeral procession, might be another thing that we
And
have to
and
be
mean,
like, well, we have to have the families
hang on, when you
check in
talk
on that
about
one.
burning the bodies, the first thing I'd have to ask you is there anyone that has left the sewers that saw you slaughter everyone inside?
Slaughter's such a strong word.
No,
The guard.
he's knocked out.
No, the one that took the other unconscious guard
yeah,
that saw
I
us
think
in self-defense defend
Slaughtered.
ourselves
In
from this
defense
group of
of
people in the
them and
fog of
their
war. There may have been some casualties, but we did not authorize a second strike.
But in
Actually,
self-defense, you
hold
killed
on,
rather than
hold on,
knocked out.
hold on. There is
That didn't.
there is reasonable doubt here. There is reasonable doubt because if everyone follows, the guards were over here, correct? So all they ever saw
correct.
us kill was this guy because this whole area was fog
They were
when
over
these
here.
guys were killed.
Right, and the fog had lifted before that guard had left.
It had lifted before the guard left, but not before he saw us kill the people. They could have slipped in this sewer that is very wet and no one has non-slip shoes on and slipped and fell on their own daggers or whatever.
So what are you assuming that the
I think
guard's
Mike's
report
trying
is
to
going to
make
end up
us
being?
feel bad.
I'm just asking a
We
question. I'm just
righteously defended
okay.
the guard. Chad saved the guard.
I
He's
didn't feel
obviously
bad.
trying to not murder people,
I
but
didn't kill
murder
my guy.
happens. It's a part of the cycle of life.
I'm just asking what do you think the guard's report's
Circle of
going to be?
life.
Oh, probably something about fight, some fatalities, a gallant guy with flowing hair saving his friend on patrol and not being the one to murder everyone, but was helping people while other people did things that were questionable but justified under the circumstances.
I'm
I'm sure
pretty
that's
sure it's going
exactly
to
what the report
include
will be.
a. Granted, how believable is this report? Because they should also include that they saw a giant half lane run into a wall.
To be
I
fair,
mean,
that
that's just
First,
another day in
that
Valkorion.
that was a lot further north than the guard would have been able to see.
The guard's going to have
they
a
would have
very
seen it.
interesting report.
With that in mind, Jamal, what are you doing at this point?
I thought we were helping the guy up.
So that he can show you where he lives?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Show us his family, his friends.
I mean,
So if when you
this is the only
betray, we
guy
know who
that
to
I
go after.
fought, and he didn't die. So
Hmm. All right. So you help him up and escort him out of the sewers, right?
Well,
yeah.
as we're leaving, Chad, if we're done interrogating him, Chad will actually use cure wounds on his hand to fix it. Oh, you
No,
look
not
like you
yet.
got hurt
Not
in the
yet.
fight.
Mm. Hmm.
Not yet.
Oh
No,
wow.
no, no, no.
You go to use cure wounds, then Rotha stops you and says, "Hang on, hang on. Not yet. Just wait."
Good friend.
Chad, being concerned about what might happen to him, should he try to fight back, will lower his hand. Because as far as Chad knows, this has all been self-defense up until whatever they did to him in that corner. Chad didn't see or hear anything, so he was like, "Oh, okay." I
Chad didn't
guess
see
we're
or
still
hear
concerned he might
anything. Just gave
about
his opinion
screaming.
on. Oh, right.
No screaming of the broken fingers, just the questions and the threats that Chad did not hear again any
Definitely.
screaming of someone getting hurt.
Ah, he just slipped, took a stumble,
It could have
and
happened in
his
the
finger
fight.
got hurt.
Chad would imagine that if someone just randomly broke your finger, you would scream in pain.
What does Chad think about the idea that he tried to heal, but his party member said, "No, we're not doing that."
Chad is a little concerned on that one.
Okay. Just curious.
He it could be that there's anticipation of another fight and they don't want Chad using a spell slot, but Chad is still concerned. He's also still very wary of chains stealing. Because if we
Yeah,
remember from the very first session, when someone stole some gold, Chad didn't catch them, and then later saw chain stealing. There's
Actually,
only been one person around.
I've actually had a theory about that
It's
too.
lost money.
All right. So we'll take him to where we need to go.
Okay. So
There'll be a time where Chains is on their deathbed and be like, "Did you steal from me? This is important. You should tell the truth."
it was
so
only underwear.
you go around the corner and you come up here. If you're looking at the map, come up there. Do that.
And the guards come in.
No guards. You actually make it to the stairway without incident. There's nothing going on. The guy seems to be favoring his hand a little bit, but other than that, seems to be fairly cooperative. and you go up the stairs. Now, I'm going to start listing off a series of events as we go. If you guys want to add in or chime in or say something as I'm offering up this series of events, please do so. Otherwise, I'll just keep on going. You get up to the top of the stairs. Do you have the cultist at the front of the party, or is there
He's
someone?
in the middle.
Okay,
He's in the middle. I'm behind him.
let's assume this cult member right here. You see, I put him on the left there. That's where he is. Arrange yourselves as to how you will be organized around him. I'll move this one dead body out of the way. Okay. So Thorn, anytime he needs to change directions or says go down a different way, he'll have to tell you because you're in front of him.
Sounds good.
All right. So you go out of the little secret hidden area that held the doorway, and he starts pointing you towards the Market Rose, which you guys know as the probably the main path you guys have always taken from Sunwell to pretty much anywhere. And I say that just to illustrate that it doesn't seem like a path that seems out of the unusual for you. So you go out to the Market Rose. Um, do you guys continue in a single file formation like this, or do you spread out to the sides?
Well, I'm gonna
So
stick
I'm
right
still about
behind
to
the.
find.
Well, yeah.
Chad will move up a little bit
Okay, so Chad will move up.
to the side.
Sure. So change
I'll still
remains
stay in
behind.
front.
Okay. So you guys kind of have like a square pattern around him then. That's fine.
Yeah, enough to keep an eye on him, but not enough that he can
Move or do
reach out with
anything.
his good hand, grab someone
I'll need everyone
that
to
is
roll
not very
me
strong.
a fuck, what is it? Not insight. Not
Perception.
investigation. Perception. Yes, thank you. Perception check.
Just
Oh,
hitting buttons.
I see nothing.
You don't, but Chad?
very distracted.
Oh,
Chad
I
rolled an
got you.
8,
Yeah.
so he is distracted.
So Chains and Rothus, you both notice cult members looking at you as you're walking through the Market Rose.
Oh yeah, we probably should have taken his robes off.
Yeah. We'll put on the robes of the other ones.
The
I don't think I would have passed.
the people that are staring at you, you make note of that. Seem
Yep.
watched. All right, so you continue through the Market Rose without incident. No one seems to approach you or anything. And you get to the Sunwell uh, lane. And he starts passing by, and he passes by the tavern that you guys have a room at. As you're passing by there, um, your mage, Thruin, says, I need to stop and take a break. I need to rest for a little bit. You guys continue on without me.
Pansy.
He ends up, there's this, I don't want to say it's a large building. It's like a two-story kind of building. Seems to spread out quite a distance. There's several, the military term is dress right dress kind of windows. uniform. They're very uniform windows all the way up and down along this building. And he says, "This is my building." And then he leads you in. He goes down a couple of doors. You notice that there's doors all up and down along this hallway, and there's a stairway going upstairs. But he goes down to the second or to the first floor. He starts walking down. He says, "This is my room here." He takes out a key, opens up the door, and you go in, and it's a very plain, ordinary room. You don't see much of anything out of the ordinary here. There's a bed. There's an attached room. Seems to be kind of what he uses for cleaning. His clothing, body, bed, food, everything. You don't notice anything like a kitchen or anything because it's just a small little dinky apartment.
Would you normally go see your handler in your robes, or do you have regular clothes that you would go and see him in?
Well, if I'm going to him on official business, I usually go in my robes.
If you were bringing somebody to be recruited, would you be in official robes?
Well, it depends on how the recruit ended up addressing me. I mean, if I'm in my normal clothes and he comes up to me for some reason, like I don't know why he would come up to me if I'm not in my robes, but if he had seen me in my robes before and he decided he wanted to talk to me and he saw me outside of my robes, I would immediately take him to my handler and regardless.
I chime in and say, I haven't changed clothes.
That was the idea. Because then on the street, it's not as bad.
Okay. He's like, can I? Well, I did, but we don't have to keep using. I don't. Sorry. Um, it says, can I at least have a little bit of privacy to change?
Can I watch ads?
No.
He's like, okay.
We'll let the kitty watch him. She might turn you on. I don't know.
Kitty on guard duty. Okay.
He's like,
I watch ads.
so you come here often? No, I'm kidding. So he doesn't seem to be terribly comforted by that fact, but he realizes that there's not a whole lot of choice for him anyway, so he starts to change. I know who to do this with. And he finally changes. He takes off his robe and there's really nothing underneath. You realize he loves going commando, and he
Oh, Aaron, you brought out dinner.
My emergency stack. Going down. There you go.
so he puts on his pants, puts on his shirt, tunic. He looks very ordinary, very plain. Now, once he's out of his cultist robes, he doesn't look like anything out of the ordinary.
So I'm guessing me, Chad, or me being Chad, Chad, Rothus, and Thorn are outside the room.
Yes.
I'll mind link to them and be like, "Hey, they got a message. We might be needed at the guild hall for something, or we're in trouble. Not sure which, but once we're wrapped up here, we should probably head there next."
Yeah, and he probably shouldn't bring all of us to meet his handler unless we're buying stuff.
So should we?
But I think some of us are rather recognizable to the group, where others may not be as recognizable.
Okay.
Which one do we think are
Yeah, I was about to
recognizable?
ask the same thing.
Probably the owl and the cat.
So should we have Thorn go with him to meet the handler, and some of us head over to the Adventure Guild and see what?
I mean,
Oh no! He didn't. We don't leave anybody going by themselves. We are not the Scooby Doo Detective Agency.
We're not
I
going to split up and
mean,
search for clues.
out of the entire party, I'm not the one who caused the fire in the sewer.
Also true.
So you may be the
No
one to
comment.
go. The rest, well, two of us are pretty good at stealthing, and doesn't just mean just hiding in the crowd.
Chad is not good at the stealth.
So maybe you should go with him, and then we can kind of blend into the crowd, following
I mean,
Woody and
because like my character is not good on the. I'm good
Chad
on the
has some.
intimidating.
Chad has some persuasion rolls.
I like that Rothus does not see racism outside of Beastkin. That's very optimistic of him. That'll be fun to deal with later.
The reason is I think we stand out more than the others in the group.
Right. A 3-foot
And
individual definitely does not stand out among a bunch of humans.
how many other
They can't see me. That's
Owlins
why.
have we seen?
Say that again, Jamal.
Well, me and you are the same height. So how many other Owlins are there that we've seen?
About as many halflings as you've seen.
We've seen a lot of
Yeah.
halflings
Yeah, we actually have.
Okay.
along our way.
They're
And I mean,
What about
technically,
cats?
I can blend in as a child.
the
Very
Beastkin.
much.
You cannot blend in as a child.
I'm not. You guys have seen Beastkin walking around, especially around the market roads. Not so much, actually holding a shop, but even then, you look inside some of the shops and you couldn't tell if a person was necessarily a customer or the merchant.
I suggest, but what does everybody else say?
I mean, I'm down for the plan. What could possibly
You're
go
not
wrong?
wrong.
And besides, if anything, in the party, I'm one of the only people who I was there to help fight the fire.
Chad was healing people.
You were healing people. We weren't. I think the other two were trying to break into the magic shop.
No, not
Someone
me.
was, but may have been the rogue, who out of character might have been right up his alley. For
I feel like he was not the only one
hell, let's
involved
go.
in that.
I don't remember who else was with him, but
He
Chad
very
did
Everybody's
end
much.
up helping
chains.
people.
I say, let's go with this plan. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, what
So
could go wrong?
who's going with him? The Chad gonna go as a recruit.
Sure.
Both me and you are going to go as
How many
recruits.
of the black robed individuals have we seen being beast skins?
No, you've never. Well, the biggest problem with the back row individuals is they tend to cover their heads, so you can't really tell most of the time.
And Chad did see them healing people, so that could be Chad's reason for going to meet them.
And I'm Chad's bodyguard.
I love this.
Or
plan.
you're his
Let's do it.
slower friend? Or is it more dim-witted friend? I mean, either way.
I'll be
works.
honest. I don't know why I write missions for you guys. You come up with your own.
Okay. Where did you want us to go?
No, no. Go
to,
on.
to be fair, we have to finish what we're doing, Mike, before we can go address the thing. But Chad does sound been like, yeah, we really need to go to the Adventurers Guild when we're done. Not only to turn it in, but
I mean, we could always tie him up and leave him with our group because we still have two people back at the hotel or the room
And a dog.
or the shade.
No, you're.
and a dog.
Yeah.
For the record, your thief has wandered off into the village. You're not really sure what he's getting into.
Well, he could be with the mage and the dog.
I mean, if we want to do that, but Chad does think we should probably check into the guild soon. There may have been a warning sent to Chad through some kind of magic means.
I mean, I'm all for
Think
it.
send messages.
Hey,
So,
I'm down for whatever.
so where are you guys going?
I'm here for the ride. All right, so what's the plan?
Right now, he's still getting ready.
I
But
say
yeah, we
leave him
probably
with
should make a
the mage. Okay, we can leave him
Let
with the
him- let
mage and then head on to the Adventures Guild.
let him and the mage figure out what the protocols are for meeting his contact while we go check in with the guild.
Yeah. Then maybe the mage has a better idea.
Okay.
So you
So
guys.
yeah, we'll do that then.
So you're saying you're going to leave him at the inn, in your room at the inn.
Or we could bring the mage here.
What's the worst that could happen?
I
No.
say-
Well, yeah, we could bring the mage there.
Your mage is knocked out right now. He's slumbering it off.
Well, we
Oh,
got the
then-
dog. We can leave him with the dog.
That might not be the best plan. Sounds like we might
could
need
have
to
sung out.
finish
Hear me
this
out, we
up and
could
then
have
head
sung
to the guild. Because, well, I love the dog. The dog is great. The dog is possibly swayed by treats, especially at a story-driven event where there is a person that can make things happen however they wish when we're not
True.
around to make a roll.
We could also knock him out and then leave him tied up with the mage.
Yeah, but he
Right.
might already have a concussion. That might not be good for his health.
What's
I hear
one
after
more
you have like two
concussion?
or three.
No one ever complained about having more than one concussion, okay?
They may have been dead. Or had
Okay,
brain
but they did
injuries.
not but they did not complain.
That sounds like
That is the
survivor's
point.
bias.
I
Could leave,
mean,
could leave him with the guards.
yeah, no.
We don't know if the guards are on our side.
That's true.
Well, this is
There's
what
a
I
mole.
figured.
We know
Ooh,
that.
we could get the captain and have him stack him. We could get the captain and have the captain because we trust the captain.
I mean,
Or we
that's
just walk out
definitely
of
an
his
option.
hotel and he gets assassinated. Because let's be honest, we walked paraded him through town. How long have we been in the apartment?
At this point, probably about 10 minutes.
We're probably gonna get
Oh, the
attacked.
other thing
Or he's gonna
is,
get attacked.
well, nope, nope. Now, Chad, heal him. And then
Oh yeah,
basically, if he goes around now, who's gonna believe him when he has no scars on him? Everyone else is dead. Who's
he
gonna
could
believe
have
that
killed
he's
me
not
for all
working
we
with us?
know.
Oh, he might be working with us.
So yeah, Chad will after they're done go in and heal the hand finally. Actually,
Oh, heal him all
take
the
my
way.
spells
All the way.
or heal him.
I
Take
want
my
him
take
the
my spell slot
pinnacle
down.
of good health. He needs to be the pinnacle of good health.
In fact, he's even better than when we met him in the sewers.
Yeah,
There
He's
you go.
clean now.
Because
he
Chad
he does seem
Chad
grateful.
uses prestidigitation to make him literally glow, which is like his hair though.
As you heal him, Chad, he specifically looks at you and says, if you don't mind me asking, what is your problem with the organization anyway?
I personally don't have one. I've just been attacked by them several times, but I did see them helping people in the sewers, so I was very interested in
To be fair,
knowing what
when we saw you
their
guys coming around earlier, we figured you were with the guards and you were trying to kill us, which, you know, the rest of my compatriots are dead. Just saying.
yeah, but they attacked first and then things went downhill. It was a crazy time. You have to
It,
admit.
it was a pretty crazy event. I'll be honest. I was startled myself. I didn't know what to think, and I thought the worst. In a sewer doing some sketchy business. You see guards
Then
coming
it
around.
got
Yeah,
dark.
yeah.
Then it got dark and spells started flying. Chad was just trying to save some people, although looks over at Chains. Yeah, we won't go into that.
I look at Chad and give him that evil eye.
Promises for later. Chad wink.
I'm just saying, Chad. If you really look into our organization,
They
you might see that we could really utilize some services like yours.
will have to go and meet the guy first.
I mean,
You,
you know,
you were
as a
helping people in the sewers. I did see that. I'm not. You guys did help a lot of people from
well,
that random fire.
the sewers is where we exist, where we live. That's where we take care of the people.
Yeah, but you guys could have also just been like, we're just going to take care of our own. But no, you guys were helping people.
Well,
So I
I,
am interested in meeting your handler and
I
seeing
can't
what your organization is more about.
I can't speak for the whole of the organization, but I know that they've been pretty good to me. They give me the jobs, they give me the money to afford. I mean, yes, okay, this is a modest place, but when I was out there, I was a beggar. I couldn't have anything. I was living on the streets until I found the organization.
Who introduced you to the organization? Because if someone has to introduce you, or did they just
No, no, no. You don't
try to
have to
help
be.
beggars?
You don't have to be introduced. You can go up to any random uh, cultist, or you know. I know everyone calls it a cult. I don't like using that term personally. And that's why I always say the organization, because I guess technically they're considered a cult, but I never really got into the whole religious aspect of it or anything, and they don't seem to mind that. As long as I do my job, that's all that really matters. I wear the roast because I like them enough to be able to represent, and if someone wanted to join, I wanted to be able to bring them in the same way I was brought in.
Are there a bunch of different cells in this organization at all?
Oh yeah.
Like some that aren't as helpful towards people, might be involved in some goblin slave trade out in the fringes of the kingdom,
Look, I don't
specifically like a place with gold.
I don't know what happens outside the kingdom. I don't even know what happens in some of the other cells. My cell has like 4 people in it, and most of them are dead now.
You're welcome.
In fact,
Just
Promotion.
get it.
some of the
That's
guys
not we fog of war. We try to help people, Kitty.
some of the guys that I was with today, I didn't really even I've never had dealings with until today. Like 2 of the guys that was there, they were from my cell, but the rest of them, they were a different cell. They were mostly here for guards, but
Did they just have problems with the guards? Like, I'm trying
well,
to remember why you shot at him, or figure out why you shot at him
not
without.
most of the guards aren't. Well, most of the guards we run into in the sewers, they're not always on our side, so to speak. A lot of them kill first and ask questions later, but you don't get a whole lot of information from a dead body. Anyway,
Are there a bunch of witnesses for this? Because would rather report those guards and try to fix that whole situation than be walking through the sewer just doing a job and all of a sudden someone gets attacked and
well,
then we go into the crazy situation again.
I don't know what the guards are told and what they have to do whenever they come down. That's not really my gig. Look, my job's simple. I go wherever they tell me to go, pick up whatever they tell me to pick up. Normally, I'm just, a hired hand to help out with uh, guarding, so to speak. I mean, we're sitting here talking about guards, but not that kind of guard. I'm just there to help out with making sure everything goes okay. I'm hardly ever the person that actually deals with the transactions themselves.
So is there times that they tell you which guards are not to be will be friendly and
Sometimes we do get a
to
little
look
bit
out
of a,
for,
sometimes we will get a little
or
bit
if
of a
there's a
heads up.
marker?
Excuse me 1 second. Sometimes we'll get a little bit of a heads up saying, hey, any patrols we see are going to be friendly to us. And those are nice. Usually means that we're going to have a pretty easy go. I did hear this one time when there was supposed to be a friendly escort, and it ended up being not who they expected it to be. So, I mean, you got to prepare for anything. You never know what's going to happen on these missions.
I mean, fair enough. Like what would happen with us? We were just making sure that the guards were safe, and then one got shot with an arrow in the dark.
I mean, we're just out minding our
Do
own business.
Yeah.
do
Oh, yeah.
do
This mission,
are there a lot of different races in your guys' organization?
we were definitely told,
Ched
if,
feels compelled to
well,
ask.
the the Dark Sun doesn't discriminate. We're mostly an organization that falls under the underground. We're that organization that when you have nowhere else to turn to, this is where you go. We deal with a lot of unsavory types of individuals, and we try to give them a better life through okay, yeah, not all of the things that we do are above board or agreed upon by the kingdom or what have you, but we try to make sure that people are able to survive okay. Now, we don't get a whole lot of different types. Like, you guys have a lot of different types within your organization, which is really, really interesting to me. But we don't get
We
a lot of
well,
that.
we're just a loose group of people that have survived some deadly situations. Chad will look back thinking of the Goblin camp, and
Sure.
these guys have saved me a bunch. They don't always do the best job of controlling themselves in situations, but they mean well. It just things
Yeah.
happen, unfortunately, when arrows come flying out of the dark and spells start flying, and then there's a cloud of darkness that moves around,
I will say this.
or a smoke bomb.
If you ever see a different race within the organization, it's not unusual. I mean, okay, it's a little unusual just to see a different race within the city limits at all, let alone most of the people that come here are just here to, um, most people who come into the city just are here for trade and then they visit, they, see the sights or whatever, and then they leave. But if there is some other race that comes by and they fall on hard times and they need something, the organization, it doesn't discriminate against anyone. Now, you ask the guard who can join them. Uh, see discrimination there. I'm just saying.
Does Chad will mind link while he's going through his ending spiel. Does anyone else have any questions, or should we try to get him to take us to the handler?
I think you're doing pretty good about getting them on your side. I mean, do that perfectly, but maybe we can still go to the other stuff. If he trusts you, then we don't have to go to the handler right now, and we don't have to fear worrying about tying him up and putting him somewhere, stashing him. Let him be, and we can call on him later to let us get us introduced.
So, with that, if no one else objects, Chad will try to convince this guard or the bandit. Does anyone else? I know Justin had to step away, but other Justin, Bearded Wonder,
What?
did you have any
No,
questions you wanted to ask him?
we've gotten most of the information we could from him.
All
I
right,
would
so
think.
Chad will be like, okay, hey, we have to go and check on that one guard we tried to save. Again, we're not trying to just murder everyone. Could we come back possibly tomorrow
Look,
and go meet your handler and maybe let you talk to him for a little bit and see if he's willing to talk with us in a calm situation so that the same thing happened earlier doesn't happen again?
look, you seem like a decent guy,
Because I would like to have a conversation.
but
By the way, what's your name? I'm Chad.
uh,
So I don't
Jerome,
just keep calling you you.
I'm they call me Jerome.
I knew a Jerome once. Tasted nice with some fava beans.
Does that sound like a good plan to you?
Well,
Because we'll
so
go check on that guard. We don't want to try to murder people, and make sure the Adventurer Guild doesn't send some people looking
right, of course. Listen,
for vengeance on the guard.
listen. You seem like a decent guy. Um, and the rest of your party is really scary. But my
Well, we
boss,
won't bring the cat with us. The cat is she's
my
temperamental. She's had a bad history, but again, we're trying to have a peaceful conversation. So
no, yeah, I understand that. The
you won't
problem,
come with
the
us
thing is though,
tomorrow.
my boss is going to ask me what happened to everyone else, and I mean, I gotta tell him what occurred.
No,
I
they
mean,
fell down.
But hold on, we didn't know. You've explained it to us that we would at least interested in hearing the pitch. We're new to the city. We're new to the area, so
Listen, maybe I can just tell
we
Slip
have gone on what others have told us.
that the the guards came down, found us, and you know, slaughtered the rest of everyone else. I lived because a random stranger came by and helped me out and and rescued me from the grips of death. But everyone else was too far gone. I could tell him that. That's close enough to the truth. I mean, you guys were working for the
As
guards
long
at that
as
point.
you're comfortable with it. Again, we things happened, and I'm trying to avoid that again.
Listen, they really stress pretty heavily within the organization to be honest with your higher ups. So I don't want to throw you guys under the bus, but at the same time, I don't want to get in trouble with my own people.
No, no. See, we're again, most of us are used to coming from places where the guards and people in that position are telling us, and those who are hunting it, and those who are hunting and persecuting you.
So you said a lot of words, um, and my connection looks like it was kind of destabilized while you were talking.
Yeah, it did.
Um, can you?
So it came down to we're trying to avoid. There were some misunderstandings. There was a lot of actions happening. We're trying to understand the other side
Right.
of the
Okay.
organization's
I got the
standing,
basic
and we're
gist of
trying
it.
to make it a peaceful situation where we're not telling him to lie for us, but we would like to have a peaceful conversation instead of just walking in with a knife at his throat and being like, "Tell us what you know."
He just looks
We're
at you
trying to
and
figure
says,
that out. To
"You know, it's really interesting what you find out when you really start to walk in another person's shoes, isn't it?" Okay, listen. I'm going to go ahead and tell my boss what happened, but I will definitely speak on your behalf, and I will tell you if you come back down to the steps, uh, I'll make sure that. Well, I can't exactly promise welcome with open arms, but I can at least promise that you won't be attacked on sight.
that's all we're asking for. That way, again, what happened today, it seemed like from at least where I was following the guard, things happened and then just escalated. We'd just like to talk. And we
Yeah.
will not bring Murder Kitty ready to go. If she comes, she will be calm.
Okay.
I can't control where she goes. She's very scary. It's actually
Yeah,
weird in a way.
she is kind of scary.
Some people find it attractive, some
No,
people don't.
I find it terrifying. Thank you. That's yeah.
I agree with you there. She can be quite terrifying. Even tries to steal underwear sometimes. Don't know why.
Okay, that's
Seems like a
disturbing.
weird hobby.
That does seem like a weird hobby.
It
Good thing he
was
doesn't wear
disturbing at the
underwear.
time. It was my
Good
underwear.
thing he doesn't
She
wear underwear.
yeah, you're
Because if he
safe.
doesn't wear underwear, don't have to
Mhm.
worry about it.
I don't wear underwear because someone stole all mine.
Well, we might have found out who did it.
Now I have to be suspicious. Yeah. If uh, I'll be honest with you. If you just come up to any cultist and ask them, you know, to help with recruitment, they'll be happy to do so. No recruit is, you know, obviously welcomed in with open arms. There's always a little bit of question, but it's a fairly simple process, and they start you off at the lower rank. I'll be honest, I've only been working for the organization for a couple of months myself. They start you off at a fairly low rank to make sure that you can work within the organization, and you're not just there to try and sneak your way up. They have a very uncanny ability of knowing who's there for genuine reasons and who isn't. It's a little weird, but it makes me feel a lot more secure about my position, and they know, you know, what I'm about and who I am. So I feel a little bit better about that. Like if they didn't know, me walking down with you guys would look very suspicious, right? But because they know me,
Oh,
they
that's why
probably,
we're trying to let you go first and at least explain it to him.
yeah, yeah. Oh,
We after some thought and consideration, because hindsight's 2020 at times, that letting you go and talk to them on your own first would
Hang on.
smooth the process out.
Hang on a second. What did we get from BBTS today?
Nothing. This was like a couple weeks back.
Okay. What did we get from BBTS a couple weeks back?
Gundam model,
0. Okay, that's
Wing
good
Zero,
news. Yeah. Is that like
and
That's
Silver Rathalos.
say that again?
the Silver Rathalos Transformer.
Yeah.
Oh. You have to send me a picture of that one whenever you
I got to remember where I put the gold Rathalos.
yeah, do those side by side. That'll be cool. I'd like to see that.
So as the party's getting ready to go, how about we meet you at the steps tomorrow? Again, we're trying not to throw you under the bus and let you talk to your boss first, and then we'll go and have a hopefully peaceful conversation that we want to have
Yeah,
and ensure
absolutely.
that this misunderstanding gets cleared up.
I'll definitely speak on your behalf. You know, I'll tell them what you did, but um, I the organization tends to be pretty understanding with how these kinds of things can go. We know the reputation and the looks that we get from, especially, higher authority types, the guards, the nobles, that kind of stuff. It's definitely a more of the people kind of organization. So,
With that, unless someone else has something, Chad will shake his hand and we'll head off towards the Adventurers Guild. Opens. He's trying to show a box. Justin's trying to show. Oh,
Like,
oh, oh, that was kind of cool.
yeah, there's also Godzilla, Megatron over here somewhere.
Godzilla.
Godzilla.
And then me being really nerdy. Naruto Transformer.
I mean, I got He-Man Transformer. I don't know.
So you have He-Man wearing Transformer armor. There's
Yeah,
a difference.
and it fucking sucks. It is not a great thing.
Like, I would have invested in it if it actually transformed.
So yeah, again,
Everything was silver.
Nike, unless you were one of the party members, we'll shake hands. Chad will shake hands with him. Say we'll see him tomorrow at the steps and start to leave his apartment.
He agrees and wishes you all safe journeys.
So we're going to head to the Adventurers Guild unless someone else has something to see what this
Nope. Let's go.
send message that Chad got is about. Chad just knows it's not doesn't sound like the guild leader, but it did not sound friendly, but it did sound professional.
So, swords on the ready. Okay.
I mean, Chad's trying to be peaceful, seeing as our normal negotiators gone.
You're doing a standout job currently.
Getting better at this whole talking bits.
Someone has to.
Hulk smash.
All right, so what do you do now? What's going on?
Now we're heading to
Yeah,
the Adventurers Guild.
apparently.
All right, you're heading to the Adventures Guild. You remember Kessa, who was the guild master? Big woman. She
As we're
Yeah.
going there, Chad will mind link real quick and be like, "Hey guys, it seems they know how to. They have some sort of way of telling people. We might want to tell them people's intent at that organization, the Black Sun Cult. We might need to talk to the mage about that, or at least someone that knows magic more than Chad about how that would happen, because that could be bad for us, depending on how we approach it." And what they see. They could just see a bunch of murder hobos and be like, that's not a great thing to have with us.
Or if they're properly able to utilize, murder hobos could be great.
It could be great, but we need to be aware of it.
I don't think
And
our
again,
intent is bad. Our intent
that's
is
mind link.
to find out.
No.
I think our intent is to find out the truth.
Yeah, the
At
intent is
least
not your
that's my
problem.
intent.
It's the execution
It's
that's your problem.
how we do stuff. We meant well the entire
The
time,
intent is always good.
except for maybe a minstrel group.
Like
No,
even
that was all Justin.
We've
even
been trying to find them.
even setting the sewers on fire had good intent.
Horrible, horrible execution.
Killing an entire tribe of cultists, I mean, that may be a different thing, but
Also true.
yeah, the intent
Anyway,
there
well,
was
anyway,
yeah. So you head to the Adventurers Guild, right?
yes.
So you
Is
walk
there
through.
any? I'll just say it in voice com, Mike. When we get there, Chad's going to look for anyone that either if he recognizes the voice or just
Roll me a
walk
perception.
towards the. Oh, that's perception. Chad is not very perceptive today.
Yeah, when you walk in
He's
there,
he's work
you're listening. You're trying to hear anyone that may sound familiar, but you definitely don't pick up on anything.
and he is on a mission to go straight towards the front desk.
All right, so you head straight towards the front
So
desk, and there's a person manning the desk. But as you guys have never dealt with the front desk before, you don't really recognize the individual, but you assume that it's the person that probably deals with the front desk. As you start to address the front desk, Kessa comes up to your side and says, "Oh, thank God you guys are here." She looks between you and says, "It's not all of you, is it?"
no, we ran into a little trouble on the mission we took in the sewers. One of the guards got injured, and our mage was exhausted
She cuts you off.
from
It
the
doesn't
altercation.
it doesn't matter. It's fine. The majority of you are here, and this should be sufficient. There has been a request for you specifically. Well, I'll let him say the rest of it. If you guys will just follow me for a moment.
Oh yeah, Chad would be like, okay, go along, because he doesn't perceive anything else going on.
Yeah,
He's been focused on whatever this task was.
everything looks completely fine for you.
Chad does not notice anything out of the ordinary at all in the guild.
You guys are all following okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
So
curious.
she leads you down the hallway and into I mean, obviously Rothus can't determine whether the voice is familiar or not, like Chad was trying to do, but you don't see anything that seems terribly out of the ordinary in the Adventurers Guild.
That's all.
She takes you down the hallway and into a room, and she takes you into this small, dimly lit room with a table, and you see two guards on the back wall of either side of the table. They're not standing against the wall. They're closer to the table than the actual wall, but that's the direction they are. She looks to the lot of you and says, "So I've been told that you are to inspect this room and ensure that it is both safe and that you are comfortable talking privately within this space. So whatever it is you need to do to feel secure and comforted in this space, please make sure that you do that."
Well, I would like to roll insight for the guards
Go ahead.
to see if they're guarding. Ooh, they're not 20. If they're trying to see what are they doing in the room? Are they just said they're against a little off the wall? Are they have any insignias that might distinguish who they are?
Yeah, they are
That kind of stuff.
they're very obviously, I mean, a roll of a 5 would have caught this. They are the Royal Guard. You can tell that they came from at least the inner circle of Valcoria, if not from the King's court himself. At least that's what their costumes, their outfits say.
With the nat 20, do I get any more info on how genuine they look?
So with 20 insight, not only do their costumes look genuine, but you can tell by the way the Adventurers Guild headmaster is responding to them. Um, she seems very respectful of them, and you get that if they were something other than what they are, she would probably look more fearful than respectful. So you just, in general, you get the sincere insight that they're representing someone of
Allow me
distinguishing
to field.
characteristic.
Okay.
It seems like they are
I'll
what they present themselves to be.
It seems like Chains is investigating the rooms. I'll talk to everyone and then change once they're done that hey, these seem like some real deal guards. The they seem legit and they're the royal from the either the royal court or the king's personal guard, as you said.
Chains.
And do I discover anything in the room?
You look at the table and you notice that there's a map of what appears to be an arena on the table. That's probably the most significant thing that you notice in this area. The guards each seem to be very capable, very refined is not what I'm looking for. Disciplined. They look very disciplined. They look straight ahead. It's kind of like the royal guards at Buckingham Palace kind of thing, where they are unmoving. They are not looking around. They're not looking at each of you. Um, they're just looking straight ahead. And it's like they seem to be waiting for something, but you're not sure what.
Wonder if there's any magical influence in the room.
That was going to be my next one if I could roll
Wouldn't
for Arcana, seeing it's already rolled once.
wouldn't your mage be great here?
He would be, but he's all tuckered out. He had a big day.
I'll be honest. I
Hold up.
built a lot of this quest specifically with him in mind.
I
Well,
mean, like I said,
Thorn
I didn't want to just do a second roll without DM
Hmm?
permission.
is-
Go ahead if you're looking for something specific. But before you do that, Josie was trying to indicate something. Josie?
I know Thorn. He's been trying to learn how to detect magic from our mage.
Hmm.
Oh, that was Chad.
Chad did an Arcana check.
I mean,
Holy crap!
both did really well.
Can't
However,
perceive anything, but
what you feel like a background radiation of magic kind of thing. Like there seems to be just a general aura of magic, not in the room, but in the building in general. Like you assume that there's just a lot of magic users that come through here and practice their magic or whatever, but you don't feel anything specifically in this room.
Okay. I don't see anything, but I do feel some magic, guys. Not in this room.
Chad's like, yeah, it's radiating from the entire building around us. It seems your lessons are paying off, although Chad's pretty hit or miss on a lot of this magic stuff.
Hot dog. I'm learning. I've learned something, guys.
I'm smart.
I've learned
So I
so
look
much.
at this who is our pseudo leader at the moment. It just kind of nod that I don't detect anything in here.
Yep.
you
Nope.
roll?
You guys are good.
Who's the
Yep.
leader?
Did
Yeah.
anyone with a higher investigation want to see if there's any kind of
I mean,
spot
I'm mad.
that could be
rolled a
listening
20
or
on it.
I mean, a nat 20, there's not anyone going to be a higher investigation.
just because you were looking around the room, but see if anyone could listen to us because we were told make sure we're safe to talk. And we've been looking at what's in the room so far and only did the magic to see for any kind of listening device or listening spell.
So when you did the investigation, I assume that you were investigating sounds, sights, smells, and just a general vibe. So if anything had been off
Yes.
on any of those, I would have mentioned that. When you did the Arcana check, I assume that you're looking for any magical oddity that, I mean, I even told you that there was background radiation that doesn't seem out of the ordinary, and that's literally all that you're able to detect.
Okay.
As far as
Yeah, it
any of you
seems
guys have been
secure
able
to
to tell.
Chad.
Okay.
Seems secure to Chad.
All right. As soon as you say that, between the two guards against the back wall, there is a person that appears.
Oh, they just suddenly appear?
No, they kind of fade in.
At that point, I draw my sword, being surprised.
Chad will try to stop him. Be like, no, no, no. We shouldn't do that. The guards are very well disciplined, and that might set them off.
Well, the fact that they just showed up and I did not detect them.
Yes, but we're in
And
the
you did
guild
not
hall
detect
with several.
The gentleman, as he
Uh,
fades in, Chad, he looks at you and says, "No, I understand. It's perfectly reasonable." At this point, you definitely recognize the voice. Chad and
is
Chad
it?
alone recognizes this voice.
Oh, so you're the one that sent me the message wanting to see us at the guild. I'll say that aloud so the party can hear
Yes, I needed to speak to
and
you.
cue in.
And I look at Chad and then look at the man who just faded in and reluctantly sheathe my swords.
You notice, especially anyone with that has rolled investigation, perception, anything in the recent past, and got a even half decent roll. You notice Kessa kind of moves off to the side and seems very quiet, which is not like her at all from what you've been able to tell.
It's the king.
So Chad will be like, "You'll have to forgive our ignorance, but how how do we address you, sir? Or should
So
we say Lord?"
before you get there, or as you're getting there, either way, um, if anyone didn't catch it, I did send his appearance in the chat, in the Discord chat. But I will also offer up a description as well. The
It looks
man
like
before
Hanky.
you stands tall and lean, with an unassuming frame that conceals a quietly disciplined strength. His features are sharp, but not striking. High cheekbones, a narrow jaw, and the faint shadow of permanent tiredness beneath his eyes. His hair is ash black, cut short for practicality, showing wisps of early gray at the temples. His eyes are muted hazel, steady and unreadable. He dresses in understated attire, dark, clean-lined coats or long tunics with minimal ornament. Uh, it's a log tunic underneath, the coat. The only notable accessory he wears is a small green leaf clasp that fastens his cloak. Uh, his movements are smooth, efficient, and controlled, and everything else
He's quite
is,
handsome.
yeah, yeah.
He's got a chiseled jaw.
He does
I know.
he does appear to be very stately. He says, I'm sorry. What were you saying, Chad, at this point?
I was asking like, how do we him to forgive the ignorant our ignorance, but how do we address him? And Chad will go on and be like, "You're obviously someone important towards the kingdom, judging from your guards and your attire, but we don't want to
He look
disrespect you by."
he looks to either side and says, "These purely a precaution. As of my title is unimportant. Listen, let me get straight to it. Why I have called you here. I don't want to waste your time. As you've undoubtedly already are aware, 3 days from now, Valcoria will host the envoy from Calem's Perch. He will attend the Tournament of Crowns as a guest of honor. General Marcus Varden, general over the entire royal army, will be presiding over the dais. However, we have intercepted credible intelligence of a Cult of the Dark Sun assassination attempt. Time, method, and location remain uncertain, but the tournament is, from what we can tell, the likeliest moment. The mandate I present to you is simple. I am coming to you to protect the diplomat, support the guard rotations, possibly investigate the Colosseum's vulnerabilities, and intercept any threats before they manifest. You may find imperfections in the preparations of the Royal Guard. No kingdom is without its fissures. What matters most here is that you reinforce the cracks where they appear. With that, he looks between the four of you, as if anticipating any kind of questions you may have.
How did you hear about us, sir? We're pretty new to town, and we have been doing some investigations and working with the guards, but I didn't think we were that well known yet.
He smiles a little bit. The investigations with the guards. If I remember correctly, the captain of the guard had asked you to inspect the barracks as of recent, correct?
This is true, sir.
I am here to inform you that that is no longer necessary. My people have gone through and investigated those barracks, and we did find some corruption within, some individuals working with the Black Cult. We are currently launching a full-scale investigation on those individuals, but your attention in that matter is no longer necessary. As of how I have heard of you and what, why I come to you about this, um, before I continue on, out of character, before I continue on, Chad, if you're going to be the one talking to him, I need some kind of charisma roll. Your choice.
And we'll go with persuasion.
Good call.
Oh, I wish I
Advantage?
had advantage on persuasion rolls. I only have them on it wisdom saving checks.
Ah, if only.
So 13.
Yep, I got that. He says to you, "Hmm, as of in regards to why I've chosen you, I am aware that you have handled matters involving the cult more effectively, shall we say, than most others that deal with them. You're familiar with their methods, and you are, shall we say, unpredictable enough to frustrate
Chad will just nod. And this is more his own thoughts. Chad was trying to figure out is if the party meets the expectation for what he's asking, so that we don't make an enemy by
them. So,
finding a
because
checklist.
because of your investigation role earlier, I'll allow that to continue to this point. You get the impression that he is not. He doesn't seem like the type of person that would be making the request without being informed.
Yeah, yeah. Again, that to your earlier point, that 3 roll would have, or the 5 roll would have potentially pointed that out from what he said. So Chad will go. Yes, we have been investigating them, and we set up a lead that we can pursue tomorrow. But we wanted to ensure that we took care of matters here before pursuing that. Do you have any other info that you would like to give us from your investigations on what you
I
found that could help us with learning of the Black Sun's
I have
plans?
a great deal of info. I will say this is to the event, obviously, is to occur at the Coliseum. I wish to open up the wait. I wish to open up the Coliseum to your investigations. Any individuals that you wish to acquire against will be completely at your disposal, short of the king, of course. He is even beyond my scope of being able to acquire for you. But I believe he is well beyond reproach on this kind of event. Um, we suspect that this threat comes from the Black Sun cult, but uh, we are taking all precautions possible uh, within the guard's capabilities, of course, to ensure that everything goes according to plan. He
Are there
pauses.
any factions that would want the envoy to be assassinated that would shift political power in some favor of their or some way that would favor their faction?
What we know is that there is a credible attempt on the life of a visiting diplomat. We have we have intercepted enough fragments to know that this is deliberate, calculated, and imminent. In regards to factions that could possibly want this, it varies from political dissidents to the Assassin's Guild. Our current most likely suspects come from the Black Sun cult, of course, as they are perhaps the most vocal against our current regime. Even the Assassin's Guild tends to remain apolitical for the most part. But there are any number of potential threats that could occur. The Black Sun is just our primary suspect.
Biggest.
Mm. Chadwell is taking a second to think because he was, again, you could tell from my line of questioning that looking for any other organizations that they think might be involved, but it doesn't seem like there's a named one. Is the motives of the Black Sun cult simply to overthrow the current monarchy, or do they have some grander plans? We've seen them in the helping people and trying to garner support, but
There has been no blatant statement that they seek to overthrow the monarchy. We just suspect this based off of the interactions that we have seen from them and their disdain for example, our rule of law, our order, our guards. They try to subvert our guards. They try to, uh, forgive me. When it comes to the goal of the Black Sun cult, uh, they are not very clear. We're not sure if they just intend to rule the underworld with the black market and their assassinations and what they have, or if they have grander goals. But from the intel that we have gathered, we suspect that there are probably some grander goals in mind that we are not officially aware of.
Chad will, again, he take a second to pause and think. See, because and this is if the party wants to chime in with anything, this is Chad
Yeah,
me thinking
the
aloud to the
party
party
does
about
have a direct mental link with Chad if they want to talk to him without the people in front of you hearing.
because we've seen them Black Suns like a separate multiple cells. They have different motives. They'll do things that are helping people here in Valcoria, but they're not above being involved with those goblin slave camps out in Goldhaven. So trying to figure out their
Mhm.
motives to investigate who would be the ones trying to plot this area. And of course, before we leave out, it'll be, hey, does this guy want us to act overtly or subvertly
Everyone roll
to
me an intellect check.
Chad is dumb.
Chad, you feel like you've asked all the questions you can think of.
Chad before Chad wants to ask how if we're he said that we're able to ask people if there's some way of doing that. Just so I have it in.
Rothus,
Yeah.
I'm going to give you. You are interested in the. I'm not telling you what your character is. I'm just going to offer a suggestion. You can tell me if that aligns with what your character thinks. You're interested in two things. One, who is this guy? And two, you particularly notice that he mentioned Calum's Perch, and that makes you more
Yeah, I
interested
realize
in
that one.
the diplomat offered.
And I've never seen this guy before.
No, you've never seen this guy. Now, keep in mind, he's saying that the diplomat that they're seeking to protect is from Calum's Perch. This individual himself
Right.
is not from Calum's
Obviously.
Perch. Right.
You said I'm going back and writing my notes like this is out of character. The envoy is coming from there, but not from there.
No, they
No.
are from there.
Yeah.
And they're coming from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like I didn't write that down while I was trying to jot notes real quick and still pay attention.
Fair enough. And as you guys ask questions, I may have to search through some of my notes just to make sure that I don't tell you something that contradicts something I have written. So if I take a few moments, just give me a little bit of patience.
And
I figure that out.
just to recap, I'm pretty certain I asked who he was so we could address him correctly, and he didn't want to give us an answer.
Yes, that's true.
He just said that's not important right now.
That's true.
Well, for me being from Helm's Perch, I would like to know who you are and your interest in hiring us to do this.
Oh, I know that's the other one.
That's pretty much what I was saying.
Do you vocalize that?
I did the what I had said I did.
No. Yeah, I'm asking Thorn if he vocalized what he says as well.
Yeah.
Okay. He says, "My name is a tool, and tools are safest when they are kept sheathed. For those of you that speak up, as soon as you say something, if you're not going directly through Chad, if you say something, um, that also gives you the authority to roll a charisma check to see how he responds to your questions."
Or just wisdom or specific things.
Uh,
I thought it was like persuasion or
it's charisma. You can use intimidation, persuasion, any kind of charisma check that you have.
Okay, can I redo that and go for intimidation?
Yes, you can.
My little 3 foot intimidating stuff. There we go.
Oops, wrong one. Really was not hitting that. I was trying to hit persuasion. I don't know if that matters. I was
Okay.
not trying to hit performance.
All right. Let's start with Rothus. What did you ask?
I asked them because I have a vested interest in what happens with Callum Perch. I want to know who he is and what brought him to choosing us.
Okay. He looks to you. First, he looks to Thorn, and he looks at you rather darkly, as if standing to the challenge that you present before him. And he says, "Very well. You may call me Ren Visor. Use it sparingly. A name once spoken in the wrong ear becomes leverage for someone other than myself. Rothus, he then looks to you and says, he seems a little more, um, a little less threatening towards you than he was towards Thorn. He says, I am a servant of the crown. I stand where His Majesty requires eyes and clarity. I sift through truth of rumor, and I determine them from the threat of noise. My duty is to ensure that he sees the kingdom as it is, not as others wish him to see it. In truth, I am the one who compiles the reports that the king relies on. Many matters pass through me long before others ever hear of them. This is how I know that there is a pending threat, and that the royal guards will likely be insufficient to handle this threat.
And how often have you known about threats when it comes to people coming from Callum's Perch?
Your question is oddly specific. When it comes to Calem's Perch, there have been very few threats, but at the same time, there are very few times that we welcome dignitaries from your kingdom.
Yeah, but I remember specific times, and no one let us know these threats before.
That was before I became what I am.
Oh.
So
So
what's
why us?
I was going to say, what's in it for us if
We-
we
he-
stop
No,
the
I want to
crime?
know why us.
Okay, he starts
This
with
goes for my character.
right. He starts with Rothus. I mean, both of you ask your questions, but he first looks to Rothus and he says, "For you, it is simply a matter of timing. You happen to be the diplomat that your kingdom merely happens to have the diplomat visiting at this opportune time. Had it been from any other kingdom at this same event, it probably would have been the same issue. Just a matter of timing, that's all. I don't think it's specifically, that's not true. If I'm being honest with you, your kingdom has been a solid ally of Valcoria. And as we deal with this cultist threat, we believe that your kingdom can offer a great deal of aid, both in the ability to soar from the skies and your, shall we say, subversive nature of being able to get to the truth. I believe that this, and again, this is not official. What I said to you before was our official stance. Between you and I merely mean to say that I believe that this is directed for Calem's Perch to weaken the interactions between our kingdoms. With that said, he then looks to Thorn, and he seems to be a little bit more stringent about it. He says, uh, he says in a subtly hostile manner, the crown recognizes the weight of what we ask. If all parties under your protection reach the day's end unharmed, I have been authorized to afford you up to 1,000 gold. It is not only payment, it is acknowledgement. However, should complications arise, the amount will scale accordingly. However, even in failure, you will not walk away empty-handed. As I said, we do understand the amount of what we ask here. Your time has value, and the king compensates those who serve him. I will add this. Success here carries currency beyond coin. Nobles remember those who safeguard their interests. Doors may open to you that remain closed to most.
Did any James want to say anything? I know the other guys have been talking.
So I'm going to if Change isn't going to say anything, I'm going to chime in and go, so Grand, if you don't mind me calling you Grand. I see that the attack is looking like it's going to be in the Coliseum. Do
He
you
looks.
have an idea of what type of force they're going to try to use?
He
Like you
looks.
said, it's an assassination. Are they looking long range? Are we looking poison type? Do you have any intel on that?
He looks at you very questioningly when you decide what you're going to call him, but he doesn't address it at the moment. Instead, he says, "We we anticipate any number of different potentials. It may be short range, it may be long range, poison, stabbing. We've ruled nothing out. This is why I offer for you to inspect the Colosseum, gain whatever information you can, try to formulate some specter of idea on how to best defend. There will be guards, make no mistake. It's not like we're going into this completely unarmed, but the guards are not my section. I get a lot of you because you are not known, you are not recognized by those who would attempt to assassinate, and as such, uh, you can be more discreet, more unknown to be helpful in this matter.
And are
No.
we certain that there is no risk of assassination before and after? We're focused on the Colosseum, but what about arrival? What about departure? So those are covered, correct? Or
The diplomat is already in the kingdom. His arrival has been protected. He remains within the palace currently, which is very well guarded. Uh, this is the only public event that we anticipate him attending. As such, there is, of course, much more opening than we would have when actually within palace grounds. That's why we anticipate this to be the most likely event to take place.
So are
and
we
we have
escorting him
access.
to the palace, or is it just protection at the Coliseum?
What I am hiring you specifically for is protection at the Colosseum. Any matter outside
Okay.
of that is up to either the Royal Guard or for me to handle in other aspects.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because you said by day's end.
By events end, by the time the event of the Colosseum, the tournament is over, as long as we are able to get the diplomat back to the palace unharmed, then there should be no problems.
Okay, so we are escorting him back.
If you feel that that would be prudent, I can certainly arrange for such.
Mm, and we have access to whatever we need to ensure safety.
Any resources, access, personnel, anything you need, you let me know and I will assure that you have everything at your disposal.
I mean, that leads up to my question that I'm at. This isn't Chad talking, but before we leave, how do we get in touch with him again?
Now that could be
Or
a
things we should need.
good question for you to ask in character.
I was saving that for the end.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
What is
Look
our
towards
rules of force?
Say that again.
What are our rules of engagement?
You are the only one so far that has not rolled charisma check.
Not very charismatic.
As
um,
is Chain's ways.
Yeah.
yeah, that's definitely. One second.
Like, do we have to be subtle in our engagement, or what? Or
He
how
looks
do you
to
want things
you.
to be?
Overt.
He looks to you with
Hmm?
some sense of disgust and says, "It's enough to execute your duties."
Execute, he says.
Your duties. He seems even less friendly towards Chains than he does towards Thorn.
uh, unless someone else has questions, like I said, I'll save my one for last of before he leaves
We have
and we start to
yeah,
head off.
You know,
we have three
this
days
last one,
to
this last roll is just I'm curious.
we have
Yeah, I'm not intimidating
3
either.
days. Yeah. Don't worry, you just missed it. Thorn tried to do the same thing and got a much higher roll.
I see that.
Um, no, if we have any more questions, we have 3 days to get back in touch with him with those questions. So I think where we are right now is a starting point. All we need is some type of, and I'll tell him that all we need is some type of layout
Wait,
for the arena. We need to
we
know where
Pers- Personnel that
the
will have
guards are
access to the area.
positioned. Right, guards are positioning, or at least plan. If we are able to change that, we
Oh, not
need
just the guards, all the
where
personnel that are going to have access to where this emissary is going to be.
yeah, and position of where they're going to be, where any other festivities are going to be happening inside of the Coliseum, itinerary of what's going on, things like that.
Because we need to vet the personnel that will have access to the area, and not just the guards.
He listens
Yeah,
to
we're
a
allowed
lot of
to do that.
you talking between yourselves, but he seems to refrain from answering until he's asked directly.
Oh, no, that last bit was mine directly to him. I said it, but I think it got cut off. That I was saying it directly to him, that the things that we need of layout, personnel, um,
Okay.
anyone that has access inside more than the crowd, we would like to be able to interview, speak to, vet,
He says, okay,
and
so
then
he replies back to you. He says, in regards to the layout, you are welcome to explore the entire Colosseum unrestricted. Any part of the Colosseum that exists will be open to you to explore unfettered. In regards to personnel, you are specifically asking for personnel that have access that a normal person might not. Although, if I may, and just for the record, he does seem to be speaking more respectfully to Rothus than pretty much anyone else that he's talked to at this point. He says, in regards to personnel, you may want to look just as much at where anyone could be coming through, sitting, living, essentially, within the Colosseum, for we don't rule out any possibility. A commoner with a crossbow. Now, granted, we do not permit weapons from non-guards on the premises. However, it's not to say that someone couldn't possibly lay something out beforehand that we may not catch. Most personnel do not have access to the Colosseum on a regular basis, but that's not to say that there's not some other method that they could utilize. Again, we are ruling nothing out. Now, in regards to people that have access, you're speaking of the noble houses. I can give you access to each of the nobles if you would like to speak to them as well. That will be time consuming if you wish to speak to all of them, but I will arrange it if that is what is required.
and
I
Chad
think
would be like, I don't think that's required, but anyone he's meeting, if we could get a description, pretty sure from this assumption that you already know exactly who he's going to be meeting at most times. That way,
He,
if we should see
it,
them during our course of our investigation,
The
we could
diplomat
inform you of their ties.
the diplomat will be meeting with each of the heads of state, of course, at some point. He, of course, will be spending most time with the king. I will tell you that the way the Colosseum is structured, and we've done this specifically for security purposes, each of the heads of state have their own overhang where they watch the entire event. The king sits on one side, the VIPs, such as the diplomats and the head guard, sit on the opposing side. Rothus, if you miss anything, don't worry. There's a YouTube video. Just go check that out. You'll be fine.
Now, what this is going to be kind of a dumb question, but what kind of event is going on at the Coliseum? Like, do we need to be worried about the workers who may be setting something up?
He looks to you again with hostility in his eyes. Says the workers are there to provide support. Admittedly, they are hired. They could be working with the Dark Sun. We do not know all personnel who work with the Dark Sun. As you may be aware, not all Dark Sun members wear cloaks. But you're right. We cannot rule out all of them from being potential threats or potentially laying something out for a potential threat. This is why, as we lead up to the event, I'm sending you in to examine, to question those workers, to see if there is anything that has been left behind. The guards, of course, are doing what they can, but between you and I don't possess a great deal of faith in them.
Neither do I.
Neither do I.
So Chad's going to ask on the map
Um,
if he can not write down, because that would be too much of a security hole potentially. Show where the envoy and the king will sit at in the path they want to take to and from their spots in the Coliseum. And again, not writing anything
also,
down, but memorizing it.
while we're doing that, can we also ask, is it possible for him to do all of the meeting of the other dignitaries in another location?
We can meet the
Or
dignitaries
does it
wherever
have
you
to be
desire.
here?
He
Yeah,
points to the map. As I mentioned earlier, there was a appearance of or a map of the Colosseum on the table. For anyone who goes to
Yep.
Who's who's going to be?
Now, is
Who
this
will be
a
sitting in
gladiator
here?
event or is it like a dance music event, a dungeon event? Okay. And these fights are no weapons, right? Okay. Is there a protection spell over to protect the bystanders in the stadium? Say, like, if a random sword were to fly out? Or is that just okay, okay.
Are there any mages? Are there any mages participating in the tournament that you know of that could cast a spell that would? Are there going to be anyone that's standing by the diplomat and the king with the ability to counterspell?
Who is sitting in front of the in this area in front? Is this for the crowd? And I guess we'll figure out, is there a riser from there to the dip for the, is there like a jump? I know there's a jump 10 feet from the ground to the wall, but is there another jump there? And then these columns inside.
And are there special paths that or routes that they're giving for the diplomat to get in and out of, or is he going to be mingling with the general population as he gets into and from his seat? Chad will just go ahead and ask. It's not mean that we're leaving just yet, but I'm assuming you want us to be a little bit more covert during the actual day of the event. But if we're during our investigation, if you're authorizing us to go there, we'll have some way of either contacting you to let you know where we're going, or some means of showing that we're authorized to be there.
I assure you, you will receive no objections to your entrance. I will make sure anyone that has anything to do with guarding the Colosseum beforehand will be well aware of your presence. And in regards to contacting me, you simply let any of the guards know, and they will assure that I am told of your desire as soon as they are physically possible.
Oh, I know you don't want us using your name, Grand. So, what should we tell the guards on how to contact you? Because I'm pretty sure we can't just walk up to a guard and say, "Hey, we want to talk to some magic person for the king."
First, let me address, did you hear me say that my name was Grand?
Well, no, it's a full. I know you have a full name. I've been hit in the head too many times. I'm not going to pronounce the second half of it.
Right. Well, the first half is Rain.
See, once again, hit in the head too many times.
Indeed. That said, simply inform them that your employer you wish to speak to. They will know what you mean.
Yeah, I can't. Chad can't think of any more questions, and while everyone else takes a second to think, I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
Thorn replies back, "Sounds good, Grant."
Before he's done, he's going to kill you.
Lord Jesus.
That's one thing about Thorn. He's not a huge uh, royal person.
No, he is not.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, look at that. That's pretty neat.
Well, that's cool.
And then red one.
I like the white one.
Well, it's supposed to be silver, but yeah.
Did anyone else have any questions?
Nope.
No, I don't have any more questions for Grant.
That's going to be your nickname for him because
Yes.
Well, he knows who his target is. All right. With that, he says, to reiterate, you will have unrestricted access to the Colosseum for the next 2 days. Anyone you need to speak to, short of the king, I can arrange. Any access you need, you simply need to request, inspect the structure, walk the tunnels, report anything unusual, no matter how small. Barring all else, we will meet back in 2 days to discuss what you have discovered and what the plan for the day's events shall be, based on what you find. He takes a step backwards. You notice he moves behind the guards, closer to the back wall there. Remember, protection comes first. Interference at the wrong moment may drive the cult to act prematurely. He gives a final nod that seems to be very respectful. With that, he seems to fade into the shadow. having a lingering statement, "Good hunting." And then he is gone. At that point, the Kessa turns to you and says, "Well, that was intense. You guys must have made quite a name for yourself well beyond our halls here."
Chad will just like nod and apparently still a little mulling over what just happened.
If there's anything that the Adventurers Guild can assist you with, please don't hesitate to ask.
Ooh, can we get our payment for that last job that we just finished up?
Absolutely. In fact, as soon as you came in, well, we knew that you were coming. I have my secretary currently gathering that up for you. It should actually be ready now. If you have no further business here, I'd be happy to show you out and get you to the payment.
Smoke bombs. Smoke bombs.
Well, he wants smoke bombs, and she asked if there's anything the Adventurers Guild can do. And he's asking for smoke bombs.
I
She
look
looks.
over at Rothus and go, "You should have asked Rand that. He could have given you some."
Oh, I'll get that later. I'll get that later.
She says, "He might have been the better person. Here at the Adventurers Guild, we don't tend to deal too much with the black market, um, and that's really the only place I know where those smoke bombs reside." Okay, well, with that, she escorts you out of the room and heads you back towards the front desk where there seems to be a rather large sack waiting.
You said a large sack.
God damn it.
You said it.
I mean, I did.
I mean,
That's
that's true.
true.
I know you've been lonely, Mike, but damn.
Not as much as I could be. So she offers that up to anyone who grabs it and counts it. There is 200 gold pieces within.
All right, I'll put it with the party gold.
And with that, Chad will mind link that we probably should just head over to the Coliseum early, seeing as we told the Black Cult of the Black Sun member that we meet him tomorrow, so we can do investigations today, and then see if through the handler figure out any of the plans they might have. Under
Mhm.
that auspice of we're trying to avoid violence and death with them. Maybe like, hey, should we have used that opportunity of meeting the handler to figure out what they might be doing in that area at that time, without giving
And
away
we can
what
find out if they're
we're
the
working
ones.
for?
Yeah, maybe we can find out if they're the risk.
Playing both sides. I
Or if
like
they're
it.
being set up.
Well, the cult, we're just trying to investigate like we were hired to. It's just we're trying not to be murder. At least Chad's trying not to be a murder hobo about it.
Nothing wrong with being a murder
Well, I
hobo.
probably wouldn't have cared, but now you're talking about my people. My people need to be safe. Set my people free.
But anyway, that's Chad's idea. What does the rest of the party think through mind link so that we're not giving away,
Let's go
what
to the
you
Coliseum. Let's go to the Coliseum.
Let's go to the Coliseum, and then I agree, go to the Black Sun after and see if they are being set up, because I don't
yeah.
trust Grant.
Just for the party, Chad did not want to join the Black Sun. He's just trying to figure out what's going on with them. And talking might be the best way to figure out more stuff without, stab in the back.
I
Yeah, we
mean,
tried
my
the stabbing
interaction
and
with them.
beating.
It did get us far. Talking might get us some places about where they're going. Maybe we're a minstrel band that suddenly got attached to or enslaved by goblin camps that they were associated with.
Or if they're
Everyone's
hired
so
trying to assassinate herd
Chad
people.
is still trying to find them.
See, my interaction with the Black Cult is so far the sewer and them healing people. So I really don't think they're that bad people.
Might not all be bad, but there's still some doing slavery things.
I'm sure the humans are doing
And
that
working
too.
with goblins.
Yeah, and working with goblins, which now Chad and Chains both don't like.
I mean, who's to say goblins are bad?
They're
I
misunderstood.
do.
Not all bad, just those specific ones over there in Goldhaven that are enslaving people. And I forget what the monster was we took the head and sold.
Right. So you're able to see various humans enslaving, but you don't blame all the humans. But you see a couple of goblins enslaving, and you're like, all goblins, terrible.
Well, it was the goblins who sat there and violently raped me repeatedly, then sold me off to the halfling there.
Chad was not treated well by them. Even though there were some that seemed to listen to Chad. But that's alleged.
Allegedly.
Allegedly right now. I'm not saying all goblins are bad, just those specific ones.
We just kill goblins
Just
without
the ones that are
question
breathing.
because we assume that they
Just the
are.
ones that start with a
They
G.
we have been attacked by most of the goblins we've killed
We
while
walk in,
invading their homes
yeah,
to save people from being enslaved.
like
What we thought was enslavement.
when
It
I
could have been a
step into
party.
someone's
I
house and
don't
they
know.
suddenly just start attacking me, it's just unreasonable.
It really
Yeah.
is.
How
How
dare they
rude
shoot
of
at
them.
me?
How rude of them.
We're going into dangerous territory here.
This party is something else.
We justify our actions after the fact. Just
I
have to
think
keep having that conversation. Like,
I
no,
think
it was justified. We're not just sociopaths with long history of violence.
I feel like Vox Machina is a very stable group by comparison.
Yeah,
Uh,
That's why we're Pike.
with a Y.
yeah, definitely with a Y.
This one's definitely with a Y.
Like, why are these people
Okay,
doing this
let's
shit?
go over to the let's go over to the Coliseum.
Okay.
I have ideas. I just need to get more like direct measurements and ideas or views of this area, this, and what's behind it. But I have a plan.
All right, so you head out to the Grand Coliseum. Actually, that should have been story related. I'm going to fix that. You guys head to the Coliseum, which is in the fuck, where is it? I want to say Silver. Yeah, Silver Shade. It's in the Silver Shade district, which is the district you guys are in, which because that's where the Adventurers Guild is also. Where was I? Right. You see a massive stone coliseum built in a sweeping oval shape, inspired by Roman and high fantasy architecture. Tiered spectators stands rise high around the arena, filled with colorful banners representing noble houses. The combat floor is wide and sandy, with subtle rake patterns from maintenance crews. Two grand VIP platforms stand on opposite ends. One ornate royal dais draped in gold and crimson, the other a dignitary dais trimmed in silver and blue. Tall marble pillars support both platforms. Around the upper ring are private noble viewing boxes, adorned with distinctive house banners. Sunlight pours through the opening at the top, casting dramatic beams across dust in the air. Even now, 2 days before the event, you see various vendors setting up shop and preparing for the main event.
Okay. Um, how high is the back of it? So you see where I'm pointing? That's the back of it. On where the owlmen are going to be. How tall is the back of the
Now
Coliseum?
this back makes it look like that right there is the outside, but you'll notice that there's actually like
Right.
so you especially see it here. It looks like that's just a drop there, but there are several tunnels and walkways and everything for several meters. I would say you're looking at a good 20 meters tall, so that's like 60 feet up,
That's where their seats are.
right?
Okay. And you said these are how tall? These outside
So they
towers.
start at 20 feet at the very edge, and then they go up in scale the same way the seats go up. So every 5 feet, it's about another meter, which is 3 feet tall.
Okay. So from the seat, it's about
10 feet.
10 feet taller than the seat,
Yeah,
give or take.
right.
Okay.
Because it is at a
And
slope. It's not a flat plane. It's a slope.
right. No. I get that part.
Okay.
But it stays an average of about 8 to 10 feet above the seats
Correct.
all the way up. Do. And I'm assuming the area for them is basically from that little stone right there all the way to the back. So that makes it 5, 10, about 15 feet deep, about 15 feet wide, about 15 to 15. 15, no, 15 by 30 ish, the area.
Yeah,
I mean, give or take.
that seems approximately
All
right.
right. So if anybody likes that part, if we can get our lovely friend, which I cannot remember his name at all, so I'm not even gonna try.
Grant?
um
Our employer.
Grant.
yeah, there we go. Our employer.
The grand employer.
There is a spell that would work if we could get maybe something like a stone enchanted with that spell, but it would take multiple spells of it. It would take let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, right about 12 enchantments of it to be permanently put on a stone. But you can do something called Wall of Force all the way around the seats. Nothing physical can pass through it. It can't be dispelled. The only way to come out of it is another spell called Disintegrate, and that's the only way to drop them. And you can act a way to activate it and and take it down. During the day, at least these are just my ideas while he was talking. During the day, I'll stay with
Emissary?
the thank you, because I can blend in. I mean, literally, I can blend in because that's where I'm from. That way, we have somebody that's close to the dignitary, and then
Emissary?
if we can put our own people in this area, at least in the part coming up, then we at least eliminate some of that part. My only problem is anyone trying to come through the stones from the bottom or the top, or from the top. The top isn't as bad because everybody has wings. We can all fly out. Because I'm assuming these are just curtains, so we can cut through that. My only problem is the bottom and the walls, and the back, of course. But that's still, he said 20 meters. That's almost 60 feet high. I think, yeah, 20 meters, about 60 feet high. I'm not as
Well, this would
concerned on the.
this would be one of those times where
What?
we ask our resident mage where he could best stop a spell from coming in, but he's real tuckered out.
Very tired.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Wall of Force can negate nearly anything. Nothing can pass through it. Magic missiles, arrows.
That would be the side,
No.
right? Not the front or back.
Well, I would say that's why I said like 15 whatever if we enchant each thing, because it can make a panel 10 by 10. They can make panels. I was looking at the spell. You can make them in different shapes, but you can make them 10 by 10. If it's 10 by 10, 30 by 15, you need all of those. You could completely surround the opening with those wall of force, as long as you can take it up, take it down. And again, we can fly. We can go up, as long as we don't put a lid on it. We can go up. That takes the sides from physical spells like fireballs, lightnings, all those things. That doesn't stop a lot of some other things. There's other options. There's other negatives, but like I said, passing through rock, passing through stone. It does prevent anything ethereal from coming through from different planes of existence. I was looking at it because I've used it one time, long time ago, and other things. But it blocks ethereal travel through the walls also. So literally nothing physical can get through it. I mean, can it be dispelled with a disintegrate spell? Yes. But I mean, at least that gives a little bit. But the problem is somebody coming through rock, coming through stone from the bottom, and shadows. It does not prevent shadow step.
Well, we know
Make
some of the other ones they've
sure
had
that
shadow hounds.
the area is very,
Oh, sorry.
very. I don't.
Is he cutting out for anyone else?
Okay, yeah.
He
No,
is.
I was hoping it wasn't just me.
I'm assuming. Yeah, I cut out.
Ye-
I know I cut out. I was looking. But shadows are. I don't know if y'all heard it. Shadows are the big thing because shadow step allows that. So we would have to make sure there's enough light that can prevent shadows.
Because we know they have the shadow hound things that
Right. We need to be
fought
able to
with them.
prevent shadows
So at this point,
because if there's a
it's
shadow,
later in the
shadow
evening, but
wall.
you're looking, if you go to that area, that dais where you expect him to be sitting, and you look above, you see that the tarps above keep them well shaded. Therefore, all of the major tarps or all of the major points have some forms of shadows on them.
Right. That's what I mean. We can try to get them to remove those, but is the only thing with the wall of force and everything. Again, using it as if my character was trying to do that. Shadow step would be my go-to, and I know that they can shadow step. So, at least preventing natural shades would be the thing. And they cast darkness inside of there, absolutely. But at least we prevent some of those things. Then we start having to think about the other parts. The wall of force walls all the way around would stop anything physical, so we don't have to worry about physical stuff. What we're worried about is more magical.
Which again, we would ask our mage questions about how to do this, but he's very tuckered out.
I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, that's my contribution, at least initially. Thinking about it more, I could probably come up with some other things, but that is the initial thought of how to secure. And then, like I said, we can plant, most of you all can be planted right here, or we can plant you all as guards in guard uniform inside the area. So you all dress as guards that can keep everyone else inside the area. So we put ourselves as the guards instead of having their guards. Because that would put one, two, three, four guards, which would seem reasonable for a dignitary or dignitary.
Would people buy a halfling guard?
For
Yeah.
20
I
gold.
mean, you're
It's
pretty
hard for guards
intimidating.
now.
When they see how wide you are compared to how short you are, yeah.
Yeah, they would take that. And if chains is completely covered, then that would eliminate that normal issue there.
I guess I'm gonna have to tuck it in. My tail, that is.
Anyone else with suggestion? I mean, like I said, that's mine. Getting wall of force around, taking the tarps off to eliminate natural shadows. It also, for other
We
reasons,
use
when we tell them, it, what?
can we use torches so that he can still have his cover and just light up the area?
No, the removing the tarps is a two part thing. You got to remember, you're dealing with bird people. We like to be able to get out. That allows us an escape valve where most other people don't have that. Most of the Dark Sun that I know of, that's not going to be their initial go-to. Yes, they could shoot arrows. Yes, they can shoot magic missiles and everything else, but at least you have an escape route going straight up. Where again, and thinking three-dimensional, which somebody that can fly can think and utilize all three dimensions versus just being on the ground. So if we remove the tarp, it eliminates, hopefully eliminates shade to a point. We can add torches, but or magical light would even be better because you can't put out the torches, the magical light, except for a darkness spell. And then removing the tarp allows any owlin to escape quicker. I mean, think about how many times I've used light in some form or fashion.
Chad was going to look around the area, but he is just really, really out of it today from perception to
Well,
investigations. He's distracted by like butterflies, all these words that Rothis are saying.
the you're who is it you're asking for descriptions from?
Chad was just going to look around, like to see if there was any areas that could be moved or passages that aren't noticeable to someone just walking around in the area.
So you
Again,
notice,
he's distracted.
I'll give you this. I mean, investigation 5 is pretty simple. You notice that there seem to be approximately 6 different zones. You got the arena grounds, you got the royal dais here, you got the VIP dais here. You have the sub levels. There's walkways underneath the dioceses and underneath, behind everything where people walk around to get to their various different areas. Um, there's also the understructure for the tournament fighters where they come out. They come out on these little gates here, and there's a whole understructure there for them to come from. Um, there is service corridors and staff access where the guards seem to be a little bit more heavily uh, where people you suspect that's probably going to be the area that the diplomats may also be going through because it's not open to the public. And you have the tournament participant area, which is the underground for the fighters.
And for snacks for these dignitaries, we'll bring them from the palace. That way, there's no need for anyone to come in to our wall of force, and all the meeting and everything can happen before, after, whatever. Maybe have a reception with just the dignitaries, no one else. Where we can suggest that with just the king, the dignitaries, without that. That way, whoever's when they get there, they can go to their areas and leave in their areas.
I will say
The wall of
this,
force is invisible, so
something I should note. You were asking about these pillars on each
Mm-hmm.
side. On the bottom level, you'll notice that there is a kind of doorway between each one so that you can go from one section to the other. You'll notice that the only
Okay.
stairways are here, and there's one up on the top right. Those are the stairways. Every dignitary area also has its own individual stairway that's led up.
Okay. So after we've gotten those in there, after we've got them in there, we can put up the walls of force. And the wall of force could be on the inside of these pillars, right inside the doorway. If everybody kind of has the idea. So then,
So are these pillars? Can someone just like put them in place, or will someone have to cast a spell on them once they're in place, and then they stop moving until someone disintegrates it, or does another means to bypass it?
well, I was thinking that whatever we. Okay. That's
Mostly
what I
because
want.
if are we using them to limit it to like they can only come through a doorway, or is there a way to like create a door that would basically provide them with the up exit if they need to be to use that without
Well, the
having to worry
idea
about someone just
that I was
crashing in the door
thinking,
behind them?
what I was thinking was that whatever whatever we cast it on would. Oh shoot! Stupid thing. Whatever we cast it on is something that we can activate and deactivate the walls of force.
Hmm.
So then we can, once we get them in there, we activate them. And if we
It
want,
stops that
we
object
can
from moving,
deactivate.
right?
Stops. Well,
Yeah.
what I'm talking about, the wall of force puts a wall. It's like an invisible wall that nothing can penetrate.
Okay. Because you were talking
But
about
the
putting them on stone, so
opening,
I thought it was the stone just
nope, no,
itself.
no, no, no. On it. Well, I was saying like on an object. That way we can activate it. It doesn't have to be on the stone themselves. Um,
So, stupid
why am I
question.
not?
If Are there any teleportation spells or anything that they are able to teleport? Like, could someone teleport in?
I
Oh yeah,
mean,
Like, we're
that's what I
blocking
mean.
in the
steps.
entrances,
Misty Step,
but
Shadow Step, all of those things can. That's why I say we've. That's why
Dimensional
all of
door.
us will be inside of there.
yeah.
That's one. Um,
And then the other thing is, what I'm thinking is, if we trap ourselves in, I know y'all are able to fly out. For the rest of the party, if we're trapped in with that group,
Then we get a Rorschach situation. I'm not
yeah.
trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with us.
yeah. I mean,
But there's also
But if
in
they
this plan, if
teleport out,
possible, there's a way
or
to
if they
turn off
have
the
the
door so that
ability to
we can
fly,
leave with like some kind of open sesame package.
well, I mean, however you can get it made because if the guy has resources like that, we can probably get them made however we want them activate and deactivate.
Yeah, but that way the party's not stuck in there either. Like, Turn them on. Okay, everyone's gone. We need to go chase someone. Turn them off and
Yeah.
go
Yeah,
chase
that's
after
what I
bad
mean. However, the
guys.
activating on it, that's what I mean. The activation can be whatever we want it to be. That, like you said, you can get in and out easier. And if we want to, another good thing that we could do, if we do a prismatic wall on the sides and the back, nobody can, because to teleport, you have to see where you're going. If you put a prismatic wall on the outsides, I really wish that I could actually draw this thing and it would let me draw. Well, freehand, maybe that's it. Oh.
Just for record, you need to see
If
where
you
you're
put
going
prismatic,
for
yeah, no,
Misty
I was
Step.
doing it wrong. I had the wrong thing. If we
You,
put like a prismatic wall up right there, then they can't see, and the back.
you don't need
Then
to
they can't see where
see.
they're teleporting.
You don't need to see where you're
This
going
side
for
would be
Shadow
open.
Step or Dimensional Door.
What?
Said you need to see where
Said
you're going
you
for
don't.
Misty Step. You don't need to see where you're going for Shadow Step or Dimensional Door.
Yeah, I mean, I can't stop all eventualities, at least right now, but at least I'm throwing out ideas for ways to prevent as
Yeah, sure.
much as possible.
I'm just letting you know. There are plenty of
Oh, I
teleportation
know.
options.
Oh, there's plenty of other things that, but I think the wall of force is at least a start for it. Now, after that, we can figure out other things on there. I wish they had invisible servants that we could use. Well, there are invisible servants, but they only have one die hit point, and we would have to use a whole bunch of them. But that would be the other option. We fill it with a whole bunch of invisible servants, and you can't really get in
Visible,
when you have invisible. If someone is
visible servant wall.
in the way. So what?
Visible servant flesh wall.
Pretty much, because you can only even when you do the things, you can't get into somebody else's space to a point.
Oh, someone's rolling something.
That was Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
We're in trouble.
For absolutely no reason whatsoever. Just seeing how things roll.
Yeah, that's we believe that one.
Um, but yeah, again, Chad tried looking around to see if there were any kind of like passages that maybe allow people to access stuff, and don't think rolled high enough for that.
I'm gonna go ahead and do the same.
Mine wasn't either. But this isn't the only time that we can do that either. I do perception.
The question becomes, where are you when you roll that?
Still in my
I'm saving
same
another
in this
platform.
area right here. I'm in this platform looking at stuff.
The Royal
Is
Dice?
that in the VIP area?
Let's see. While you're there, you notice in the Royal Dice, you see gilded banners, velvet backed chairs, ceremonial guard lines, pristine stonework. You find there's actually 2 spear racks that don't seem to be properly secured.
Can we look at the spear racks and make sure that there's nothing behind them?
Yeah.
Because
But
Chad will
I'll need
probably mine.
a specific perception roll for that point.
Okay. There we go.
I think he's got it.
Yeah, you don't find anything behind the Spear Rex.
Oh, that was a waste of a natural 20.
But
But
you do see spears on them.
can I go ahead and make
Here's
sure
to be thrown.
I either secure it down or
But I will give you this. While you're up there and you're looking at stuff, you overhear a palace guard saying, Spymaster Rain is probably already scouting the other dais. Man, never sleeps.
Maybe somebody should go over there and talk to him.
Chad will
Hint, hint.
walk over after. I'm assuming Chad heard that as well, seeing as Chad was with the party,
Well, Thorn
and be like,
had.
and
"Hey,
I can mind link it over. I'm
Yeah.
like, hey, I
Yes.
heard this. There's someone else looking at these.
You know, I've gotten so much stuff about Netflix and Warner Brothers today. It's like over and over and over from every direction.
Oh, did they join forces?
Yeah, like I
No,
keep getting
Netflix is
messages.
buying it.
I got emails, notifications, video, everything. Everyone wants to know or wants to say,
Are there people talking about this?
So the persuasion was to go to the guards and be like, "Hey, what are you guys looking at? Are you sure you should be saying your boss's name aloud with
Is
no,
that what
I'm
you're?
just
an
I say
earshot?"
we just go over like I mind link it over, go like, hey, there's other people here looking at the VIPs.
no, that was the
Like high up.
captain. I think that was the captain of the guards, the one that the other guy told us would be worrying about the king's one.
No, that was
We should
just a
probably go
random
talk to
guard.
him and
I
make sure.
I thought it was just a royal guard.
Yeah.
Which is again, I walk over and was like, "Hey, are you sure you're out in the area might be secure, but you're still out in an open area. Should you be talking about your boss like this?
He
And
looks
where
at
have you
you.
guys checked already?"
He looks at you and says, "Our boss. Rain isn't our boss. Our boss is the general. We listen to him. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Hmm.
I don't want to get on Rain's bad side. Don't get me, but uh, he's he's not here now. Who cares?
Who else has access to this area besides you guys and this
Oh,
the spy masters
oh, let's see. Right now,
personnel?
there's you guys for some reason that we're not very clear on, but we were told, hey, let you guys in. There's the workers. There's a bunch of people cleaning up and setting up and doing all of the stuff, making sure everything's right. Um, there's some servants pulling stuff around. Saw some people walking. I mean, you don't have free reign for anyone and everyone. It's mostly just the merchants and the nobles, people inspecting, making sure that everything is set for the big event.
I mind link over to Chad and go like, hey, how ask him how trustworthy Grand is.
I'm assuming earlier you guys are familiar with the spy master. He seems to take his duties very seriously and very diligent in his work.
Oh yeah, yeah. Before he had actually started here, there wasn't even a spy master position. They created that specifically for him.
Guessing he's a friend of the royal court then,
Well,
or
he
is
is
he from
now.
the noble houses?
No, no, he didn't come from any noble house that we're aware of. I'll be honest with you, I don't know where he came from. I just knew one day they created this spy master position and bam, there he was. But, I work for the Royal Guard. I don't really work in the palace too frequently. I'm more of a what you call a field guard.
Who's in charge of controlling where the workers come and go? I get you're the royal guard are looking at
Oh, the Royal Guard
the
are
special areas
absolutely
right
in
now.
charge of this kind of thing. Anyone tries to come through here, it has to be either someone I recognize or someone with some kind of authority from somewhere. Either a note or some sort of magical sending that they have. Some people just have a little sigil that shows that they're authorized to be up here. But this is the VIP area. There's far fewer people allowed into this area than the greater Coliseum.
Does anyone checking the workers make sure they're not smuggling anything that shouldn't be here ahead of the event? Is
Absolutely.
they're
The work
working?
the workers get checked when they first come into the Coliseum, anytime they go to any specific section, anytime they walk around in the general area. I mean, the workers get checked multiple times. Anytime a guard comes across some worker, they basically get patted down. We're very thorough here. I mean, we may be field guards, but we're still the Royal Guard, and that comes with a certain sense of duty.
So the standard guards aren't anywhere involved in this process then.
Oh, you mean
It's
the
all
city
royal
guards?
guards.
I mean, the city guards are all well and good,
Yeah.
but there's some rumor that the city guards are involved possibly with, some of the dark cult stuff. So they've asked the royal guards specifically for this event. I mean, sometimes the city guards will cater to some of the Coliseum events, but this is supposed to be quite a big one. I don't know if you're familiar with the Royal Tournament, but people fight all year long to get to this tournament, and this is where all of the biggest of the big people show up. It's a pretty big deal. So yeah, no, we don't allow the city guards to be guarding for this
I've in our travels to get here, we've bumped into a few of the tournaments, but not too many. Are there any big names if I were a betting man to watch out for?
event. Being a city guard and all, or a royal guard and all, I technically shouldn't be offering any kind of what they call special preferential treatment towards anyone, right? But between you and me, I have a personal favorite. That's there's this there's this gentleman goes by the name of man. I thought I delayed this long enough to be able to find the name that I was looking for. Oh, give me a second.
trying to remember the one that Thorn fought back a while back. See if he had a redemption while we were traveling.
Says they call him Kragos Stornhide. He's considered the champion of the Iron Legion. If I'm putting my money, that's where it's going. That Kragos guy, ooh, he is brutal, brutal looking. I saw him in one of the underground fights, I'd say a couple months ago. Just pounded into this guy is a fucking mountain of a creature. I can't even call him a man. But he managed to work his way up into these tournaments, and it's going to be something to see. I tell you that.
Hmm. Are there any local
Oh,
fighters
sure, sure.
participating here as well?
There's a few. There's quite a few. Well, there's a couple of capital personnel. Obviously, everyone is from the Kingdom of Valcoria at some point, but Valcoria has a wide, diverse grouping. I would say Kragos comes from one of the outlying towns. I'm not exactly certain which one, but I think he comes from one of the outlying. But he's been in the capital for at least the last year or so. Um, there's a Ser Javel Phelan. He's not exactly what you would consider a beast of a guy, but he's quick. He's light on his feet. He's a very good duelist. They expect a lot of really good things coming from him. Um, I've even heard that there's supposed to be some sort of halfling involved in this tournament, possibly even maybe a beastkin, but I don't get the full roster, so it's hard to say who all is going to be involved.
That's right now all Chad can think to ask the guard, and thanks him for his time.
Hey, anytime.
Starts returning back to the party.
We've been told to fully cooperate with you guys, so whatever you need, you let us know. Hey, hey, do you mind me asking a question though?
Sure.
How'd you get this position? Like, how are you? Like, we've been told to just give you whatever it is you want, and that we don't get that order a whole lot. How did you end up in this kind of like who are you guys?
Oh, we're just some adventurers that have been trying to help people out as we go and make a name for ourselves. We're Pike's Party with a Y, not to be confused with another party who's also using Pike's Party as a name.
Right.
But we've been apparently taking actions that got us noticed somehow.
What? I mean, again, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of actions did you take to get you noticed to be put into this kind of position?
Oh man, there are so many stories. See that Tabaxi over there, and I'll point towards Chains. You should really ask her about her time with the goblins. But there might be a violent reaction to that one. But
Right.
there are stories there.
I might not take that chance. Thank you, though. It's good to
Yeah,
know.
yeah. It's not the safest action, but it will definitely liven up your day a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to continue just guarding my section here. But
Well, I
it's
appreciate your
certainly
time.
interesting to meet you.
Thank you for all the heads up on the fighters.
Sure, any help I can give, let me know.
So I think I wrote down their names right. Like it was Kragos, and I missed his last name.
Stonehide.
The big main fighter.
Uh-huh.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it's Sev, not Sir.
Did I put Sev? Yeah, no, that's
Uh,
sir.
I thought it was with an I.
Oh,
Like
S-E-R.
he was more noble,
Right, no. Well, I mean,
or at least pretending to be.
I'll let you figure that one out going forward.
Um, but yeah, I'll relay to the party like, hey, if we were interested in looking into any of the people that would be in the arena, we're looking for a fight. These are the two that are apparently supposed to be some hot stuff, along with the beastkin. Although I didn't get what type of beacon because the guard didn't seem to know.
Now, did they also mention any half?
He did
I
mention
think I
halfling.
overheard he said halfling,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he said halfling.
I'm wondering if he's talking about us.
He could have been, but we didn't talk to our employer about joining in the tournament. Wonder if he's got another plan for us.
Maybe.
Because right now, the our plan is to have Rothus blended with the guard from what we're
Well,
our rough
if
idea that we're working on.
I'm wondering if I need to join the fight down in the fight arena and make a spectacle down
Do,
there.
do you want to do that as part of this assignment, or do you just want to fight something?
I
Just so we have
mean,
full disclosure.
No, having more distraction. We don't want more distraction because more distraction gives them more chances to actually
Get in.
come up
yeah.
here and kill somebody.
But I'm also thinking too on the day of
Well,
if
if you're with the guards, Rothus, you could blend in with the fighters to see if one of them have a plan to chuck their weapon up at the VIP section.
Which I know they said was
No.
very, very unlikely. But
Yeah, until someone intends to do it.
I also think
Yeah, I'm in
too,
the VIP. We're all in the VIP area.
I'm just thinking just because like a beaskin and a halfling was mentioned,
Yeah.
just to be like ready in the event of during that day somehow we end up down there. Like that might
hmm
be a little snag in the entire plan that we have.
Well, then we make a backup.
That's a big
Also, out
robot.
of character, I like how the guards are like, "How did you get here?" And we asked that same question to the dude, and he's just like, "I've just taken notice."
Why are you
I,
waiting
I,
for us to
I
fuck up?
look. I'm trying not to be murder hobo today. I'm trying to talk our way out of stuff. I did that last time when we burnt the sewers down, but I was unsuccessful that time. Also, like how Chains is like that. I don't want to. I don't want to keep this making up an excuse. Just go talk to Chains. They're kind of psychotic.
We almost burned down the entire city. They took notice. That's cool.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to in the guards. The spy master may know that, but I don't have to admit that if he already knows that.
Yeah.
Chad
Somebody
was
should go talk to the spy
maybe
master. Somebody should talk to the spy master.
Hey, Rothus, you should talk to the spy master so you can get your smoke bombs.
yeah. You need the spy
He
and
wouldn't
ask
be the
about
person
joining in
to
the.
black market.
He also
But
was the
he
most
can,
respectful towards you.
yeah, and he said
Wrong person.
anything you need, anything.
Was that the spy master that they said was over there? Was that the same guy?
Yeah,
The spy master is the same dude. Spy master Rain. Although he
Brand?
didn't
Oh,
call him.
okay.
Right? I thought it was R
I thought it
eight.
was somebody new over there.
No.
no, it was Grain.
If we need to talk to him, we can just ask the guards to be
Get
our
that one
conduit.
little bitch.
Although the phrase is we need to talk to our employer
Yeah, since he doesn't want me
because
using his name.
he doesn't want any of us using his name, which is why the guards are like, which might be a. They're supposed to be these really disciplined royal guards, and they're saying his name when they're not supposed to.
He doesn't have
They
a
Might
lot
never
of
be.
said his
respect
name.
for the guards.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
They said Spy Master
They
Rain.
they did.
That's why I walked over. They just said the Spy Master or intelligence or something like that is. Only I'd be like, okay, cool. But the fact that they're saying his name openly, it's like, ooh, we might need to tell him about that. Because again, the other ones were very well disciplined, not moving guards. These ones are they're
It's
probably still more than we can take, but they're not as professional when he's not around.
you get the impression that these are not the same kind of guards.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that was the impression I got in the
Yeah.
assumption or the intent I was trying to convey to
Right.
the party. Because if they're the ones guarding it and they're a little more laxed, are they really not letting anything through? We also do know that everyone's getting searched multiple times before. So if there's something here, it was done prior to the setup for the event, or it's going to happen
During the event.
quickly
Yeah.
leading up to the event or at the actual event, and they won't have to change any of the physical layouts. Because as far as Chad knows from his roles in investigations, there hasn't been a obvious physical change to the area
Yeah.
yet. And again, according to Chad's roles. That doesn't mean that Chad didn't roll low and missed something entirely.
Never that.
He's just convinced that as of right now, from what he's found, the Coliseum is very sound and professional and fit for this event that's coming up. So yeah, do we want to
Well, like I
go
said,
tell them we want to talk to our employer, or is there anything else we want to do first?
sure, we can tell them so far. I mean, if everybody's on board with so far the plans so far, I mean,
Yeah, we can also ask him about
Yep.
the force walls, because it's probably
yeah,
better
I
to
mean,
ask him sooner if he has to have them made custom.
and the
So
smoke bombs.
who do you address?
We'll go up to hopefully some other guards than the ones we just talked to. Yeah, you know what? Preferably some other guards than the ones we just talked to, and say we need to talk to our employer.
All right, so you find some
Didn't they?
guards.
Didn't they just say he was on the other? Didn't they say he was on the
Say
other
again?
side of the Coliseum? Didn't they just say he was on the
Yeah,
other side of the Coliseum?
they said he was inspecting, but they also shouldn't be saying his name. So I'm gonna follow the protocol the dude has for us at the moment.
So you find some other guards, and you tell them, "Hey, we wanna talk to our employer." And the guard seems to suddenly snap to and say, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will definitely get that to you immediately." And he rushes off.
Ted will be like, "Whoa, that doesn't normally happen." When Chad asks for things, must he must this dude
Like the
must have
power, huh?
some real influence if that happens when you mention like, hey, I need to talk to him. And then I guess we'll wait around the VIP area continuing our investigations unless someone else
All right.
while we wait
While
for him to
you're
return.
in the VIP investigation, you would notice a woman who seems to be kind of regal
See
standing.
what?
You notice a woman of
Oh,
somewhat regal standing comes up towards the dais that you are hanging out. And she doesn't seem to, she looks at you, but she doesn't really seem to acknowledge you too much. She seems to be more just looking around the dais and paying focus there.
see if figure out where she's looking,
She's looking at the
what she's
chairs. She's
up
looking
to.
at the, she just seems to be inspecting the
Does
general setup.
she have any royal guard or royal court insignia associated with her on her person anywhere?
Not that you see, well, okay, insight's not going to really show you that. You don't necessarily see anything immediately,
Or a
but
notice?
with with your insight, you at least are able to tell that she's able to carry herself in a very noble kind of manner. She seems very dainty. Doesn't look like a particular threat, but she does have a rather large, overflowing kind of dress.
Mm, Making notes. Sorry.
Sure.
Well,
Go ahead, Thorn. What do you
I
say?
was going to roll and say, yellow, hello there, but that is a really low roll, so she ain't going to take that well.
I mean, you never know. You yell out, "Hello there." She looks at you and she says, she just kind of,
You go, what you doing?
"Oh, we're
Just
talking to the
curious.
Beverly
Howdy.
Hillbillies."
Just being curious.
She just looks at you and says, "Just making sure everything is set up properly for the dignitaries that are supposed to arrive?
Why don't we try this? Uh, Chad was going to go and try to introduce himself in a
Dramatic form.
respectful way that's for the area.
Mhm.
Like,
Okay.
In an
if he's noticed
interpretive
any of the,
dance.
no, not an imperfect interpretive dance, and ask who she is. Like, give an actual greeting for the area of someone of respect and potential higher standing than you.
Rothus keeps trying. Rothus
Well,
keeps
I mean, in
trying.
that case, with my roll of 20 for my charisma, I go over and ask her in a very respectful manner, for me especially, who the hell are you?
Jesus.
Who's you?
Who
Who's
is
pretty
you?
lady?
Who's you? What you doing here? I mean, I rolled a 20 against all odds. A dirty 20, mind you.
And I can't perceive anything today or think of anything, but Chad's protocol, Chad's on point for the day.
She looks. Okay, I'm trying to address each of you. So, you guys are
I
like
didn't say anything to
you're swarming this poor girl. You got Thorn at the bottom sitting there saying, "Hey, how's it going, you?" You got Chad coming up, "Milady." You got Chains coming up saying, "Hey, the fuck you doing here?" In the most charismatic way possible. And you got Rothus with every possible effort saying nothing. Rothus just realizes, you know what? I don't need to involve myself with this.
Well, Mike, we'll say in what I'm saying is more in a authoritative guard type way for the fact that we're sitting here trying to set up the defenses for this place.
Sure, sure. No, I get you. I take into account your role. And she just looks at the three of you, particularly at Chains and Chad, and she says, "Pardon me, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause any great disturbance. I'm Lady Michelle. I'm sorry. I'm Lady Cheryl Marin from the House of Marin. Uh, my my mistress sent me here to make sure that everything is going to be set both in our dais, which is across the way over there, as well as for the diplomats here, just to make sure nothing goes wrong. She wants to make sure that everything is on the up and up."
We have so many people over here that don't need to be.
It's a
It's so secure.
bunch of people
Is
making sure that things go the way they're supposed to.
does House Marin know the envoys that she would take a interest in ensuring they have a pleasant visit?
Is that what you're asking her?
Yes, yeah. Chad
Okay.
is actually asking.
She says,
Try not to say, "What are you doing here?" in the nicest
she
way
says,
possible.
she says, I don't personally know the envoy diplomat that's supposed to be arriving, but I know he is supposed to be something of great interest to the king, and we, of course, want to make sure that the king looks good. Uh, we are always looking out for his best interest, and I wanted to make sure that the seats here are set perfectly. We hired workers to come in and handle all of these things, but one can never be too dependent on the lower class workers.
Oh, yes, the lower class.
Did she just insult us?
Yes. Yes, she did.
She did, but she
She,
didn't know that she
Yeah.
did. She assumes that
she's a noble person.
if you're here, it must be because you're of the same class as she is.
Wait, we're here because yeah, she insulted us not knowing that we weren't nobles.
Right. Or at least working for nobles.
Uh,
Which, I mean, to some degree you are, but not as extensively as she thinks you are. I had to come and check this today because I saw some strange men lurking around last night. Of course, at night I'm not going to try
Brain
and approach anyone, but I wanted to come and just make sure that they didn't dishevel my area.
Do
strange
you know
men in
which
the area of the Colosseum, and what made them strange?
Oh, they were very loud and uproarious and just very disturbing, very uncouth. Didn't seem like they belonged here, in my opinion.
do you know where they were spending their time at? Outside of just going toward the Coliseum? Do you know if they
Oh, and they weren't
went
going
to certain
towards the Colosseum. They were in the Colosseum. I saw them walking around the lower levels, and occasionally they were dipping in. I only followed them for a few moments, nothing that would have been inappropriate, I promise you. But yes, they were going around into the different sections. I didn't follow them whenever they actually came into the Colosseum itself, but I did see them dip in this way, and I just wanted to make sure that nothing here in either this dais or in ours were disturbed. Of course, I will also be checking the king's dais as well to make sure everything there is in order. And I'm glad that I
Were
did
the
stop
guard
here because these chairs are definitely not perfectly aligned. They must be much more straightened out than what this is.
You're right. This is tragic.
Thank you. Exactly. I'm glad someone has an
No.
appreciation
Mm,
for
ah.
standards that I do.
were the guards not on duty to prevent these people from coming in last night?
You know, they were on duty, but I literally saw them walk right past the guards, like the guards looked at them and didn't seem to do anything. Very distressing. It was very distressing. I, of course, am not one to approach the guards and ask them any of this, but I felt some type of way about it. I don't know what the guards are coming to these days.
And these were the royal guards, not the city guards that did this.
Yes, they were the royal guards. I know. Can you believe it? Unreasonable.
Never. The scandal.
Exactly.
Scandalous.
Well, you can be sure my
Scandalous.
lady will be hearing about it, but not until I make sure that everything is in perfect order here first. She continues adjusting the chairs and fluffing them up and wiping away any kind of dust that she sees. She completely turns and
There's
addresses you anytime you talk to her, but when you're not talking to her, she goes back to her work.
according to her story, just so I make sure I heard what I heard right. She didn't actually follow them in. She just saw this group of people that she thinks is out of place come in at
From
night past the guards and didn't follow them in anywhere.
from what she said to you, that is what you picked up, yes.
The ruffians. The lower class people.
Yeah, that's why I'm like,
I want to
I
ask
think
her.
there may be more to it, but I don't know if I
I'm
want
going
to
to ask
ask
her
her
if
directly.
I'm just going to ask if she knows if the fighters are back at the Coliseum yet, or are they scheduled to come in a couple days?
She looks at you.
If she knows that.
Oh, you have interest in the fighters, do you? I don't blame you. I kind of do myself. She says,
Her interest is a little different.
maybe. She says, no, no, no. All the fighters are expected to arrive the day of. They don't lock them into the dungeon or anything. They're not slaves. Although we do have an event for that as well. But that's not this one. This is something completely different. This is no, these are all
Of
volunteers that
course not.
have fought their way to this position. Although I can't say
Okay.
none of them were slaves, but if they were, they still are being held by their owners and not brought in until the day of. No, there would be
Okay.
no fighters down below currently.
Okay. I just wanted to check and make sure that these ruffians weren't maybe mistaken for a fighter going into the Coliseum.
Oh, I would certainly hope that the fighters would have greater decorum than that.
Well, celebrations before.
Celebrations, indeed. With that, she turns around and she starts to walk off back down towards the exit.
Bye. Have a good day.
She doesn't seem to acknowledge you any
Watch
further.
out for those. Watch out for those lower class people.
As you watch her walk off,
Look out for the peasants.
you guys are all in the VIP dais there, watching her walk away. From behind you, you hear, "You summoned me?"
Yeah,
I'll
sure.
turn to. I'm assuming seeing
Grand.
the employer, Rain.
Yes.
Grand.
Uh,
Turn around and Rain is there.
yeah, we wanted to ask you some questions about some of the things we were hearing talked about here at the arena, and Rothis had some questions for some potential preparations that we believe if they can be done, it's better to ask you early than
He says, "I would have
later.
expected no different from you. I am actually glad to see that you have called me so soon. I'm very much looking forward to hearing your ideas and concepts, so please ask away."
So my first question is the royal guards. They usually do they usually talk about you out in the open, like in settings like this,
He
or is that
he seems,
something you caution
despite
them against?
his usual calm demeanor, you see just kind of in his eyes a slight flicker of annoyance, and he says, "Who spoke of me?"
Some of the guards over by I think it was the Kings or the VIP. Are those guards nearby by any chance?
Like you're asking out of character.
Yeah, I'm asking you as the
Yeah,
DM if they're within like
it was
eyesight.
the VIP dais guards, like the ones that are standing at the entrance of that general area.
Okay, I'll point towards them slightly so that they can't hear.
Hmm. Uh,
We may have heard some things,
He looks over and says, "No, they will be dealt with very soon. Thank you for letting me know."
Oh, safe.
but that brings up the other question of the guards with you earlier were very disciplined. Do you
Yes.
know of any areas these guards may have
To
guards
be
like that would be in the arena
to be
guarding?
to be fair, the best of our guards are not exactly out in the Colosseum guarding for the day's events leading up to. Don't get me wrong. The royal guards are the best of the best. But even among the royal guards, there are tiers of how good each are. Those that are particularly good, you mentioned the ones that were guarding me the other day, those are the ones that directly guard within the king's chambers. These out here currently, they are still royal guards and deserve the respect as such, but they aren't exactly what you would call the elite tier of royal guards.
Okay. Well then Chad's also going to kind of say back the what we heard from Michelle. I'm trying to look back what I wrote down for
Marin?
her last name.
Cheryl. It was supposed to be Cheryl. Cheryl Marin.
Or Cheryl. Thought I heard Michelle for some reason.
You did. That was a slip of my tongue initially. I combined Marin and Cheryl and got Michelle.
Cheryl marrying about some ruffians that potentially just walked past the guards in, and while we've been told that there's no fighters already in here, would there be any truth to that from what he knows of the guards that were stationed?
You spoke to Cheryl Marin, perhaps one of the most uptight prudish of the royal families. She means well, but anything that's not completely prim and proper can seem rather ruffian to her. That said, when the night falls, some of the merchants do tend to get a bit inebriated and may still continue to wander around the Colosseum grounds. I will tell you, though, each of those merchants are very well vetted by both mine and the General's guards to ensure that they are here properly. Now, that is not to say that some might not still slip by. Those with good reputations that still end up being corrupted by outside influences. But as far as we're able to tell, those that enter through here should have reasonable reputation. If they were
So it's
beyond reproach,
probable.
I wouldn't have to hire you. The fact that they still
So it's
have,
probable the guard. Oh, sorry.
it is possible. I would not say probable, but yes, possible.
Well, the guards let them pass because they knew who they were. Not.
Oh, the guards let them pass definitely because they had some sort of sigil, some sign that allowed them entry. That said, even those who are allowed entry into the Colosseum are still human and prone to proclivities.
How long has the Colosseum been guarded by the royal guard for the event?
There are always guards here for any kind of event. We generally lock things up, but we still leave a couple of at least city guards. The royal guards take charge 5 days before the event. So at this point, they've already been here for the last 2 days. Today being the third day, and then 2 more days till the event.
And the city guards have nothing to do with guarding even overnight.
No, during the 5 days prior, they are not responsible for any of the Colosseum activities.
Okay. Well, my impression of Cheryl was that there may have been some assumptions made, but it's still worth asking.
Hers is not exactly a word that I rely too greatly upon, but if you feel it's worth noting, I will make sure that I have someone looking into those events and get a better track of what exactly occurred last night. I do appreciate you bringing this to my attention.
And with that, I'll nod or indicate to Rothus about his plans for the stone reinforcement with enchantment.
Oh, no, all of it. Okay. Point up to the whatever the cover is. Can they be
You said removed, right?
It cut off a little bit there.
But I'm going to assume he said
He's
removed.
frozen for me.
He looks up at the cover.
sorry?
He says, those are there for a multitude of reasons. Security, protection from the sun for our royal guests. We could remove it, but I feel that that would cause more alarm than it would save. Is there any practical reason why I should give consideration to such a
You're dealing with a group that travels by shadow. All this shadow gives them ample room, no matter what security measures we put. It allows them to gain access that much easier. Are there other ways? Yes. Also, you're also dealing with a group of people that like their freedom. Being able to would be something that we like. We would be better
thing? I feel as though you
for outlands.
acknowledge that if you needed to fly, you could fly from this dais and out from underneath this tarp fairly easily.
Mhm.
There is no
What's all of the tarps?
obstacle in front of you.
Currently, that's part of the other plan. That is why I asked, can they be removed?
What is this other plan that you refer to?
Um, being able to have a mage cast a spell that I'm familiar with, a force wall on different items, approximately 15 items, to be able to encircle this place, basically in a force field, I guess.
I see. Yes, that would
And
create.
so, with that,
So at that point, you would then ensure that the entire group, the captain of the guard, the general, the diplomats, and his envoy, would be completely trapped within this thing with only the top exit to leave from.
if we
Yeah.
can talk to whoever the mages are that are creating it to find a way to activate and deactivate it, that's one. And I would like to put our people, the five of us, well, with our other, the five of us, as the guards stationed here.
I
So uniforms for my four companions and myself attached to the diplomat
I
as since I can blend in.
I respect your thoughts and beliefs on this kind of thing, but there are a few things to note. Some of them are which are things that I had thought to discuss once we finalized our plans, but since you're bringing them forth now, let's have a discussion about the day of. Um, I brought you in to be subtle, discreet. To paint you up as guards completely defeats the entire purpose. There are plenty of guards standing around. I want you to be able to see the things that the guards will miss, the things that will be hidden from the guards' eyes. That said, looking at the lot of you, I was thinking, you, Mr. Owlman, I was hoping to be able to actually have a bird's eye view of the stadium, hoping that you would fly in the air during the events to be able to keep an eye on everything from above.
Mhm.
That said, he looks towards Thorn. I was thinking of entering you into the actual contest so that you may be able to infiltrate the people actually within and discover if there's anyone among the fighters that could potentially have information or cause problem. There is, of course, also the option that if you were to win the contest, you would gain the prize as well.
What is the prize?
I
Funny.
do not have that information readily available. There's supposed to be some object of great power. I haven't really worried myself about the prize venture. I've been more worried about the security of this, but I will bring that information back to you. I will find out and return to you with that. For the
Well, since
angry
you
cat,
obviously,
I was thinking of having the angry cat stay by the diplomat's side. A fellow beastkin, at least nearby, I feel would not seem out of the ordinary. And if you have one or two others, I thought I would have them sparse throughout the arena, keeping watch particularly close to the dais, but should anything happen, they would be on hand to address that issue immediately.
Putting a cat next to a bird. Lovely.
I was thinking the same thing.
We forego certain stereotypes here.
I don't hate his plan.
Chad so far thinks it's a good plan. Anyone
We still
else
doing
have thoughts on it?
we still doing the force walls as well.
Ah, yes. The
It
force
sounds
walls.
like he's.
I have multiple concerns regarding the force walls. If anyone should come from some other direction, it will eliminate certain exits. Even if they are able to be removed, that delays, depending on how long it takes to remove them. That's not even counting in the idea of trying to get the mages required to be able to perform this in such a short notice. Even one stone would take a mage a matter of hours, perhaps a day's worth of energy to be able to form such a thing. We, of course, have the
You have 2
Mages
days.
College nearby, but not all of them have that particular skill, and of those that do, well, let's just say I don't have authority over the college. I can make a request to see what they're authorizing, but I then also have the security concerns regarding that as well. As you said, they can come in through the shadows. You put a force wall up, someone comes in through the shadows, that eliminates any exit for anyone other than the diplomat who could fly above said force walls. Where the diplomat is my primary responsibility, I do also need to worry about anyone else involved as well.
That wasn't that was not what you originally let us what we were believing.
You are correct.
So
That is not
uh,
your concern, but it is mine. I have hired you specifically for the diplomat, and in that regard, your plan is sound. But I have to consider all those beyond the diplomat as well. And for that reason, I feel uncertain about this force wall plan.
Chad will Wildling. So far, if he's not willing to go for the force wall, his plan sounds so far one of
It's a sound plan.
the better starts of a plan at the very least. We can use the info we got from the guards to investigate the other fighters and see if they're involved with the cult of the Black Sun.
well, it's more the one I'm worried about are the guards themselves. We've already shown that his guards are no better than the street guards, the city cops.
If I may interject with that,
And
the guards that you see guarding the Colosseum today are not the same guards that will be here on the day of the actual event.
Are there any concerns from where you see it of these guards being a little more
Lax,
laxed and letting someone in that shouldn't prior to the event, or those guards taking over?
they, I will grant you, they have loose tongues, and that will be addressed, I assure you. But when it comes to allowing admittance, they have strict orders to those on the outer perimeter. I would be more concerned with those on the inner perimeter. Tend to be a little bit more meticulous on such things. But by the time they get here to the dais, they've gone through 3, perhaps 4 guards. You're assuming all 4 of those guards would be. No. My
Well,
concern isn't with
are
the people gaining access not allowed to have access. My concern is more those who are allowed to have access may still have been corrupted by other forces.
mm, well, my concern was one layer getting it past the first obstacle for someone that should not have something in here, and then
It's
finding a way that doesn't involve a guard to get it another layer deeper.
it's unlikely, but admittedly feasible, which is why I've hired you to inspect the entire Colosseum. Inspect the guards. If you feel that the guards are insufficient, as you've mentioned with these down here, and as I said, they will be addressed. If you find other guards that are found lacking, I would certainly appreciate any information that you may have, and I will address them as well.
Why do we have a hit? Oh, I was like, is someone swinging already? What's what's going on?
I attacked the spy
Just
master.
punching the
Let's
wall.
do this. Fuck this
It's the
guy.
joke. I'm a human fighter. How original. First person they meet is human. Oh, I guess it's time for combat.
Well, if I sat there and actually swung at him, both of those would have been good fucking hits.
Yeah, they would.
Damage wise, eh.
Anyway, no, we're figuring out what's already been done to where we can focus our efforts. As you have pointed out, we're limited on time, so
Oh, you do have 2 days. I'm hoping that is sufficient time to interview anyone you need to interview and explore any part of this Coliseum you need to explore.
it won't matter if it's enough time. It's the time we have. We're just making the most of it,
Then
trying
let's
to be
go down.
efficient with resources.
Then I suggest if we're going to go through with his plan, let's go look at the fighter area as a party, because I wouldn't just rely on my perception, and see if there's anything down in the fighter area that may lead up to
Well,
the VIP.
before we have that, is there anything else we want to ask before,
Yes.
so we're not
Smoke
taking up the
bomb.
spy master's time? Ah, yes. Well, this.
Smoke bombs. They are very needed during this time of. Now, also, I do want to ask about the smoke bombs, but going with Josie's plan, I also think we need to figure out where, if we're going with this plan, where are the Ed and our mage going to be, and let's scout out that area, how accessible they are to getting
Well,
to this
it sounded
area,
like
so that
the plan had
well,
us here in the VIP area, or at least Chains
I don't
was.
know. Change is there, and I can get there quickly enough, but then that just leaves me and him and whatever guards against anyone that gets in here.
Yeah, didn't know if Chad and Thruin would be here as well,
If
or if we'd just be close by.
if I may interject,
Or what about down in here?
I would like to say that barring a surprise attack, which is completely feasible, of course, I am fully confident that any warriors that the cult may send, the guard that will be formed, as I said, the lead general will be here. He will have his best guards, short of those that are guarding the king himself. The otherwise best guards will be in this dais. He will not be completely unsecured, and we will not have these same ruffian guards that you see before you guarding this area. If anyone decides that they want to try to take on a head-on fight, they will be sorely mistaken in that assessment.
All right. Well, sounds like up here secure. Then while we're looking at the gladiator pits, we should probably find a place that allows the rest of the party to see
I
what's going on and
I do
be mobile enough to act.
concede. I do concede to your Rothus's concern about them shifting through the shadows to possibly take off a quick sneak attack. That does seem to be a valid concern, but one we may have to attempt to address as promptly as possible in the process. I don't see really any viable way of avoiding that. I don't think all forms of attack are going to be possible to address immediately. All we can do is predict it, hope that we see it in time, and address it as quickly as possible when seen. Perhaps we can at least get out of such an attack with minimal casualty.
Well, Chad, while we're flying around, and it's more to the party than the spy master, we see an area that I can relay information from Rothis flying around to everyone else as much as possible. That might be the best position for me to be at.
You say this
Because
in the
with Mind Link, I won't have to shout or.
does the spy master hear this, or is this something you're saying via mind link?
I'm saying it aloud to the everyone, including, but it's more for the as the party
Because
tries to make another plan that
when
melds what the spy master has to.
when you say that, it seems to pique the spy master's interest. He says you are able to
Okay, well,
communicate with your party mentally.
yeah,
Oh, that is most useful.
I have to be able to see them first, but there are limits.
No,
But
that'll be
in,
perfect. You see, I also plan to be on this dais. If you are able to see
just so
anything,
clarity,
you can communicate to me, you can communicate to them, and likewise, if I say anything, I am also able to communicate in the same way. This would be very much more effective. I mean, at this point, I've figured that I would have to watch for anything and inform you via those same communication methods. But knowing that you have that ability as well, that does open up our options a great deal.
yeah. Yeah, Mike, just so I'm make sure I'm tracking it. We're in the VIP area, right? That's
Yes, that's where you
where I
currently
thought
are.
we were.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then yeah, yeah. Chad will like, yeah, no, I can do that.
If that's the case, then we might not
Just let me
need
see.
you specifically in this area since I will already be here. Your owl friend will be circling overhead. We might need you from a more centralized location where you can more easily relay information both to here and potentially to the king's dais, should we see anything
He can be
amiss.
the
And
he can be the MC in the middle of the arena, right here.
unfortunately, I don't
Oh,
think I could justify that. Uh,
Yeah,
don't know if I'm as eloquent as
that was
our
out of
mage would be at introducing people.
but still,
that was really out of character.
still, I
Chad
will
knows
give,
his limitations.
knowing this new information that I did not have before, that gives me pause for thought. I will get back to you on where I think you might be useful with that talent.
Chad will just nod in agreement and allow him to
I have
try not to
heard
interrupt.
that you have some skill in medical treatment.
This is also true. Chad tries to help out people where he can, and Chad's got your back.
It is possible. I'm not conclusive on this being the best idea, but just to scout out the possibilities and options, we could have you closer to the arena floor if we presented you as one of the healers for the combatants that get injured.
Oh, yeah, that's well within my abilities is to ensure people are healed and at the very least ensure they don't perish as part of the event.
We'll consider
That's a
that
simple matter for.
as an option. As of right now, the only three that I have for certain is your halfling, your tabaxi, and your owlkin. The other two are still versatile figures that we can place wherever we feel is needed in the moment's notice, which is good to have. But I should mention that at least that is an option for us.
Chad nod along and allow him not again. Try not to just interrupt and allow him to think.
He seems paused for the moment, letting you guys continue on with your conversations while he considers.
Yeah. So we got the gladiator arena, and where else were we trying to go? And this is while he's thinking, just
Mm,
talking
if
to the party to
you
make
are
sure we have
looking
a a plan
for
for our next set of investigation.
places to investigate, there is the tournament participant arena underground. There is also the actual arena grounds themselves that could lead to something. I find it
The arena
unlikely that,
grounds are like here, the
yeah, that's the big sandy area in the middle.
middle.
I don't
Uh,
anticipate there being any issues down there. I have had a couple of my own men go through and explore it, but for your own sake of knowledge, it might be good just to see what you find down there.
be familiar with the area in case we should have to go there for whatever happens.
Absolutely.
Potentially, allegedly.
Alleged.
Did anyone else have any ideas that they wanted to track down?
I don't. Outside, just look at
That'll
the.
be
Just double check that one area. And roasted smoke bombs.
Thorn,
Yes.
you smell something peculiar.
Oh boy.
Something that doesn't quite smell right to you. It's very faint, and you didn't even notice it at first. But the more you start to focus on it, the more it seems to be some type of oil.
All right. I'm gonna go and investigate where that oil smell is coming from.
So
Or go toward it.
you continue to sniff it out, and you're following along, and you end up finding a crate where you see some liquid spilling from, very, very slowly, very subtly, barely even noticed, but you definitely caught onto it. It's a kind of alchemical smell.
Can I taste it?
Yeah.
Lord Jesus,
Like,
why?
You
like put
taste
my finger in and just take a taste to see if it's like.
You hold up.
Ah,
You are as bad
it's
as my
poop.
students. You are as bad as my students. Is it edible?
It's
Wait, are you in for
a
Is it
fair
geography?
poop?
question.
Geology? Are you a geology teacher?
What was that?
No. Teach culinary.
Yeah, well,
I
then
mean,
that's a
there's
reasonable
some room for
question.
tasting there.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
No, it's not. When you see raw dough or the stuff that comes after you do stuff, everything does not require the question, is it edible?
Yes, it
Everything.
does. It
I feel like it
does.
does,
Oh,
How
especially if
old
you're in
are these
excuse me.
culinary.
people?
Like I
Is
said,
it like
if it's
a class for
geology, you'd be
adults?
right, but
Oh,
If it was kids, I could see them being like, "Can I taste it? Can I taste it?" every 5 seconds. But if it's adults, they might need to. You might be like, "Are you sure this is the right class for you?"
it's both.
Hey, Aaron, in
It's
that
both.
regard, 3/5 of us have worked with adults who that is a perfectly reasonable mindset. Is does it taste good? Is it
Yeah,
edible?
No.
I have worked.
It's not
I
about
have worked with
tasting
Marines.
good. They ask, is it can we eat this? That's with everything.
they'll find out if
Again,
it tastes good after they eat it. They
three
just want to make sure that they can
three
eat it
fifths
first.
of this group
Right.
have worked with plenty of people who have done that, even in countries you shouldn't.
Yeah,
I should know.
Hey,
I
you
was
have
one
to
of
live
them.
and learn.
foot bread is a real thing.
That shit is delicious. You just got to get over the fact that it was kneaded with their feet.
That
Besides, we
said,
got a healer on
Yeah.
hand. We're fine.
You just have to ignore the
Anyway,
little crispy flecks that you.
that said, you taste it and it tastes like oil.
Can I open the crate?
You can. You open the crate
That
and you
cooking or
notice
lamp?
you basically notice a couple of things of oil that seem to have been set there for some pyrotechnic displays.
Do I see? Is anyone around me?
Everyone is around you. You got the spy master, your entire party.
Oh,
There's a couple of guards further down.
All right, so
I
I'm
assumed
gonna
he
turn over
wandered
to the
off.
spy master, and then I'm gonna mind link with him. One, just to mess with him a
You,
little bit, but
you
also to
you would do
look
it
at
to
him and go,
Chad.
Dragon.
Oh no,
Is
you
there
have it
supposed
too.
to be pyros during like pyrotechnic fireworks during this event?
Uh, he looks at you and says, "Yes, there are expected to be pyrotechnics, especially in the VIP dioceses that will be there for their displays to make them feel honored and distinguished. They are not supposed to be leaking like that, but I will make sure someone has come up here to address that immediately. These are not enough to cause any significant explosion. Uh, they will essentially cause more of a fizzle kind of thing."
Are you sure about that?
Hmm.
Like, are you sure that these are for the your little fireworks for the section,
He looks in
and
the
not
he looks in the
a
crate
big
and he
bomb?
says, "No, this is what we expect to see here, but if the lot of you feel that this is a potential safety hazard, I will instruct the guards to remove this immediately and we'll just put it in the other areas." But
And I'm
yes,
I'm
this
gonna look
is
over at
expected.
Rothis and be like, "Is that something that should be concerned about?" Jed doesn't know. He has no frame of reference.
Yes, that is.
Now,
That is
Oh,
very concerning.
does and every one of these dioceses have these crates with the oil?
The all the royal houses do. The king's does not. Um, but the royal houses do. The other dioceses for just the regular merchants, the VIP type other personnel, they do not. These are meant exclusively for the more elite dioceses.
Can we not? If we do the fireworks, could we do the fireworks down in the Coliseum and let it go from there?
I would not
Versus,
feel comfortable putting the fireworks in with the fighters. That seems like a recipe for disaster in any number of ways. But we
I
can
mean,
lower it down further so that it's. I will address it. If you feel like this is a safety issue here, then I will have this removed from this area and we will find a different way to address that particular situation.
I do feel it's a safety issue.
Then it shall be addressed. This will not be here this time tomorrow.
Good.
Is there anything further?
I will say though, and then I look at the group. I look at Chad and I mind link with him, going, "Hey, we're gonna need to make a note to make sure that we check this area the day of to see if there's any explosives around.
yeah.
Any like these."
Chad will agree, even though he says he's going to take care of it. Check but trust but verify.
Yes.
Better yet, there shouldn't be any explosives in this one and the next two, one on either side of them, if we can help that.
You saying that through mind link or allowed to?
Oh, I
Just
say it
so
out
we.
loud.
In that case, Rain looks back to you and says, "No, the diocese to either side are just general VIPs. It's not any of the houses. So there shouldn't be any on either side of this. So once we remove this crate, there
Okay.
won't be any anywhere nearby."
So out of character, is anyone else thinking of just like them flying up and then just flaming chickens clapping?
Yes.
I mean,
Just to give a funny image there at the end.
Is there anything further that I can do for you?
Anyone else in the party?
I think as long as Rosas gets his smoke bombs.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
hasn't
Rothos
actually
and smoke
officially
bombs.
said that in character yet.
I have actually.
You said a bunch of things, and some of them
Yes.
seemed to be in character, but some of them were not. So it was impossible to really determine.
Okay, Mr. Spymaster. I've noticed that the cult of the Dark Sun have access to a lot of items, and one of them in particular are smoke bombs. Would you be able to procure
Procure?
some of those, and or the book, a book maybe with detailing how to make them?
Your request on knowing how to make them could be a challenge. I'm certain I can get you in contact with someone who is familiar and may be able to show you. I don't know as though it's written down anywhere in specific. That said, you wanting them, I can certainly acquire. Uh, my question, though, is should something happen and there's chaos ensuing, would not smoke bombs create greater chaos? How was your plan exactly in utilizing those in this situation?
The same way that they use them as a way of escape, that can also be used in that same way,
So your hope is to be
especially if
able to utilize it for the diplomat to escape.
a diplomat, those who the other people that you are worried about um taking care of and securing, also being able to use them in that form or fashion would give us at least an added option of escape if something did happen.
I do have concern that it could cause more chaos than it would aid, but I have hired you because I trust in your abilities and your opinions. Therefore, I will see what I can acquire for you and get those to you tomorrow.
Perfect.
Well, thank you.
Would it suffice to
Now
get
off
you
to the,
two or three? Would that be sufficient?
yes, any amount. Any amount would be acceptable.
I will see what I can acquire. I'm certain I can at least get you two, possibly three.
And then at some point, the man to help me learn to make them would be another one.
I can, depending on how this event kicks off, uh, I may be able to associate that. Is there anything
Okay.
further from you, gentlemen?
Chad can't think of anything.
And the feline misses. Anything from you?
No.
Very well. If you have any further need of me again, please do not hesitate to ask. I am forever at your service. With that, he takes a step back and you see him start to fade back into the shadow.
And as soon as he fades away, I'm going to go over and I want to see how he does that. See if I can
Like a cat
detect
with a
the-
laser
In the
pointer.
shadow?
Yeah.
In the shadow, you said?
Yeah, well, I want to
In
go to
shadow
where he was
stepping.
just standing, to where how he. Do
You
I
find,
notice anything?
yeah, you find a bunch of dark area. I mean, not dark, dark. Reasonable shadows for midday underneath the tarp.
Okay.
It might be shadow stepping.
Is anyone else concerned with that our lovely spy master is using tricks that our cult uses? And
I mean,
though
It's
his
just a
plan is
coincidence.
sound, yeah, but hold on. Though his plan is sound, there is a good plan. It also pulls all of us away from the person we are supposed to be making sure that is secure
and leaving me
and puts us
with
in, except for one person, it pulls all the rest of us away from that person
It's
and
also the
conveniently
person
puts
who
him.
it also puts the person who started the fire in the sewers
that was
alone with
not my fault.
See, I didn't even go there. But no, does it? I don't know if anybody else has that concern, that just that thought that the one person. Now, I mean, it could be just a coincidence, but he utilizes a lot of the same skills that they do. No one had heard about him for, well, how long ago did the guards say that they hadn't heard? He just came in and now he has this position. If you are a part of a big organization, that might be something that you can muscle your way into creating a position for, or you create a position for something. You create a problem for something that what's what I'm trying to say. You create
You
solutions for problems that you create. So then,
me.
and like I said, his plan conveniently takes everyone away from the one thing he wanted us to come and
Protect.
secure. Right. So I'm just throwing out as devil's advocate. No, that's not the word I want. I'm just throwing them out
And
for people to
conveniently,
hear.
it's supposed to be explosive, like
I
combustible.
wasn't concerned about the explosives.
Oh yeah, that one got me too. The explosives that conveniently were sitting there in the one place that we probably don't want it to be.
I
I
mean,
mean, he seems like a
he's
nice dude, though.
he's putting people in what looks to be some of the best places to take care or use their unique features. And
Mhm.
like you're the only one of us that can fly and see everything. Thorn is the gladiator. So trying to figure out those potential concerns might be his option, but
I
the
mean,
fact that he
that's
can
what I
shadow
said.
step around and he's familiar with the area may be
It's
concerning.
a little weird, but
Like I said, it's right on that line of should we be concerned? I think we should at least think about that he's in league. Just keep that in mind. Again, we just met him a couple hours ago. So we know nothing
Mhm.
about him. Just like so
but
again,
I
his plan
trust James, and James can defend against anyone.
Or die trying.
The only
Just
thing
set fire
giving
to the
him
table.
some credibility, and this is all through MindLink, I'm hoping, um, is that he's always with the Royal Guard.
but
The
then,
Royal Guard that
like I said, we've had double on that royal guard. Some that are stoic and some that are blabbermouths.
also true.
Is it just it it tingle, it gives me a tingle just thinking about, because just as good as everything is on one side, it's right on that fine line to be the other side.
Hmm.
I mean, like, it's great where he put us in positions to use our abilities best, but he also took us all away from where he wants us to
The
be.
objective.
Right. Because everyone is going to be out of a decent distance away, short of chains and maybe myself, and that's it. Oh, and our shadow step and our mage who likes
Misty
to
step.
misty step.
That's something to
I'm gonna
keep
be
an eye on
honest.
as we're
Yeah,
I've
discussing
that's
honest
things.
all I'm
though.
saying. I just wanted to voice the concern to keep an eye on it.
I
Because I
think
also
though
know
us
Mike's
being spread
mind.
out. I think us being spread
I,
out though
I
just a little bit will help us out. Also, just keeping a track of what's going on.
yeah,
I
like I said, I agree. It's just right on that fine line of suspicion
yeah,
also.
But outside of that, we're heading down to the arena or the fighter, down to the fighting
Yeah.
pit, and then where the arena, the gladiators are, right?
Yeah.
Which area are you going to first?
Let's go down to
Uh, Fighter.
the fighter pit.
All right. You go. You trace down and you follow the hallways and tunnels until you get to the bottom area. You have to ask the guards a couple of times. You see guards basically everywhere. Like they're not thick, but you don't go too far without seeing another guard. And as you ask them, they point you into the direction that you're looking to go. And you see the training pits where it's all underground, but you see where clearly the gladiators are sit there and they'll train. You see some healer tents. You see weapon racks, um, mostly with kind of old and decayed weapons. You're assuming that there's a couple of weapons that are there for the fighters if they need it, but most of them are probably going to bring their own whenever they come. And you see chalkboards with lists of like old matches from before.
I just
Do
want to look
we?
around the room and see if there's any stone on the walls or any stone on the floor that seems kind of out of place.
All right, we need more. We need new perception/investigation checks.
Okay.
Okay.
That seems
They're like all over the place.
All right, let's see.
What are you eating?
Homemade
Is that
egg drop
Paul?
soup.
Oh,
Thorn, you
yes.
happen to notice, uh, as you're, I mean, everyone notices this except for, maybe Rothus. But there is someone down there. Like I said, this place is not desolate. It's not completely empty. Merlot, you okay? You gonna survive there?
Corn went up the wrong way.
I'm starting to think
Hmm.
your ramen over there was too spicy or something.
Egg drop soup.
I mean, but it didn't matter because he didn't slow down eating not one bit.
Not at all. Um,
Right when you asked him, "Are you okay?" he was still eating
yeah,
again.
he had to stop eating just to answer. Um, you, yeah. So like I was saying, you're not alone down there. There's other people. You see people that's they're kind of like doing prep work and but something that catches your eye, Thorn, is there's a person sitting on a bench that seems to be sharpening a strange looking blade.
Hmm. I'm gonna walk over and ask him about it.
He looks up to you and
Be like,
says,
"Hey, that's a nifty looking blade there."
"Oh, you like this? I made this. I had this
Yeah.
made specially for these fights where we're allowed to use weapons. A lot of these fights that we have out here, y'all can't use the weapons, but this one you can."
It's nice. I haven't seen one like it.
He holds it up.
Where'd you get it from?
It ends up being a gauntlet with a curved blade that sticks up out of it. He says, there's a very talented blacksmith in one of the other districts. If you go to him, come up with a design, anything you ask for, he can make you. This thing, it gives me the abilities to sit there and move just as I would if I were barehanded. But I got that blade just for that extra strike. Oh, it's great. I love it.
That is nifty. Man, you're creative coming up with that design.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Uh, you're not one of the fighters, are you? I don't want you to be getting any unfair advantage knowledge here. You, you look
No,
like a
I don't
bit of
know.
a warrior yourself.
Uh, I've done my fair share. Now, I will say, I'm assuming I have my weapons
Yes,
still.
you've never been disarmed. No.
Yeah. Let me tell you something special about this blade, though.
Oh, that's a nice blade there, sir.
I can do booming blade with this blade. I don't have to cast any magic spells.
No. Tell me, sir,
Yeah,
where?
there was a magic shop in town
Really?
for
You
a
know,
yes, for a hefty price.
how much did you pay for that?
I don't
Don't
remember
tell
off
them
the
all your
top.
secrets.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I know it cost a hefty amount.
I'm sure. You know, it's interesting that you mention it. I have never considered putting magic on my blades, but that's a fascinating concept. I really need to give that. I may have to go and visit them before this tournament begins. You know, we're supposed to register all of our weapons and, tell them everything that we have the day of the actual tournament. So if I get that done, how long did it take them to actually implement?
It was like 3 days.
Ah, the tournament's in 2 days. Oh, the curse. Maybe they'll be able to do something for me if I pay them a little bit more. I'm still going to check it out though, sir. You offer a great suggestion. Oh, that's going to be great.
Hey, if anything, I could you do me a favor though?
Aye, absolutely. What you got?
I'm I'm walking around and I've been hearing rumors that we have a big like someone super important is coming in to watch this fight outside of the king. And I heard that they are some people are suspecting the fighters as a potential like trying to attack the person coming in.
Fighters attacking. Well, let me tell you. To begin with, we're talking about important people. I don't know if you're familiar with the tournament. This is the tournament of champions. All the important people of the kingdom come to this. You said the king, of course you know about the king. There'd also be the houses. I don't even know. I'm not great with politics, I'll be honest with you. There's a number of houses, 4, 5, 6, I don't know. There's houses, all the houses, all the lords, the ladies, their children, the representatives. It's a mess. It's so many people. It's amazing how many people work for these houses. They'll all be there. The best of merchants. I would be surprised if the person who made your blade booming isn't here as well. Anyone who's anyone is at these events. So, of course. Now, you're talking about the idea that there's one of us fighters, that could end up attacking someone in one of those high up positions like that. You know, I would hate to think that of any of my fellow fighters. That would be awful, absolutely terrible. That said, I could definitely see where, say, someone has gauntlets, kind of like mine, with a weapon inside of it, but with some kind of mechanism inside that allows some sort of dart or something to shoot forward. I mean, the chances of it, extremely unlimited, rare. All of our weapons, the day of, get inspected. We're not supposed to be able to have any kind of projectile, but some of these warriors, they get a little tricky, a little bit cunning. I think it was 2 tournaments ago, I saw someone with that kind of device. It was a short range firing mechanism. They shot it off, and it shot right into their opponent, knocked the man immediately down. Oh, it was terrible. He was disqualified, of course. You're not allowed to have any kind of long-range weapons like that. But still, he didn't use it until he was about to get his own head chopped off. So he may have been disqualified, but he's still alive.
Hey, I completely get that.
That said,
Now,
not to say it cannot happen, but uh, I, like I said, I would hate to think any of us to be that kind of person. We spend most of our lives fighting. This is what we do. We live for the arena. To sully that kind of reputation by attacking someone like, I hate to think it. I hate to think it. But if
I
someone tried to assassinate some, oh, you know, you know what? The Assassin's Guild. This is the exact kind of thing that they do. They infiltrate. They send someone in, someone to just sit there and be there for years, building up that reputation, and then completely bursting it out by their final objective. Eh, it could happen. It could happen. I haven't heard anyone being involved in such a thing, of course. But unfortunate. I hate to say it, but I could see it.
then then my other question for you.
Hmm.
My family's coming to watch the fights,
Your family. Oh,
and
that's going to be wonderful.
now I haven't now I haven't decided if I am truly joining the fights or not yet.
You haven't decided.
But
All of us know
no,
months ago we have earned and worked our way to this position. I have fought unlimited fight. How have you not decided if you mind if I ask what war gladiator event you represent?
oh, the fights from Goldhaven.
Goldhaven. You're the Goldhaven fighter. Oi, I've heard about you. They say you got beat by some halfling. No, no, there was a halfling involved in the fight. An owl. There was some flighted little bird that beat you in one of those fights, didn't they? I remember. I heard
Yes.
about that.
Now, if I had my weapon,
Hmm.
it would have been a different fight.
Good news is they allow weapons here. You're lucky, though, that they weren't able to find the owl that was supposed to have been fighting in this tournament. If they had found him, you'd have been in trouble, sir.
I would have been. Granted, I also fear everyone else would be in trouble too. He's very cunning.
I've
But
no doubt.
but if I want to quickly go see my family during the fights, or if
Oh,
they want to come
sorry.
down and see
Yes,
me
yes.
after, is there a passage that they don't have to keep going through security to get checked
Wait.
to make it
Sir,
back up to the
sir,
stands or back?
you're asking for someone from the stands to come down into here, into the fighter arena, to see you after your fight. Is that what you're asking for, sir?
Yes.
Sir, no, no. Oh, you've clearly never been here before. No, sir, listen. Once the fights start, this entire area gets locked down. There's no one that comes in, and the only ones that leave are by the healers. No one leaves here. No one
Okay.
gets out. No one until the fight is done. This whole area down here is completely locked down.
Well, now remember, I'm from Goldhaven, and I got hit in the head a couple times.
Haven't we all? Haven't we
So
all?
my knowledge of this tournament is a little vague. That's the only reason why I'm asking.
No, no, sir. I tell you, if you are down here and the tournament has begun, the first fight has started, there is no leaving for us, no visiting of family. You wait until after the tournament, then you visit your family.
Okay. So I just want to get this straight. Once we're here, no one's leaving.
Aye, sir. No one's leaving. Well,
Perfect.
as I said, unless there's a medical emergency. Someone gets there,
Oh,
say their head gets chopped off, and they need some sort of medical attention well beyond what they have here. They will, of course, be quickly escorted, but no one's leaving here that's not standing upright. Let's say that, huh?
uh, completely makes sense. Now, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I look forward to seeing you in the battles up above. Hopefully, you, sir, of the Gold Haven, bring honor to your city.
Thank you. You too. Hey, where are you from?
Sir, I represent one of the local fighter guilds here in Vacoria. I don't
Okay.
actually come from another kingdom. I represent the Sunwell district.
Okay. Well, may you bring glory upon the Sunwell District.
And you to Goldhaven, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'm miming to Chad and go, once we're down here, we're locked in. There's no way in,
That'll
no way out.
relay that out to the other party members.
Chains. While that conversation is going on, you're looking around. You're inspecting different things. You find one of the gates leading up to the main arena grounds. Seems to have a broken gate hinge.
Are there any guards around by chance?
You see guards like at the entrance of the actual training area and everything, but there's not like one standing at that gate.
Hmm. So, how far away are the guards from where I'm currently standing?
Say probably about 100 meters.
That's too far. Uh.
Hang on. Think about that. While you're considering that, Chad, you see a cloaked figure that's at the participants gate, the gate that, the people come in. Seems to be kind of lurking around.
Is that it, or
Yeah, no,
are you
that's
searching?
no, that's
Okay, it
what I had
looked
to
like
say
you were
about that.
searching, so I was waiting.
I am searching, but I'm searching for something else. I've said what I had to say for you, but I'm anticipating your upcoming question, so I'm searching for that.
All right. Well, the perception check was also to see if there was like any of the names that we heard earlier. I'm not even going to try to pronounce them
No, the
right.
warriors' names.
Kragos or Javel were on the board from before, just to
Uh,
see if they had been here before.
you did see the Kragos name on there before.
Okay.
Yep.
I guess Rothus is flying around.
Okay, so you guys are
I'll go up
underground
to
while
the
Rothus is
Also, that
above.
was
That's what?
I'll go over to
I said
the
that was
cloaked figure and see who he is.
You see a rather thin, relatively young-looking high elf that's in a cloak. He looks at you and says, "Can I help you? What do you want?"
Hmm. How are you one of the gladiators here for the fights?
No, I'm not a gladiator. Who are you?
I'm a dude looking for a dude decides as another dude. Hoping that completely throws him off. We'll go with the real question of I happen to be helping one of my buddies prepare for potentially fighting in the arena and looking around at the area in case he needs some healing later on.
He says, "Oh, so you're one of the fighter assistants. Not even a fighter? Please, don't talk to me right
No,
now. I am busy.
I'm more of a healer. I know a fighter.
Great, you're a healer.
What are you
Congratulations.
what are you busy with? And anyone that's seen Chad just like persistently bugging this person, feel free to chime in.
He says, I don't have to answer to you. Please, leave me be. I am sitting here investigating, making sure that everything is going to be according to plan.
Is Chad
Who's
close?
glad?
Is Chad close to me, or am I still in the conversation with the other guy?
Yeah, this is what's happening while you're talking to the other individual.
Okay, cool.
So Chad's gonna ask, whose plans? Are you working for one of the noble houses? I'm kind of being the annoying child with this person.
He looks at you. Roll a charisma check.
Charisma or perception?
Charisma. Any of your potential charismas. I'm guessing not intimidation the way you're talking, but oh,
No,
oh
no.
shit.
That's a
Okay.
nat one. Chad is really being awkward now.
He looks at you and says, "Yes, I do. Now leave me alone, you peasant.
Which
Comfortable.
one?
I
I
don't
have to play out this now.
I don't answer to you. Please go away."
Well, the quickest way to make me go away and stop bothering you is to answer my questions, because
I
otherwise
did
I'm just
answer
gonna
your
be like,
question and
"Hey,
you're
what
still
you
bothering me.
doing?" Well, you didn't answer my next question. Which house?
That means that you have an unlimited number of questions and I don't plan to sit here for the lot of them. Go away.
I could just follow you around and keep bugging you, or you could just keep answering.
I am not going to answer any more of your questions, you annoying little gnat.
I'm not little. I might be a gnat though.
You see him turn around and he starts looking around for you're not even sure what.
I've tried my best with that roll that I got to figure out what this person is, and we'll just
To be,
let Chad
to be honest,
constantly be annoying this guy in the background.
I think you got a lot further than you should have with that roll.
He didn't answer my questions. I was just playing out the being an one and awkward and
I mean, he did say that
bothering
he's
him to the
from one
point
of
where
the
he
royal
wouldn't answer.
houses. Whether he actually is
Oh,
or not, that's a different story, but he did say he was. So, still, more answer than you should have gotten with that roll.
I was just trying to be super annoying because I got a one.
I am impressed though that with a 1 you still got a 7. That's pretty impressive.
I have a 6
Yeah, yeah,
modifier for charisma.
that's pretty good.
This is my spellcaster.
Um, so Chains, you saw how well Chad
Yes.
succeeded. What you got going on?
Well, so I'm gonna wander over to one of the guards. Yes, 100 yards, whatever,
Sure.
and inform him of the broken gate that I've noticed
He
as
looks
a
at you.
security risk.
Roll charisma. Don't roll a 1.
I didn't roll a 1, but
God damn.
didn't roll a very good.
That's
6
impressive
plus
that
1.
you didn't roll a 1, but you still got the same score. That's impressive. That said, the guard looks at you with disdain and says, "What are you saying to me?"
It would be very unfortunate if my employer finds out you did not take my concern seriously.
Your employ Who's your employer?
My employer is the spy master.
No, 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 no. You're something like you're not. No, that can't be right. Wait, is it?
Are you willing to take that risk?
No. Begrudgingly, he starts to walk over towards the gate that you pointed to. Sometimes the right words
Even doing
can overcome a bad roll.
surprisingly from me.
Yeah.
Or getting some extra info out of a guy by just being annoying.
After a few moments, you see Chad wandering off after some cloaked
Done
figure.
done being annoying.
You see the halfling just sitting there having a nice conversation with some dude with some weird ass blades. And after a few moments, uh, he comes back to you and he says, "All right, you're right. There's a problem with that gate. Don't worry, we'll get it addressed. Thank you for noticing it. If you're working for the spy master, I apologize for giving you a hard time, and please don't tell him I said anything negative about you."
You have redeemed yourself for now.
Thank you, kitty.
I look at him and I'm like,
he
I'll walk away.
he tried. It was his effort, his attempt to be nice.
Well, that's why I was like, I go over to Chad and so you strike out.
He works for one of the royal houses. That's all I know. He wouldn't answer my question. Chad,
I thought it was a woman.
No,
Chad thought that the first grader approach would work for line of questioning. Apparently, it just annoys people to where they won't talk to you anymore.
yeah, who
You
knew?
stay there. Who thought that would be an approach that doesn't work?
Been Thorn's height, maybe that would have worked better.
Apparently, I'm a little gnat. Oh, boy.
Hmm.
Hey, puppy. Hey, puppy dog.
Um, Rothus,
Yes.
you are flying around.
Fly like an eagle.
There is a point that you can fly up to where you look at the arena kind of how we have it in Roll20.
Mhm.
Whether or not you consider that the good height for monitoring, or if you want to be closer for more detailed monitoring, is up to you.
Oh, that's actually really good.
You fly down and you inspect various parts. Is there anything? Well, give me a perception roll.
Give me a second because I had to redo my page, so I have to wait for my character sheet to load again. Description. I have to do what I
Oh, yeah.
made.
Pretty good.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah. There's two things that you really notice, and it's in regards to people walking around. The
Mhm.
first is from your high vantage point. You see someone walking through the stands carrying some sort of metal case.
Mhm.
The second, you see someone who seems to be dressed in some sort of noble clothing, uh, having some sort of heated discussion with one of the guards.
Mhm. Is anybody a way to give me a mind link? I don't know.
I mean, I'm underground.
I'm underground too.
You're underground?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
we're in the fighting.
Fun. All right. So then I'm gonna notate where the got what the case is going, but I want to go, and I know it's not the easiest, it's broad daylight, maybe using the sun behind me or something. Um, try to get in a little closer to the people arguing
All right.
without just alerting them every bit. I mean, I
So
know it's daytime. Well, you said it was starting to get darker, so
the bad thing about being a DM is the people tell you what they want to do, and you got to figure out how they do it sometimes. Um, the thing with stealth is it's not that you necessarily are hidden from sight, but you're hidden from being noticed. And I make mention of that this time
right.
because you are able to see that this individual is yelling with a guard. And if you swoop down along the outer or the inner dais of the arena, you notice that the wall is about 10 feet tall, and you're able to kind of fly around the skirt of the arena without really being noticed by those that would be above it. In this case, the noble person that's arguing with the guard.
Hmm.
So even though you're not exactly hidden, you're definitely not
Right. I
noticed
don't
by
expect to
the
be.
individuals.
That's
And
that's what I was more going for.
right,
I wasn't trying to be hidden.
right. Someone from the other side of the arena definitely would see you lurking around, sneaking, and might be suspicious of you. But for the intentions that you're going for, um, there's no problem. Now, that said,
Okay.
the individual you sit there and you're listening to, and they are complaining about they're complaining about um, the seating arrangements. Sitting there saying better seats than just right down here in the middle of the where all the peasants are. We need better seats. We need to. So they're complaining about this excessively, and the guard's trying to explain. I don't have anything to do with the seating arrangement. I don't know what you want me to do.
Okay. Can I see where this person with this metal case is at or going?
You kind of lost him for a moment while you were checking out the noble
Right.
that was arguing, but um, you quickly find him. He's not exactly stealthy. He's not really hiding himself too well. You see him heading towards the king's dais.
Hmm. Okay. Once I've finished there, I'll fly up to one of the side ones or above one of the, maybe landing on one of the um roofs or whatever we want to call them, so that I can see that guy just from a distance. I want to come from all the way on the other side or
Okay,
far
I
enough
got you.
away that.
All right, so you sit there and you're watching him from afar. Um, as he gets up towards the dais before he actually, enters. I don't know if you guys see this or not, but the king's dais here, it doesn't. It's not like all the others where they have tons of public seating in front of it. It's purely for the king in this
Mhm.
entire area. So he's coming from
Right.
this little pillar here. Just click there. He's coming from the pillar there, and is just going into that area. And he kind of drops off the metal box in the center of the dais, and he looks around to as if he's looking to see if anyone notices him, and then he scurries off.
Okay.
That's weird.
I'll give him, yeah, just a little bit. I'll give him maybe 2 to 5 minutes to have left. Try to make sure if I can watch where he's gone, maybe see when he leaves, and then I'm going over to the box.
So he scurries back towards the exit here. All right, and he heads back
I don't
towards
see
that way.
anything, but okay.
There's a stairway on the right hand side.
Okay, right here. Okay. Once he's gone into the stairway, and I give him maybe another 2 minutes once he's disappeared, then I'm heading over there.
All right, you head over to the king's dais. Um, there are guards that seem to notice you, but don't really seem to actually address your movements.
Mhm.
So you get there, and I'm going to assume you're trying to look in the box.
At least look on the outside of it before I touch it.
So it's a very shiny, uh, very polished metal case. It doesn't seem to have any kind of, I mean, it has like an ornate design around it, but otherwise
Mhm.
there's not any really distinguishing marks.
Is it locked, or from what I can see, has a lock on it, or a latch, or
There does seem to be some kind of hole that you suspect would probably be for a key.
okay? Well, then I am going to attempt to open the box.
And when you attempt, you find that it is indeed locked.
Okay. Does that open it? I believe that's what you use now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's, do you have any lock picking set?
Yes, I do because of my background.
When you roll
Living
that,
on the
is
street.
that taking that into consideration? Because I think you get a bonus for,
I think it's +2 on the kit. Let's see. Let's see. Thieves Tools, 5th edition. Unless it just gives you.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, add 2 to it. It's using your proficiency bonus on it. So it just so 17.
okay. Actually, yeah, you're able to break into it.
What's in it? Probably should have checked for traps.
Maybe,
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen?
but to
I
perhaps
know,
your
right? It's a
surprise,
little bitty box.
you actually find you open it up and inside you start looking through and you find that they are a bunch of political documentations, things regarding the different political things, the farming structure that's going outside. You assume that these are set out so that the king can sit there and examine some of the stuff while addressing the tournament.
Anything catch my eye, like about Kellen's Perch, or anything that catches my eye about other kingdoms outside of Valcoria?
All right, so you specifically are looking for Kellen's Perch. You do end up finding a document that, as you read it, it basically suggests the idea that if they can secure good diplomacy with Kellen's Perch, that you might be able to utilize, or the king might be able to utilize some of their resources and some of their personnel to establish a security force in the sky that will give them a kind of overview look of the kingdom that they currently do not have, which could um, propel their security forces to be much stronger than what they currently are.
Okay. Well, I look through again just to make sure there's nothing on any other countries that are anything special, and then I'm going to let it go. I'll go ahead and lock it back and then keep going.
In regards to different countries, you see a brief mention of some of the other countries, but the majority seems to be focused on Callum's Perch due to the diplomat visit that's going on right now. Some of them suggest the relationship with Callum's Perch and other countries, but yeah, like I said, majority of it seems to be focused more on uh, what they intend to do to try and secure the diplomacy between the two kingdoms right now.
Okay. I'll lock it back and then keep going.
Those were the two primary events that you saw while circling around.
Okay. I still, I guess, try to swoop back down with the arguing people. How
Well,
tall are these pillars in the middle?
um, they go all the way up the Colosseum, probably a good um 30 meters.
Okay. A good place for me to land if I need to.
Okay, so that's what what's his face did. Um,
Ooh, what's his face?
what's his face? You know who you are.
Brothers?
Yeah, that's what his face is. Is there anyone with anything further from what they're seeing in their area?
No, I don't think so.
So what are you guys doing?
Um,
To emphasize, I am here to give you guys the world, to tell you what happens, what's going on. But you guys got to do stuff for me to tell you what's happening in the world to do so. So
I'm gonna
uh,
go check all the
The
other
world is
gates.
Hello.
I
Repeat
want to
that.
check these doors.
Was that?
You said there were doors to go down into it. Just check that hallway, those hallways that are inside of these things whenever he finishes the other gates.
All right.
Yeah, I
Justin,
want
you
to
start.
inspect the other gates for their functionality.
Sure. You start going to look at the other gates, making sure that they are up to service.
That they're
Okay.
intact. Yeah.
Yep. That they're what they need to be. Jamal, you go down into the sub level. You start checking out the understructure, right? What is it
Yep.
you
Well,
are?
just these in between here.
Okay, you're looking specifically there. Those pillars right there.
Yeah, because you said there was a doorway from the where the VIP goes into there.
So
Just
okay.
want to check the hallways, the doorways.
Well, hang on. Well, okay. There's a couple of things to make note here. Can you see this that I'm pressing?
No.
All right. If you look at the bottom left,
Okay, now I see it. Yes.
okay, that's the stairway to get up into the general access area, right? Then in between each of these
Right there.
pillars, there's a doorway at the very bottom level. The doorway to be able to
Hmm.
pass between these pillars so that they can get in between each of these different levels, right? For most people, you would expect to be able to go up the steps or the seats. Each one is about a meter, which is about 3 feet tall for each of these, which is a significant step, but there's only a few that you really have to take to be able to get up to the main dais. That said, once you get to the main dais, it's about 2 meters in height, which is approximately 6 feet. Now that's significantly higher. To get from the general public area to the main dais, like I said, is about 6 feet. There's not a natural staircase that goes between the main public area. It is feasible, it is possible. A person can certainly jump up and pull themselves up. So it's not completely immune from public access. That said, in the main dais area, there is a what they call servants stairway, a servants corridor, or staff access that has a small stairway. So if a person had to escape the dais really quickly, they could easily jump down into the main public area and then run off wherever they have to run off to, provided the main stairway
Hmm.
or the staff exit stairway got blocked off. What you're talking about is that staff exit, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
The specific entrance to that dais, right?
Hmm.
When you're looking up and down that staff corridor, specifically on that staff corridor, at the end of the corridor, you see a guard, and you are reasonable to assume that there is a guard on every staff entrance that there is. And you also assume that for every dais around the entire Coliseum, whether it's a house one or not, there's probably a staff entrance.
Okay.
That said, um, otherwise down that stairway, there's nothing you notice out of ordinary. Justin, as you go through and you inspect all of the gates that are going,
Mhm.
you don't. Everything else looks to be fairly in order. It looks like that one was just kind of a one-off thing.
Okay, that's good to hear.
And
I
after
go
you
and meet up with with the rest of the party.
after you spoke with the guard, you
Hmm.
notice he's no longer where he had been before. You don't see him anywhere right now.
I'll make a note of that. And we'll check back up on the progress tomorrow.
Certainly. With that said, anyone else got anything else at this point?
No, after Ched's done annoying the one dude, we'll walk over to Thorn and be like, I had no luck. I annoyed the shit out of some random dude that apparently works for one of the houses. He's over there.
And I reply, no worries. I did learn that there's really no way in or out once the competition starts up. There's no secret passage, no way to get back into the stands once we start fighting. So once we're down in this location, it's a lockdown kind of setup.
That also means that you're out of play.
Unless the guards will let him out. As long
Only
as
way
we're
I'm gonna be
trusting the
let out would
guards.
be if I'm on a stretcher about ready to die.
I mean, like, out to help with assassination plot foiling.
By the time I probably find out something's going on, they probably wouldn't let me go. Depending on where I'm at. If I'm out in the crowd, though, I could go giant and start climbing into the stands.
Yeah, I was thinking
But
that.
I'm
that
here
might
to help.
that might not work out in our favor, though, as I'll probably be more of a distraction than help at that point. But I could totally throw whatever's in the arena up at y'all.
No carts.
Cart?
No, no, no. The only thing he'll have access to throw are people. So at that point, it would just be a messy bomb. Wait, what are you doing? Ah! Splat.
Like, I just need to borrow you real quick.
And then our halfling giant gnome, our halfling giant barbarian, gets charged with war crimes.
Do you know
Oh,
how
well.
Against
many
humanity.
suggestions I have to avoid giving while you discuss these things? Like just thoughts, ideas, policies, theories that I'm like, or this could be the case, and I just have to remain silent.
Yeah, we're not going to let him try to do a fastball special with somebody.
This is why I miss being a
No,
player.
he's talking about for all the things for what
We
we
could
should be
investigate.
searching. That's what he's
Like I
talking
probably
about.
shouldn't have sat there and
Or
had that gate repaired.
or even just the ideas that you come up with. It's like, oh, that's not a bad idea. Maybe we should add this alteration onto it. Can't say anything. Have to remain quiet.
Anyway.
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
think at the
I
moment,
can't think of anything.
same. At the moment, I think we investigated this Coliseum as much as we can at the moment.
With the roles we got as well. Like annoying someone.
The rolls are what really kill you.
Oh, they're all fun in games until you have to act like a 1-year-old. What you doing? Who you work
Are my
for?
people still arguing? Are my people still arguing?
Yeah, I mean this
Are the
individual
two
seems to
people?
be,
Yeah.
yeah, they seem to be going on for a little bit on this. She does not seem to be letting it go, despite the guard telling her that he really has no authority on any of the seating. She's asking to see his manager.
I'm gonna fly over there. Ma'am, how can I help you?
She looks at you and says, "This," she stops herself, "individual refuses to help me with addressing the fact that my people should not be sitting at the front row. They should be closer to the dais, closer to the nobles where they belong. My people are far too important to be sitting, so low. Like, no, I get it. Some people think that if I'm really close to the event, then I get to see all the details and everything, but they forget the entire purpose of this entire event is to hobnob with the nobles, to try and elevate your status a little bit. Like, if you want to sit there and you just want to watch the event, that's great. That's fine. I have no qualms with that. But that is not what my people are coming for. And we're sitting down here at some of the lower levels, and this is not where we deserve to be. We deserve to be up near the nobles, and that is not where we are. You start to get the feeling like
So
she could
why
probably
do
go on for
you
a while like this.
why do you deserve that you why do you think you deserve it? Because
Why
I
do
could make it happen.
she looks at you almost insultedly. Why do I deserve? Do you understand? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I represent? We deserve to be at the top. We have worked our entire lives to get where we are. We are one of the best merchants in the area, and I am here to see Lord Andros, and I need to be right at the top of his thing. If we don't get to be near Andros, I don't know exactly what we're going to do. I have put so much money, so much time, so much effort. Do you understand how much I've invested into this tournament itself, let alone all of the other campaigns and everything else that we have put into? We should not be so far down. We're not even in the front row. Even if we were in the front row, at least we'd have a good seat to the thing. But we're like third row in. We should be at the very top here. I can't. She keeps going on and on.
I'm trying to let her tucker herself out.
Yeah, she doesn't look like that's happening. She is, as long as someone's willing to listen, she is willing to talk.
What are you selling? What are your wares that you're selling that is so important that in the city?
That does stop her. She stops talking for a brief moment, but she only stops long enough to get this absolutely, completely insulted look on her face of, do you understand who you are talking to? We are the best wares merchants. We sell jewelry. We sell weapons. We have outfitted some of the best guards. Most of these royal guards here have been from our shops. We have made special accommodations for the royal families. We have given. She starts just listing off a bunch of
Okay. Well
predominantly
then,
attire kind of associations.
because I am new here, however, I still hold a little bit of sway on things. I will send you a list of wares and things that I would like. When I get those, I will move your group up to a higher place. And if you don't believe that I have the power to do it, ask the guard who I or let the guard confirm that I work for somebody or I'm working here for somebody of significant power.
She looks at the guard that she was previously berating. Like, who is this guy? How? Because right now she's very skeptical because you don't know who she is, but you're supposed to be someone in high authority.
I know.
So obviously she has a bunch of skepticism. And the guard just looks at her and says, "Look, ma'am, I understand your position, but this isn't the guy you want to be messing with. I'm telling you now. I know who he's working for. They told us all. However, that seems to be getting through to her as well as an inoculation through a needle gets into a stone."
Okay. So your alternative is to take my offer or don't come at all.
She looks at you and says, "Look, fine. He says you know what you're doing. If you can get us in, okay. I hope you do. I hope you do because this is intolerable. I cannot stand this. I can't even." She just turns around and walks away at that point. At least you
And she's
shut her up.
gone. I tell the guard. Yeah, that's what I'm about to tell the guard. At least you got her out of your hair.
He looks at you and says, "Whatever they're paying you, it's not enough."
So how many other special families have been moved away from their normal seating here?
Well, if I'm being honest with you, there's no one that's been moved from any normalcy. Her, yeah, her family helped out with some of the outfits. Let me tell you, she thinks she's a lot more important than she is. She was put where she belonged. If you can get her moved up, hey, great on you. I don't think she really deserves it. Those families higher up, look, man, I don't get involved in politics. You can tell this guard is completely just done. He's ready just to go home. He's so tired. Uh, he's like,
Any other yeah, just whatever. Any
that's
other news around here? Because I'm pretty sure I see people coming and going, and I'm pretty sure she's not the only one that's having their
I'll
getting their panties in a ruffle.
I'll be honest with you. She's been berating me for like the last half hour. I haven't even been. I've been kind of checked out for the last at least 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes. I don't even know how long it's been. Um, if there's something else that's been going on, yeah, I should have been aware. I should have been checking. I should have been scanning. But after listening to her drone on, she just kind of like she has this mind-altering spell that goes on that just completely. I'm sorry. If you want, I can get you up with one of my other guards. I'm sure that they'll be able to answer some kind of questions you have about what's been going on. But I've been dealing with her.
Sure.
What'd you say?
I said, sure.
Oh, okay.
I
So
understand. Got to take a break. Got to mentally.
he says, "Man, I'm still scheduled for another 4 hours of this. Fuck. But hey, maybe I can uh escort you to the other guard sitting here guarding the stairway up and down. He may have seen something." So he takes you to this guard. He says, "Hey, this is one of the guys working for you know, one of the higher ups, you know." He tries to tell the guard that you work for the spy master without actually saying anything, and it feels really awkward for a long moment. But finally, the guard he's introducing you to says, "Oh, okay." I guess you're not convinced that he actually knows what the first guard was talking about, but at least he's acknowledging something. And he's like, "Can you seen anything? Can you tell him anything?" And the other guy looks at you and says,
Oh,
"Um, I haven't seen anything as of recent, but we got a stonemason here. He's been working on a lot of the projects around here. Um, maybe he's seen something. If you're willing to talk to him, I could introduce you. I was talking to him earlier today, and
sure,
seems like a pretty cool guy."
sure. But I do want to ask. I had heard about some commotion last night that some of the guards had let some groups of people in.
Groups of
Any information about that?
Someone let groups of people in. How big are groups?
Yeah, I believe just a few people in
Few people.
that weren't normally allowed or normally wouldn't normally be allowed to come in the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night, there's some guards that allowed some. Look, I've I'm friends with a couple of the night guards. Not a lot of them, not all of them, but I know a couple of them. They're pretty decent guys. I mean, you don't get put on night shift because you're the best of the best. I'll grant you that, but they're
Obviously.
they're typically, they're. I wouldn't speak ill of any royal guard. The royal guard in general, you have to be at least good at your job. No royal guard is going to be showing up drunk on duty. Let's put it that way.
Hmm.
No royal guard.
But they might let
They're
few
not going to let.
things go.
They're not going to let someone who doesn't have access into this coliseum. That's not going to happen. Look, it's easy to sit there and say the royal guard don't do that kind of thing, and clearly if something else happens, there's always exceptions. I grant you that, but if a royal guard was found to be allowing someone in who didn't have access, who wasn't allowed, um, they wouldn't get fired. They'd be imprisoned for any number of years. There'd be no compensation for their
Mhm.
families. It would be treasonous. Even as something as simple as here, like this isn't where the king or anything stays, but to be allowing someone in here, the royal guard is held to a higher standard, not just in who's allowed to guard, but in the number of punishments and the strict standards that we're held to. It's not like the city guard where if you fail at your job, you just get a reprimand or something. You get some significant penalties if you don't do your job properly as a royal guard. And we
Mhm.
always get found out at some point. Have you met the spy master? This guy, he fucking
I
knows
haven't.
everything. I don't even know how he does this shit. He does. You could sit there and piss in the wrong spot at the wrong time with absolutely no one around, and somehow he still knows about it. I don't even know how he does this shit.
I was about to ask anyone have what theories do people have about why he or how he knows everything?
You ever, you ever seen him move around? Guy doesn't, I swear he doesn't walk. He just appears wherever he's supposed to be. You do something wrong and you look around, there's there's this rumor that goes around. Anytime you do something wrong and you look over your shoulder, the spy master's going to be there. He's like the fucking boogeyman of PR, It's ridiculous. I mean, obviously it's overblown.
Hmm.
I'll be honest, I haven't always done exactly what I'm supposed to do. There are times when I've taken a break when maybe, I didn't need to have a break or I didn't have proper authority. Minor things, but things that if the rumors about the spy master were true, I'd have been nailed to a wall. So he's not omnipotent or anything, but I have heard some credible stories about some people that have gotten caught on things that there's no way this guy could possibly catch him on. It's ridiculous. It is pretty crazy. It's not as insane as some people make it out to be, but it does get it's out there. It's out there. I'll grant you that.
Um, and you probably can't even answer this one, but maybe you can direct me to someone that may have a little more information. Where did the spy master come from? Because I heard that he appeared and the job was created for him, but where did he come from?
You
Is
know,
he from Valcoria?
that's a great rumor. I don't. I know a lot of the talk about the spy master and some of the rumors that go on around him. The details, some of the things that are actually true. Yeah, I don't know a lot of those details, but let me tell you, if you can get a chance to talk to any of the royal family, I suspect that they have a lot more insight because they talk to the king. They have the king's ear. They're right there next to him. If anyone knows, or or if you're able to get with, so I'm royal guard, right? Obviously, I'm royal guard. I'm here guarding with, but I don't work in the palace. If you knew some of the palace guards, it's kind of a different tier. You got royal guard, you got palace guards. Um, we're both royal guard technically, but the palace guards are those guys are next level. Those guys are fucking machines. I tell you what. Um, they wouldn't talk to you like this. You have to have like special permissions just to have them speak to you. I couldn't even talk to a palace guard. Uh, I'm not even sure they go off duty or anything. But the point is, there's a lot of people that I know about the spy master, and I mean he's a very reclusive individual. He's very secretive because spies, right? But I
Mhm.
think people of the noble families, I think the palace guards, anyone who's really close to the king uh, is going to have the answers you're looking for on that one. Now, where he came from, I know the rumors, I know the speculation, the stories that get told about him. Some people say that he's not really human. He's this insane. I don't know. I'd hate to spread rumor like that. I don't want to be that guy. But the stories get pretty crazy. The guy's pretty terrifying though. I'm not gonna mess with him.
Hmm, interesting.
You you work for him, right? You're supposed to be one
It's
of
very
his
interesting.
guys.
Yeah, but
How long have you known him?
that's a recent thing, and so um, short amount of time,
But you've met him though, right?
enough time that oh yes, I've met him multiple times actually.
Really? So they say
So I
he's
I do understand what you're saying.
right. They say he's kind of intense, but like super easy to I don't know, not talk to, but like I don't know that they say that there's something about him that's just like really cool. I really what's he like? I've never actually met him. I've only heard rumor.
Mm, interesting. Where does he stay? Do you know where he lives?
No, I have no idea. But like I can point to you every house of nobility. I know exactly where all the noble houses are. I can tell you exactly where the king sleeps. I can tell you where the general sleeps. The spy master? No, I have no idea about where he resides, where he sleeps, where he, holds his stuff. Is he married? I don't know if anyone really knows anything about him.
Hmm, interesting enough to know.
What 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 do you know about him? What have you seen? What have you like? I mean, how is he? What kind of guy is he?
Oh, I mean, everything you're saying is exactly spot on. I just wanted to know what some of the guards think, because I know there's always rumors. Nothing that's going to get you in trouble, of course.
Mm.
What's said between me and you is between me and you. But um,
No,
just
no.
wondering
You got to understand
impressions
something.
that everyone else had.
When you talk about the spy master, what's between me and you? Never between me and you. You got to assume he is always listening, always watching. Like there's no one around us, but I have no proof of this, and this is just purely speculation that you hear from rumors and everything, but they say that there are no secrets from the spy master. Sorry.
Okay,
I don't mean to sound like he's some big boogeyman or something. Um, as long as the guards always say, as long as you do your job and you're doing what you're supposed to do, you'll never even hear from him. He'll never acknowledge you. You won't even know if he's actually paying any attention. But the minute you slip up, there's someone, there's
that's
someone that sees it, and they see it and they tell him.
under, hmm, okay.
But
Well,
like I said,
I
if you want to
appreciate your
know,
time.
if you want to know about him, talk to the people that are closest to the king. I know that there's people that are up there. I mean, if you are in with the spy master already, hey, maybe you get in with the nobles. I don't know. I don't know your position. I don't know what you get into. But if you're looking for information about him, I'm sure that there's people that know. But guards, what do we know? We just hear rumors, and that old game
Understand.
when someone has to write down a message and then you read it and then you got to rewrite that message from memory and then you read it and then someone else writes it down from memory and it keeps going down and down and further. I assume it's something like that, some kind of game like that where we think we know,
Okay.
but what do we know? Anyway, that said,
Well,
sir,
thank you for
you
your
worked with
time.
him. If you need anything, hey, you let me know. Like I said, I can introduce you to the Stone Master over here. That he's been working here for a while. Anything else you need, access, anything, I'll get you in. We'll take care of you. You just you just make sure you give a good word for me at the with the spy master, huh? Let them know that
Of course,
I'm
I got you.
I'm on the same side, right?
And you've been very helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot coming from you.
Yes, sir. I'll come back to you and get about the stonemason. Maybe later.
Look forward to it, sir.
Well, I'm going to find one of my favorite people and relay all of that information.
You're assuming any of them actually paid any attention.
I know Aaron did.
But
I did.
no, I zoned out.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, Chad wasn't there to actually participate.
No. Oh, he wasn't paying attention?
I zoned out completely.
That's what I
Mm,
expected.
Nobody
Half the
knows.
time,
Nobody has
Leo.
a real idea where
the
uh,
whole the
spy
whole
master
thing of
lives.
me, yeah, the whole thing of me not trusting the spy master just got even more not trusting.
He's an eldritch being.
Summoned by the king to be a spy master.
Tied
Maybe
everything.
forced. In fact,
Every-
I am almost wanting to put him in the same place as the person that me and Justin had tried to chase down a couple times.
Oh yeah, that guy. That
Yeah.
fucking guy.
The guy that's always never in clear focus and just
Yeah.
disappears.
Hmm.
Anyway, yeah.
But keep your enemies close. Maybe at some point we need to sit down and have a nice dinner with them. I mean, it's always good to get to know the people you're working with, isn't it?
We can invite him to our tavern.
Oh no. Let's let him invite us somewhere. He wouldn't want to be down there with the lonely peasants.
He hasn't
we-
called us that. That's all the nobles.
I know. I was just being funny.
Like Miss Karen that you were talking to. I got bits and pieces, but talking about guards, seeing people not in the right spot, and getting disrupted.
Yeah, I'm trying to get information about what y'all said. The lady said some people got let into the Coliseum or the arena.
Yeah,
Some night.
that's what the noble lady said, but it could have been like merchants, according to the spy master.
What are you guys doing now?
Okay, somebody else's turn.
Yep. I mean, everyone's kind of.
I've gained some information.
I mean, you guys are constantly getting information. There's always new information, right?
I'm making my way out from the underground. I
Yeah,
don't know
Chad
what the
will
others
follow.
are doing.
But yeah,
Chad will follow
basically,
after knowing that person.
I've
30
I've
minutes.
made more assumptions that the spy master is. I believe the spy master is part of the cult. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. This is in our off character. Okay. Of course, because I'm not
You'll-
standing around anybody.
You'll wait until the rest of us are in transmission range, line of sight before you think anything.
Yeah. I mean, again, I am very leery of him.
I mean, I rightfully was so as well. I mean, you saw me draw my blades out when he sat there and just showed up.
I'm sure he's friendly.
And you remember what the guy that's supposed to introduce us said? They seem to know your intentions. When somebody completely different says the exact same thing, something's weird.
To be fair, has there been a person
There's
in the
there's a
position
plot
of
afoot.
authority that you haven't questioned?
So what?
To be fair, in the past, has there been anyone in any kind of position of authority that you haven't questioned?
No.
Hmm.
You guys were unsure about the guard in the
Mhm.
last quest.
We were told that there were moles in the
Captain of
guard.
the guards.
That's
I don't question
that-
him. The captain of the guard.
Maybe you should.
I don't know. Maybe I should. I mean,
I'd say let's go. Let's do exactly what we said. Let's go and see if we can bait out him a little bit. Get him. Get to know
I
him a
want to
little
wait
bit.
till our talker is around.
Yeah, I might need to dip out here in a little bit to share some things this evening. I don't think there's much more that I can think we should do at the Coliseum,
Well, also,
or I can think
just
of
like
to
our
do.
characters, we probably need a fresh set of eyes, meaning I would need the rest to come back and look again after we meet with the guild or the hand or the dark sun people.
Yeah, and hopefully the next session, as long as we don't get sidetracked by
Well,
random
that and
events.
then the maybe Gore may have some other insight that we may can get out. Plus, there's a stone mason that we can talk to. We'll have different sets of guards. One of these times we can come and see the night guards because apparently the night guards might be a little less professional, so they may be a little more
So
flappy of their lips.
was I really overestimating this one when I thought that this quest would be completed in this session?
Well, it probably would have if everyone was here.
No, no,
If
no.
if our one of our more seasoned
I feel like if you had
guys,
more people here, it would actually end up going longer.
Well, probably.
I think we're also probably overthinking it and just not going with the plot of just like, let's just go straight into the to the day of. What's the worst that could happen?
you keep saying we keep making missions for ourselves.
I
So
Yeah,
if you
you
do.
give
do.
us a mission, we'll make it even more of ourselves for ourselves.
Are you guys saying that you're about a stopping point for the evening?
I
For this
unfortunately
Yeah,
quest?
have to
probably.
be. I gotta
I think so.
take it about an hour and a half drive to go and take the missus out to dinner,
Well,
do some car maintenance.
out of 6 parts of this mission, you got to part 2. So I mean, that's something.
Hey, of the overall campaign we've been playing for a year, we've gotten through one,
Hey,
so we're quicker.
out of 3 acts, 5 chapters each act, you are almost at the end of the second chapter of the first act.
So we're faster on this mission. We're learning to go quicker.
What an improvement.
Look at that.
If you know how I compare this
Small
to
steps.
Skyrim all the time?
Yeah.
Today's Skyrim, if you finish this act, then you just fought your first dragon.
Oh, oh.
Well, you might have met the king. You might have met the king of Helm's Deep. Maybe that's a little bit.
The White Run, you mean?
Yes, I do. Helm's Deep. I'm thinking
You
Lord of
got
the
the white
Rings.
run.
Whiterun. Yes.
Yeah, you're going Lord of the Rings there for a second.
Yeah. Sorry. At least I
Ooh,
acknowledge
hey,
it.
Leroy. Hey,
Okay.
hey, puppy.
All right. That said,
I,
okay, we'll go ahead and call it, you guys. Before we completely call it, oh, what an adorable puppy.
yeah, he's been nosing me to go for a walk.
Yeah, mine's been nosing me just to pet her. So you
He
are
also gets that.
at the
Show
you
me
finished.
Bella.
You're
Show
done
me
with the
Bella.
Colosseum and the first day. What is it you guys are doing once you've met back up and you've decided, okay, we're done investigating for today? Where are you going? What are you doing at this point? So that I know where we're going to
Probably
begin next time.
Hold on, room.
back to our
Our
room to
room.
grab a resident mage, hopefully.
Yeah, let's go get the mage.
Okay. All right. So then we'll begin
Well,
the
we probably
next.
could go to sleep.
Right. You'll need a rest, obviously. So we'll begin the next after a long rest at your room. You'll be there with a mage. Hopefully he'll be, in session as well. And that's where we'll begin the next session. Everyone make note of that. You begin the next session in your purchase room.
Okay.
Which at some point, someone the head innkeeper there is going to ask if you just want to rent the room by the week or the month or something. So something to consider for the next session.
I thought the gods were paying for it.
I think
Or
they
the city
paid for like
guards.
a night. Especially now
Oh.
that you're no longer working for them. The spy master did tell you that they already investigated the thing that you guys have been ignoring. So they
Oh, we
may.
just got paid.
Yeah. You just got 200 gold between the parties, so you should have plenty of money to be able to afford the room, assumingly.
But, gentlemen, I wish you all a good night, especially to you, Mike.
Yeah, you
Aaron,
too.
have a safe drive. Tell Jess I said hey.
I will.
Are we gonna try to set up our next
Oh,
session of
yeah.
when
When's
we
our next one?
meet?
I'm imagining probably
Probably
after Christmas.
I would say
Yeah, I
probably after
probably
the
won't
New
be
Year.
available till like the third. Maybe
I could
not the
do the
third because
third.
my anniversary's on the 4th.
Yeah, but
How
it's
about
not
the
on the
10th? Yeah, the
3rd.
10th.
Okay, the
The
I can't do
10th
the
would work
10th.
better.
You what?
17th?
I can't do the 10th or the 17th.
24th then.
I can do the 24th.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I can also do the 24th.
Okay.
Yeah.
If my
Long run.
anniversary wasn't on the 4th, then I'd be like, yeah, I can do the 3rd.
Yeah, the only time I don't have available in January is the 11th. That's in regards to going to see a very brain dead movie,
Oh, which one?
where they will not let me
I
drop food.
will. I'm gonna say the 24th is good for the moment, only because when I start next semester, I have to do some Saturday events. I don't think we're gonna have one that on the 24th, but I know that there will be two Saturday events. I highly doubt it'll be in January though. So I will let you know that much. I highly doubt it. So I'm gonna say yes to the 24th until, but I'm having my meeting next week, so I'll know for sure then. By then,
And then I'm also going to throw it out there. I know on the 27th of December, I should be open. I know that's the holiday season. So I don't know if that works for
Uh, I'll
people.
be I'll be either on the road or uh, at my folks' house coming right before I come back from North Carolina.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be able to do
I'll
the
be here.
27th.
Jesus, the amount that you guys
I'll
plan
be
out.
here.
You're talking January 27th?
No,
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 three
December
weeks from
20th.
but
now.
December.
3 weeks from now.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be available that weekend at all.
Okay.
So, okay.
Why is it?
We'll shoot for, what did I say? 24
The
January.
24th?
24 January.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay. Hopefully we remember things that happened until
That I mean, I took mostly detailed notes until I zoned out at the end.
then. Fair enough.
It's taking like three
If anyone
copy
has a
pastes to get into
suggested,
Discord.
if anyone has a suggested
Say
date
again?
up until that point, like, here's a question before everyone gets off. What does December 20th look like for everyone?
I'm
Right
on the
now, I'm
road.
free.
You're on the road?
20th,
Yeah.
I'm busy.
Okay. All right. I had to ask. All right. We'll go with that then.
All
Until
right.
then.
Yeah,
Even the
if it
21st.
wasn't
What
for the
about
fucking shutdown we just had this week, I probably would have been on that road the entire week of the 22nd. But they decided to shut down yesterday against my better
and no
fucking
one's
art.
good on the 21st? That Sunday?
No,
I know.
that's unfortunately it's starting to get towards in-laws are coming into town.
Yeah.
I'm
I
at my
figured
in-laws
Only
on the
the in-law.
21st.
I figured it was a risk getting that close, but I had to ask. So that's fine.
Yeah.
We got a date. Hopefully we can adhere, 2 months from now.
Hopefully the third Caviato can show up.
Yeah. We'll see. All right,
Yeah,
guys. Have a
but
good evening.
we need to put it in the group chat.
I
Yep.
did.
See
Have a
y'all.
good one.
All right.
Have a good night, gents.
Good night.
Finish posting. There they are. Take care.
Later. All right. So I stayed on simply to say I want to start doing these after messages for the YouTube channel. Jamal was really impressive on that one. And I can say this because I know he's not going to go back and watch this video. No one's going to watch this video. It's funny. But he's absolutely right. Rain is definitely not just a part of the dark cult, the dark sun cult. He is the leader of it. And it's a character that I've used in the past for other things. So it should be really interesting. He's a really superpowered individual, especially with some of the upgrades I've given him. So it should be really fun to see. I would love to see him just take on the entire group and just wipe through them. So it's funny that Jamal makes that mention. But I think I might start doing this at the end of the session, just kind of communicate a little bit. And I do this at the 15th session. You know, we're over a year in, but it's fun. It's fun. I've wrote up an entire backstory, the entire justification. There's so much I've written up about what this character is doing and the whole purpose and the point. And it's definitely terrible, but he's there to try and convince the rest of the party that maybe they're not so bad because they don't know the final destination. So should be fun. We'll see.